Let's get started. This is 1401 microeconomics, and I'm Professor John Gruber. Now, a couple notes about the course. There's a distinct policy angle to this course. I think, personally, what makes economics most exciting is you can use it to think intelligently about the problems that policymakers face every day as they try to decide how to make the economy work the best for its citizens. In fact, I teach a whole course about this called 1441, but I'm going to bring some of those insights into this class and use policy-based examples and things like that to try to motivate and organize our thinking about economics. Lastly, 3 points about my teaching style. First of all, I don't write everything on the board. For the freshmen here, we're not in high school anymore. You need to pay attention and listen to what I say, not just what I write. So it's important to remember that. The second point is, as you can tell, I talk really fast and my handwriting is really bad. Okay? So please, please don't be afraid to ask what the hell I just said or wrote. Okay? If you don't know, chances are at least 40% of the class doesn't know either. We'll learn later this semester about the concept of public good. A public good is something you do which has a personal cost and a social benefit. I understand raising your hand in a class as large as this can be intimidating, but remember, in doing so, you're not just helping yourself, you're helping your fellow classmates. So please don't lean and whisper loudly, "What the hell did he just say?" to the person next to you. Raise your hand and ask me, because if you didn't understand, many other people didn't as well. More generally, it's hard to get class participation in a class this large, but I really encourage people to participate as much as possible. I've never had a year in this class where there's been too much participation. I've had every single year too little participation. So please follow up with questions, things like that. And then finally, the third point about my teaching style is I have a bad tendency to use the term guys in a gender-neutral sense. So when I say guys, I don't mean men. I mean economic agents, people, everyone. And I'm sorry, guys is a gendered word. Often, I don't mean it that way. It's just kind of economist talk for economic agents. We call them guys. What we're going to do today is talk about what is microeconomics. What are you going to learn in this course? What is the basic field about? And then we'll dive in next time into actually starting to learn about the models that make up basic microeconomics. Microeconomics is fundamentally, in a sentence, the study of how individuals and firms make themselves as well off as possible in a world of scarcity. It's how individuals and firms make themselves as well off as possible in a world of scarcity. Scarcity is key. The core of microeconomics is constrained optimization. Basically, individuals or firms assessing the trade-offs they face every day in the decisions they make, and then trying to decide the best decision given those trade-offs. So that is, microeconomics is really about trade-offs. Microeconomics is really about you can't have it all, so what are you going to do with what you can have? How are you best going to use your limited resources? And the key concept behind all this, I'm going to say about 100 times, this is one of the most important concepts in economics. I'm sorry about that, but this is really one of the most important concepts in economics, is the concept of opportunity cost. Opportunity cost. Okay? And opportunity cost is the notion that every action or inaction has costs in terms of what you could have done instead, in terms of the next best opportunity. If you buy a shirt, you are foregoing spending that money on buying something else. So if you decide between shirts and pants, you buy the shirt, you're foregoing buying the pair of pants. If you study, if you spend all night studying, you're foregoing the opportunity to go see a band you like in concert, and vice versa. Every action you take is a trade-off. Every decision you make involves a trade-off because there's always an opportunity cost. There's always something you could have done instead. Yeah? Is it just a trade-off between two things? Great question. Actually, let me come back to that in 1 minute. I'm going to come back to that. Or 5 minutes. Okay, so this is why economics is called the dismal science. We're called the dismal science because the role of the economist is to basically say, well, you think that's free, but it's not. You think you can just relax and watch TV, but you know what, by watching TV, you're giving up the opportunity to study, the opportunity to go out to see a concert, or the opportunity to do something else. Okay, so that's why I call it dismal science. Now, some people may call it dismal, I call it fun, and maybe that's because I was an MIT undergraduate. And what is an engineering school but the land of constrained optimization? That's what engineering and science is. It's all about what engineering is. It's constrained optimization. What better example could there be than the 2007 contests, where you're given a set of materials and asked to build something? That's a constrained optimization exercise. Indeed, economics was invented, modern economics was invented at MIT by the economist Paul Samuelson, who essentially said the mathematics that science and engineers use can be applied to analyze really the sort of essay-like approach that people had taken to economics before him. So he basically brought the tools of science to economics and basically developed the course I'll teach today, and the course that's taught all over the world was developed right here at MIT. Modern economics was born here because we introduced the tools of constrained optimization. Now, over here I'm usually going to try to do like an outline of what we're covering. So we talked about course details, what is micro I just did. Now let's talk about how we do that, what economics does, which is we use models. And I'm talking about a model of supply and demand. How do we actually teach you all about these trade-offs? Okay? The way we do it is by building simplified models. Okay, what is a model? A model is technically the description of any relationship between two or more variables, is a model. But unlike explaining the relationship between energy and mass, we do not have scientific laws and constants in our universe. Okay? Economics is, as much as we hate to say it, not a real science. It is a social science, which means that basically we don't have rigid laws that we can write down and say they're everywhere applicable. Okay? We have to use models to basically try to explain the world as much as we can. And so in doing so, we have to make a set of simplifying assumptions. A set of simplifying assumptions to try to essentially trade off two goals. One goal is to explain as much as we can. The other goal is to have parsimonious models that I can teach you. Okay? The more complicated the model gets, the harder it is to teach, the harder it is to solve. This comes to the earlier question about, are you really just trading off two goods? Well, of course, you're never just trading off two goods. But we're going to write our models like you are. And it's going to turn out that gives you all the intuition you need for a model with this 3 or 4 goods. It's just a lot easier math. So it turns out everything you learn in the model with 2 goods tells you everything you need to know for a model with n goods, just with easier math. So that's the kind of simplifying assumption. That's a fairly non-offensive simplifying assumption because it doesn't really change anything. We'll make other simplifying assumptions which are noxious and offensive, and we'll talk about those. And if you are offended by them and bothered and want to see what happens without those assumptions, then that's exactly why you should be an economics major. Because that's what we go on and do in the rest of the classes. Say, okay, now let's move on from these simplified models, add some richness, and see what it does to the world. Okay? The statistician George Box once wrote that all models are wrong, but some are useful. Okay? And that's exactly what we're going to try to work with today. Okay? When I teach you economics, I'm going to try to teach it to you on 3 levels. Okay, the first, since we're at MIT, is mathematical. The second is graphical, and the third is intuitive. Really, if you want to succeed in this class, you need to understand all 3. Now, not every model will I use all 3, but you want to understand all 3 of those concepts to really understand the material we're learning here. And we'll start with the model of supply and demand. The very first economic model, developed by Adam Smith in 1776 in the book that was sort of the founding of economics, The Wealth of Nations. Adam Smith asked the question, think about 2 goods. Think about water and think about diamonds. Okay? Nothing is more essential for life than water. We cannot function without it. Nothing is probably less essential for life than diamonds, especially back then when diamonds didn't have industrial uses. They were just baubles. Okay? Water is clearly just essential, diamonds aren't. Yet, the price of diamonds is very high and water is essentially free. He asked, how could this be? And the answer is because what I've just described is only 1/2 of the model of where we get the price of water or diamonds. I've described the demand. I've described the demand for water and diamonds. I've said the demand for water is much, much larger than the demand for diamonds. What I haven't talked about is the supply. which is that the supply of water is even more relative to the supply of diamonds. Water's everywhere. Diamonds are rare to find. And what Adam Smith said is that while the demand for diamonds may not be as high as the demand for water, the supply of diamonds is much, much smaller than the supply of water. And that is why you can end up with a good that's inherently less valuable to life having a higher price. Okay? And Smith's point is you can't just think of supply and demand in isolation. You need to think of them together. Pedro, could you grab me a copy of the handout? Yeah. Thanks. Okay, so that's sort of the intuition. That's the intuition supply-demand model. Now let's talk about the graphics and the math. Okay, so now let's talk about an example of a supply-demand model. And let's focus on the market for roses. What is a market? A market's what it sounds like. It's buyers and sellers coming together. Are there any extra handouts around? Does everyone have one? Does everyone have a handout? Okay, good. That's fine then. Okay, let's talk about the markets for let's talk about the market for roses. Okay, first of all, what is a market? A market is, think of a market to start. Yeah.
Like another page, right?
The handout has graphs on it. Does anyone have the handout? How did you print? What's that? Is there an extra pile sitting around there of handouts? We got some extras there. Okay, pass those around. Make sure, pass those around and. Okay,
next time I will put them over there.
Yeah, next time they'll be in the back. So please, raise your hand if you don't have a handout, and let's try to pass those around. Okay, Pedro, can you grab one for me? Okay, so basically, let's think about the market for roses. What is a market? A market is a place where buyers and sellers come together to make transactions, okay? Think of it like the old-timey markets of ancient England, where literally the only way to transact was physically being in the same place, where the buyers and sellers would come to market once a week, and the people who bring their cows and people who wanted milk would come in, or meat would come in, and they would transact. Think of the market that way. Now, of course, that's not how the modern market works, but that's the way we want you to intuitively think of a market, is literally a place where buyers and sellers are interacting. And it turns out that intuition will work, even given the modern economy. Okay? So now, who else doesn't have handouts? Everyone got the graphs? Okay. All right. So now let's talk about the market for roses. In figure 1.1, we have the market for roses. Okay? On the x-axis, the horizontal axis, we have the quantity of roses. I'm going to, by the way, try to have handouts for all the graphs because my handwriting is so brutal. So you shouldn't have to see, hopefully if all goes well this semester, you should never see me draw a graph on the board. On the x-axis we have the quantity of roses. On the y-axis we have the price of roses. Okay? The demand curve represents the relationship between price and quantity from the consumer's perspective. So the demand curve in this case is represented by the equation Q equals 1800 minus 400p. Okay, now you immediately say, well, where's 1800 and 400 come from? It doesn't matter right now. That's what we're going to teach you in the next few lectures. Right now, that's an equation that represents a line. And the critical aspect of that equation is that there's a negative relationship between price and quantity. As price goes up, consumers want fewer roses. Why is that? Well, it's just because of opportunity cost. The more expensive is a rose, the more you have to give up to buy it. So its opportunity cost is higher, so you want it less. Okay? So the higher is the price, the fewer roses you want. So we get a downward sloping demand curve, the blue line. Now the supply curve represents the same relationship between price and quantity, but from the supplier's perspective. A supply curve in this case that we've drawn here has the equation Q equals 200p. 200p. You'll see here there is a positive relationship between price and quantity. That is, supply curve is upward sloping. As price goes up, firms will produce more roses. Why? Once again, opportunity cost. With a low price, producing a rose means you can't use that farm to produce something else. If the price of roses is low, you're going to use the farm for something else. If the price of roses is high, you will then use that farm to produce roses because that is a better choice than the next best alternative. So once again, this concept of opportunity cost has already helped explain the basic model of economics. The single most important model of economics is represented in this graph. And you can understand it just by the concept of opportunity cost. That is why we are such a powerful social science. That's why all the other social sciences are fucking jealous of us. Okay? Because we can use simple tools to explain much of the world. And here's a perfect example. Okay? Now, we call the point where those two curves meet the equilibrium. The point where supply and demand are in agreement is the equilibrium. That is the point at which suppliers are willing to sell roses at the same price consumers are willing to pay for them. So with 600 roses, 600 boxes of roses or whatever it is, the equilibrium price is $3. Well, it's a rose. So with 600 roses, the equilibrium price is $3. That is, both parties are happy in equilibrium. The key point about equilibrium, as the name implies, as the term equilibrium implies, it's the point where the system has come to rest, where both parties are happy with the outcome. Both parties are happy because it's on the demand and supply curve. Since it's on the demand curve, consumers are willing to pay $3 for 600 roses. They wouldn't pay $4 for 600 roses, but they'd pay $3. Since it's on the supply curve, suppliers are willing to accept $3 for 600 roses. They wouldn't accept $2 for 600 roses, but they'll accept $3 because it's on the curve. So basically, it's just two equations and two unknowns. You set these two things equal to each other, and you solve, and you get Q star equals 600, and P star equals 3, just by two equations and two unknowns. Once again, why we only have two goods. I could have done this in 3 dimensions. The graph would have been uglier, the math would have been harder, but nothing would have changed. Yeah?
So when you keep like an independent variable and keep it dependent, then how come on the graph it has T on the y-axis?
Oh, that's a great question. Basically, they are, it's a good question. We write down, the functions are basically invertible and we use them both ways, is the bottom line. It doesn't, we're really writing down equilibration in Q and P. It doesn't really matter what X and Y is. We're really just writing down an equilibrium relationship. It's just the convention is to put Q on the X-axis, even though the convention will sometimes write demand curves with P on the left-hand side. The graphic convention will never change, but how I write the curves might change. How I write the equations might change. Yeah?
How did you use opportunity cost to justify like demand practically downsloping?
Great question. Okay, let's go through it. That's exactly the kind of question I want to hear this semester. The reason demand is, does someone take a crack at it? Anyone want to explain? Yeah. And speak up.
If the price is higher, in order to get that rose, you had to give up more because the price represents sort of like your opportunity.
Right. The opportunity cost of any good in the free market is its price. So as the price goes up, the opportunity cost goes up. Why? Because there's more other stuff you could have bought. So if it's $3 a rose, you could have bought, a slice of pizza and a Coke. But if it's $4 a rose, $4 a rose, you don't have enough money left to buy both the Coke and the slice of pizza. But that's a great question because that's exactly where we're going to go next. Is the next 3 lectures are going to tell you where this equation comes from. We're going to start with the basic principles of people's preferences, really almost philosophical, and we're going to derive this curve. Then after that, the next 5 lectures will be deriving this curve. We'll start with the basic principles of how firms make decisions, and we'll derive the supply curve. Yeah?
So when you say $3, is that per rose or is that for a certain quantity of roses? Is it for one rose?
Well, it depends on what I've written on the axis. You're right, this is confusing. Pedro should make a note. We should probably make this clearer next time. We should have called this number of roses, or shouldn't have been called quantity of roses. That's a great point. We should call this number of roses or boxes of roses, but it's per a quantity that's specified in the model.
Okay.
Great question. Thinking with MIT, you cannot get away with sloppiness here. I love it. Harvard, what the hell? You write whatever you want. Yeah?
Are the supply and demand curves usually linear, or are they often nonlinear?
Great question. Indeed, this is another cheat we'll do. which will often write down nonlinear representations but draw them linearly. This is a linear representation, but sometimes we'll have nonlinear curves and draw them linearly. When we do, think of it as a local approximation. Think of the linear piece as the local approximation to the larger function. Okay, great questions. I love it. Okay, now, this model raises a very important distinction that we're going to focus on this semester, and it's going to trip you up, I guarantee you, a number of times. So I want you to be very careful thinking about this, which is the distinction between positive economics and normative economics. Positive economics is the study of the way things are, while normative economics is the study of the way things should be. Okay, positive economics is the study of the way things are. Normative economics is the study of the way things should be. Okay? Now to understand this, let's consider a great example of economics at work, which is eBay. Okay? When eBay came along, okay, I know it is older than all of you, but it's younger than me. When eBay came along, economists were very excited because economists love auctions. Auctions are, if you will, the standard market that used to exist in, 15th century England. Okay? It's literally people bidding against each other in a way that reveals who wants the good the most. And what's wonderful about that, and we'll come back to this throughout the semester, is it has two great features. One is it makes sure the right amount gets produced, and two is it makes sure the people who want it the most get it. One beautiful feature of free markets is that they don't just get you to the right aggregate quantity, they also get the goods in the hands of people who are willing to pay the most for them. And that's what eBay did. Now, one auction eBay got a lot of attention, which is that somebody put their kidney for auction on eBay. They auctioned their kidney. They said, I'll give you my kidney let the bidding start at $25,000. The bidding got up to $5 million before eBay shut it down and said, no auctioning human body parts on eBay. Okay? Now, I don't know why they stopped at $5 million, not earlier, but whatever. Okay, so with this example, we can ask both a positive and a normative question. The positive question is, why did the price get so high? And here, we only need to appeal to the supply-demand model. The demand for a kidney is going to be pretty high. If you need a kidney to live, you're going to pay approximately everything you have to get it. The supply of kidneys on the free market is pretty low, like that was the only one I know of. Okay? So it's a classic case of a very high demand and a very low supply, you're going to get a very high price. And so it's not surprising the price went up and probably would have gone up further if eBay hadn't shut it down. But now we come to the normative question, which is more interesting and harder, which is, should we be allowed to sell our bodily organs on eBay? Okay? You might think that this is a question here in philosophy class, but fundamentally it's an economics question. Okay? Many folks die in America because we do not have enough organs to help those with organ failure. We have a limited supply of organs. I hope you all are organ donors on your driver's licenses. Doesn't cost you anything. You're gone anyway, and it can save a life. But many people don't do that, and even if they did, we have a higher demand for organs than we can fit. Now, if someone who wants an organ is wealthy and willing to pay a lot of money for it, and there's someone else who says, look, I got 2 kidneys, you can function just fine with one, the odds you have kidney failure is really low. Someone says, look, I am in desperate straits, I can't feed my family, I can't house my family, I could sell 1 kidney, still function fine, and change my life forever, educate my children, build a house, do the things I need to do. Why shouldn't we let that happen? So standard economics would say, great, let them auction their body parts. But in fact, there's reasons why we don't think, there's many reasons why that may not be a good outcome. What are those? What are reasons we might not want to just say, sure, let her rip? What are some reasons? Yeah, go ahead, you sure.
Maybe like black market type kidneys for
Yeah, so there's fundamentally 2 kinds of reasons. The first kind is what we'll call market failures. Market failures are something we're not going to cover for about the first 11 lectures. For the first 11 lectures, the free market is going to be king. Let me be very clear with you. Economics is fundamentally a right-wing science. Okay, as will come clear through the semester, I'm kind of a left-wing guy, but economics is pretty much a right-wing science. Basic economics says the market knows best. And there's only two reasons why you should ever interfere with the market. And the first is because for some reason the market's not working properly. This is an example. It would be fine if everyone knowledgeably went into this transaction. But what if this turns out this can cause people to like force their children to give up their kidney or do things against their will, other criminal activities? What if people don't really understand how dangerous it is to give your kidney? There's 50,000 Americans every year. There's now currently about 100,000 Americans living with hepatitis C, which causes kidney failure. Hepatitis C can live dormant for years before you know you have it. What if you give up your kidney and find out you have hepatitis C? Then you're dead. So there's lots of reasons why I think, well, maybe this market doesn't work quite as well as economists say it does. People might be misinformed. People might be forced to do it. What's interesting is the black market is not necessarily one of those reasons. And here's why. Because the black market, economists just say, is a market. Let's say eBay doesn't allow you to sell your kidneys, so you have to go sell it on the black market. Well, if there's no other market failures, that's okay. For the same reason economists think it'd be okay to sell your body parts, there's no reason why to sell your body parts on a formal market and informal market. The only reason why it would be bad would be if that informal market comes with other unsavory features, like forcing people to sell their body parts or not being informed. That's when it'd be bad. Okay? What other reasons might we care? Might be worried about people selling their kidneys? Yeah, white t-shirt in the back.
It would mean that only like really rich people would be able to get them.
Great answers, guys. The second reason we care is what we call equity or fairness, which is we might not think it's fair that rich people get to live and poor get to live longer and buy their organs and poor people don't. Okay, we might think this is that this is an unfair outcome. Now, this is what's fascinating about America, which is even though we pride ourselves on being the land of the market economy, we also care a lot about fairness as a nation. And this is viewed by many as being blatantly unfair, that the richer you are, the more you can just buy body parts off poor people. Now, here's what's a little bit sad about this class, and the sad about the limitation of only having, the number of weeks we have, which is I'm not going to talk nearly as much about equity as I'd like to. 90% of this course is going to be about efficiency. It's going to be about, does the market work? Does the market deliver the right quantity of goods? It's not about equity, which is, well, does that right quantity end up causing huge inequality in society? So that is kind of another reason why we might care. Okay, and we will discuss equity later in the semester, but unfortunately not till much later. All right, other questions or thoughts about that? Okay, let me finally talk about one last thing, which sort of seems like you got to talk about in the first lecture of an economics class, which is, what about the underlying structure of the economy? How do we think about different models of how economies function? And the fundamental conflict is between a capitalist model and a command model. The capitalist model in its purest form, what's called the laissez-faire, or let it be, model, is one where individuals decide what to produce and consume with no interference. It's a purely free market. Okay? It's a market that sort of existed 500 years ago, before we had sort of, the truth is it never existed. There's no such thing. We will do a lot of teaching by extremes in this course. We'll talk about extremes. It's a great learning device, but there's never such thing as a purely capitalistic economy. Most economies, like the US, are market-driven, but government and socially constrained. What does that mean? That means, yes, we let GM decide how many cars to produce, but we have standards on what emissions those cars can have and how safe they have to be. In a purely capitalist economy, GM could produce the most dangerous cars they wanted. No one would care. And they could be smog-laden and no one would care. Obviously, we don't have that in America. We have regulations. We have taxes on gas. We have rules on what you can learn and where you can learn it, etc. So we have what we call a sort of constrained capitalist economy, where fundamentally the decisions on what to produce and what to consume are made by individuals within a set of rules set up by the government and some also set up by social norms. Okay? Now, the opposite extreme is what we call a command economy. And we actually had almost the closest model that could exist to this, which was the Soviet Union of my youth. The Soviet Union of my youth, it's typically associated with communism, although it doesn't have to be. Command economies don't have to be associated with communism. Germany in World War II was a command economy in the service of fascism. But it's typically associated with communism. It's what we call a command economy. In that extreme, the government makes all production allocation decisions. People don't decide what they get. The government decides what they get. So it's the other extreme. There's no free transactions. It's the government making all the rules, not just about how much should be produced, but who gets what's produced. Okay, so in the free market, the market, subject to a set of government sort of, you guys have bowled. There's like the bumpers you can put up when you're a little kid and you bowl and they keep the ball in that bowling lane. So think of the government, in a capitalist economy as those sort of, those guides on the side that help keep the ball in the lane. But you get to throw the ball and decide which pin you're going to go for. In a command economy, they tell you go to the end of the lane and knock down pin 7. Okay? It's a very different model. Now, in theory, the argument for the command model is that it can ensure that the right goods get produced and distributed as fairly as possible. The theory is quite simple. It goes back to Karl Marx. The theory makes a lot of sense, which is, look, the government's job is to make sure society is as well off as possible. It does that by making sure the right things get produced and get to the right people. And we can't trust the market to do that. Only the government can do that. Okay? This is a great argument in theory. In practice, it doesn't work. And it doesn't work for two reasons. First of all, it's just too damn hard to make all those decisions. Any government, no matter how large and how benevolent, cannot make the enormous, massive quantity of billions and billions of decisions that need to be made. Think about every good we consume in America. A government deciding how much of it to make and literally who gets it. Okay? It's overwhelming. Governments can't do it. So that led to things like in East Germany. I was in East Germany a year ago, and I went to the Museum of East Germany, and they talk about how back in communist days in East Germany, no one had cars, but they had so much bread they would feed bread to their pigs for food. Okay, because the government sort of screwed up and decided commanded too much bread and too few cars. Okay, that's natural. It's going to happen. It's just too hard. Okay, the second problem is that human nature being what it is, a command economy inevitably leads to massive corruption. Because when a handful of people are in charge of deciding everything, of course they're going to make their lives the best first. So I'm not saying there's not corruption in capitalist economies, but it's sort of inherent in a command economy. It's inherent because you're giving a set of people the power to decide who gets what, and it's inevitably in human nature to still decide to give themselves the most and first. So that is really why the Soviet Union collapsed, because the command economy simply couldn't get it done. And let's be clear, it did not appear inevitable. In the 1950s, there was huge envy in the US of what the Soviet Union was accomplishing. They came out of a devastating war and built a manufacturing base that was the envy of the entire world, even the US, almost overnight. It was incredible. And a lot of people questioned whether that might, after all, not be the right model. It turns out over about 30 years it fell apart because it just wasn't sustainable. Now, the alternative, of course, is the US economy. The capital economy, which operates by what the father of economics, Adam Smith, calls the invisible hand. The notion of the invisible hand is you don't need a government to make all these decisions because the market makes it for you. The invisible hand of the market decides how much you get produced and who should get it. Not through any one person making decisions, but just through people coming together in a market and working together to make those decisions. And that's what we'll teach you this semester, how the market works and how that invisible hand can lead through the magic of the market to the right goods being produced and getting in the hands of the right people. Okay? So that's a huge advantage, and it's worked. America's the richest nation in the world. We've grown rapidly for centuries now, and we are, and we're very successful. On the other hand, it leads to tremendous inequality, because the right person to have the good is the person who can pay the most for it. Right? In the command economy, the right person to have the good, corruption aside, is who needs it the most. If we take our kidney example, the command economy would say, well, let's find the person close to death and give them the kidney. The capitalist economy would say, let's find the person willing to pay the most to give them the kidney. Well, that's unfair. And that is an inevitable outcome of a capitalist economy. America is the most unequal major nation in the world. Our inequality dwarfs what we see in other countries around the world. The top 1% of Americans control 25% of all the income in the US, which is at least 5% higher than any other major nation in the world. Okay? So we have large inequality because basically it's inevitable in a market that'll happen because people who want to pay the most get the stuff. Okay? So that gives you the trade-off. The consensus, I would say, among virtually every economist is that a command economy is not the way to go. The debate is within the capitalist model, how far the government should intervene. If you look at countries like Europe, they have a much more interventionist economy. You often hear Europe countries being called socialist. They're not socialist. Socialist means the government controls the industry. Socialist would be consumers still get to decide what to buy, but the government produces everything. The government runs the banks, the government runs the airplanes, the government decides how much steel to produce, so in some sense, a socialist is sort of halfway between capitalist and command economy, where the government does the production, but market forces decide the allocation. That's not true in any other major country in the world, okay? These countries are all different levels of constrained capitalist economies. They're all different width of those bowling alleys, okay? In Europe and many European nations, they have much more constrained capitalist economies, much higher taxes, much more government intervention, also much more equal. And what we'll be talking about this semester, and what I focus on much more in my course 1441, is how do we think about those trade-offs between a freer economy, which is larger, but leads to more inequality in the US, and a less free economy with less inequality. Okay? So to guide you to where we're going to go, I'm really big on sort of making sure you have a big picture of where we are in this class. And once again, if you're confused not just about the little picture, but the big picture, let's talk. I do urge people to come talk to me. My rule is if it's like a question about a problem set, go see the TAs. If it's a question about like, I don't understand a concept, or I want to just talk about economics in general, or life in general, or music, or whatever, then come see me, okay? And I really do urge you folks to come see me. Now that I'm chairman, I have to be around all the time, so I'm around plenty of time. Please just make an appointment and come see me. So where we're going to go from here. What we're going to do, like I said, is the next few lectures we're going to map out what makes a demand curve. Then we're going to map out what makes a supply curve. Then we're going to put them together and talk about, basically, in some sense, come back to where we started. But now with an understanding of what demand and supply mean and why the equilibrium makes sense. We'll then turn to normative economics and talk about why the market equilibrium is really the best outcome. We're then going to start to talk about where the standard, so we'll spend about the first, I would say, half of the class on the standard economic model. The second half of the class will be focused on where the standard model breaks down. What happens when there's monopolies, like Google, effectively a monopoly on search engines? What happens when we want to trade with other countries? What happens when we have to decide how much to save and how hard to work? What happens when we have to decide where to invest and what to do about global warming? These are all the questions we'll tackle in the second half of the class. Okay? So let me stop there, and I hope I'll be seeing you all every Monday and Wednesday. Thank you. So today we are going to talk about where consumer decisions come from. Remember last lecture we built a supply curve and demand curve, and I just sort of made them up. And I said now we're going to start to go back and build up where they come from. And today we'll start with the demand curve and start by talking about consumer preferences. Okay? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to understand how consumers make choices. Now essentially, as I mentioned last time, consumers make constrained choices. They essentially make themselves as well off as possible, subject to a limited budget. What we're going to start with today is forget the limited budget. Imagine we just all won the Mega Millions. Okay, there's no budget. We're just going to ask what do consumers want and not worry about how they're going to pay for it. Okay, so today we're going to talk about preferences. We're talking about what consumers want and how we translate those wants and desires into a mathematical formulation that allows us to derive demand curves. Okay? So basically, we're going to do this. We're going to ultimately, for consumer demand, proceed in 3 steps. The first step is we're going to write down our underlying assumptions about consumer preferences. We're going to talk about how consumers, talk about a set of axioms that determine the rules of consumer preferences across goods. We'll then translate those set of axioms to a mathematical function we call the utility function, which is a mathematical expression of consumer preferences. And then next time, we'll introduce the budget constraint and talk about how consumers make choices given this mathematical utility function and given the budget constraint they face. Okay, so that's the roadmap of where we're going. Okay, so today we're going to talk about preferences, axiomatic rules of preferences, and how they translate into the mathematical rules that govern individual decisions. So to do this, let's start by talking about preferences. And let's talk about the key assumptions we are going to make in modeling consumer preferences. So remember, all models make simplifying assumptions. We're going to make, all inexact models make simplifying assumptions. We're going to make 3 assumptions here. The first assumption we're going to make, so what are the key assumptions? The first assumption we're going to make is completeness. That is, we are going to assume that when consumers are faced with 2 choices, they're either going to prefer one or prefer the other or be indifferent. But they're going to have an opinion. They're not going to say, I don't know. Okay, consumers will have opinions over all possible choices. They'll like one better than another or they'll be indifferent. But they'll have opinions over all possible choices. It's a complete set of preferences. The second thing is the same assumption we've been making since kindergarten in all our math classes, which is transitivity. Okay, which is the classic, if you prefer A to B and B to C, you must prefer A to C. I'm pretty sure all MIT students know transitivity by now. Okay, so that is the second key assumption, which is once again not a big deal. The third assumption is where economics gets its power. The third assumption is a new one, which we call the assumption of non-satiation, or new to you. The assumption of non-satiation, or basically more is always better. Okay? The third assumption, so these assumptions are standard assumptions you make in math class. Complete choice sets, transitivity. Non-satiation is new to you. That's the assumption that basically more is always better. Now, it doesn't mean more makes you equally happy. It doesn't mean the 10th thing makes you as happy as the 9th thing. It just means the 10th thing is always better than not having it. More is always better. Okay? So basically, if you're offered something for free, you'll always take it. Okay? It's always better than not having it. That's because we live in a world of goods. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, well, if someone offered me for free, you know, to stick me in the eye with a needle, I wouldn't take that. And you're right, because that's a bad, for most people, I guess. But we're going to operate in the world of goods. So as long as things are goods, we always want more. Now, with those in mind, we can develop what we call indifference curves, which are essentially preference maps. We're going to map people's preferences into a set of what we call indifference curves. So to do this, let's start with a simple example. Okay? Imagine at the beginning of the semester, and your parents are going to give you some money to buy the 2 things you care about, slice of pizza and cookies. That's all you care about in this world. Once again, as someone asked last time, we're with simplifying 2-dimensional assumptions. In reality, of course, you care about buying 20 different things, but the underlying logic won't change. The math will just get harder, and the graphs will become multidimensional and hard to see. So we're going to start with 2 goods, but everything we do here works with 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. goods. Okay? Just harder math and graphics. So let's say I have 2 goods, and let's say you're going to face 3 choices. Choice A is you can have 2 slices of pizza and 1 cookie. Choice B is you can have 2 cookies. You can have, 1 slice of pizza and 2 cookies. Or choice C is you can have 2 slices of pizza and 2 cookies. Those are your 3 choices you're facing. Okay? And let's assume, given my preferences, that I'm indifferent between A and B. Let's assume that given my preference, I'm indifferent between those 2. Now, where does that come from? Well, we're going to take preferences as primitives. We're not going to question where preferences come from. People are going to have their preferences. It's genetics or nature or nurture or whatever. That's something we delve more deeply into when we think about deeper economics. But for this class, we're going to take preferences given. So I have a set of preferences such that I'm indifferent between those 2 choices. But I prefer option C to both. Okay, I'm indifferent between A and B, but I prefer C. Okay, so we can now graph my preferences. Andrew, can I get a copy of the handout? So we can now graph my preferences. And the graph of my preferences is shown in figure 2.1. Okay, everyone should have a handout. Remember, they'll always be in the back when you come in. Please make sure you grab them as you come in. Figure 2.1 is a map of my preferences. Okay, on the x-axis, okay, is, I believe, I'm going to look at yours for a second. You can look at your neighbors. On the x-axis is cookies. On the y-axis is slices of pizza. Okay, so indifferent maps are essentially maps of how you choose between two goods you're choosing from. Okay, so basically, this is your indifference map. Thank you. This is your indifference map. And what you see is we have mapped the 3 points A, B, and C. A is two slices of pizza and one cookie. B is 2 cookies and 1 slice of pizza. C is 2 of both. And we have drawn a curve between A and B. We label this an indifference curve. It's an indifference curve because I said you're indifferent between A and B. So there's one indifference curve goes through both A and B because you're indifferent between those choices. Remember, completeness says you can't not care. Completeness says you have to choose, but it's okay to be indifferent. Okay? But point C is on a higher indifference curve because you prefer point C to both. Okay? So there's going to be 4 properties of indifference curves. These indifference curves, which you're going to work with extensively throughout the semester, are going to have 4 properties. Properties of indifference curves. First property, okay, is consumers prefer higher indifference curves. So the further out the indifference curve is, the more preferred it is. Okay? And that just follows from non-satiation. More is better. So quantities that are further out away from the origin are better. Okay? The second property is indifference curves are downward sloping. We're not saying anything about the shape yet, just the slope. That indifference curves are downward sloping. And once again, this follows from non-satiation. Why? Because if indifference curves were upward sloping, you wouldn't satisfy non-satiation. Look at figure 2.2 with an upward sloping indifference curve. This is just one particular kind of upward sloping difference curve, but it's true for all of them. If the difference curve is upward sloping, that means you'd be indifferent between 1 cookie and 1 slice of pizza and 2 cookies and 2 slices of pizza. That would violate non-satiation. You can't be indifferent between less and more. You have to always like more better. So difference curves have to be downward sloping through non-satiation. Okay? The third is indifference curves never cross. Indifference curves never cross. And the reason because the difference curves can't cross is because that would violate transitivity and more is better. So let's look at figure 2.3 with crossing indifference curves. Okay? In this graph, figure 2.3, A and B are on the same indifference curve, and A and C are on the same indifference curve. That means you must be indifferent between A and B, and indifferent between A and C. Well, if you're indifferent between A and C, by transitivity, you must be indifferent between B and C. But that can't be true. You can't be different between B and C because B is more than C. Okay, B is a dominant. You get the same amount of cookies and more pizza. So you, by definition, have to like B better than C. So you can't be, it violates jointly transitivity and non-satiation. Okay? So that's the third property. And the fourth property is basically completeness, which we express as only one indifference curve through any given point. You can't have 2 indifference curves that cross through 1 point. Okay? So one IC through any given point. Per point. Per precise allocation, there'll be 1, because otherwise you wouldn't know how to feel. Okay? There has to be 1 indifference curve through every precise point. Okay? So with these rules in mind, let's talk about how you can use indifference curves. Here's how I learned about indifference curves. When I was a student in 1401, Here's how I learned indifference curves. Actually, it was a semester later. I still didn't quite understand why I left 1401, because I was as smart as you all. Okay, but I had a year op. And my year op was with a graduate student. And this graduate student was trying to decide on where to go for their job. And they said to me, look, we can express an indifference curve. This is one of the few graphs I'll draw for you this semester. He said, look, there's two things I care about. I care about school quality, like how highly ranked is where I'm going to go, are my colleagues the smartest, etc. And I care about location, which is how's the weather. Well, this is weather. Okay? And he had two choices. His choices were Princeton, great quality, mediocre weather, or Santa Cruz, not as good quality, great weather. You know, to Santa Cruz, I don't know how anybody studies there. You can like walk out, steps out and surf. Okay? And he basically said, look, at this point, I'm indifferent. I'm indifferent between better job at Princeton, but mediocre weather, and a worse job at Santa Cruz. No offense to Santa Cruz. Princeton's an amazing place. Santa Cruz is still a great place, but it's not Princeton. Okay? A worse job at Santa Cruz and awesome weather and being able to surf every day. So he said, I'm indifferent. He said, in the end, what did he decide to do? In the end, he decided to go to a place called the IMF, which is not the thing from the Tom Cruise movies, but actually the International Monetary Fund. Because that was in D.C., which had better weather, and so it wasn't as good a job as Princeton. This is Princeton, this is Santa Cruz. But it was better weather. It wasn't as good weather as Santa Cruz, but it was a better job. And he decided that combination made him happier. Is he right? No, he's not right. There's no sense of right. Preferences are your preferences. Okay? You might all feel very differently about this set of choices. Doesn't mean anybody's preferences are correct or wrong. Okay? This is just how we thought about this job choice and how we used an indifference map to explain it. Okay? Questions about that? Questions about how these indifference curves work? Yeah? Speak loudly so everyone can hear. Thanks.
What would an indifference curve where you prioritize quality a little bit more?
That's a great question. So basically, once again, the question is, well, how do you put quality into this framework? Well, essentially, what you would do is you would say, then I have two dimensions, be quality and quantity of one good. You'd have to add either a third dimension, or you say it's a different choice. So we'll do a lot in this course. You can think of sequential choices. So let's say, for example, you want to decide between cookies and pizza. You decide, and now within cookies, you want to decide, okay, you decide, I want to allocate $6 to cookies. Now you say my choice is one unbelievable $6 cookie or 6 terrible $1 cookies. That's a new indifference curve. You've already decided first how much you're going to spend on cookies. Then you decide, so we can always break any monstrous decision into a set of sequential two-dimensional decisions. So that's how you do it. Okay, good question. Other questions? Yeah?
So like for number 4, like completeness,
Yeah.
one curve per point, is that like same as like in every classroom?
Yeah, I always get that question. It's technically different, but effectively the same. Okay, good. If I don't see your hand, by the way, shout out. It's a big classroom. Okay, so now we're going to move on from preferences and go on to talking about utility. Okay, point 2, topic 2, utility. Okay, so basically, underlying where preferences come from is a mathematical function we call the utility function. It's basically how we mathematically represent these graphical indifference curves. Okay? So for example, a common form of utility function we'll use a lot this semester, okay, is the log utility function, which we express the form utility is the square root, in this case, of pizza slices times the number of cookies. That is a mathematical representation of preferences. It says my utility is the square root of the number of slices of pizza times the number of cookies. S stands for pizza because it's slices, because we use P elsewhere for prices. I don't want to be confusing. Okay? So that says, note this is consistent with what I wrote up there about indifference curves. 2 slices of pizza and 1 cookie gives me square root of 2 utility. 1 slice of pizza and 2 cookies gives me square root of 2 utility. So I'm indifferent. 2 slices of pizza and 2 cookies gives me 2 utility. So I'm happier. So this is consistent with the indifference curves. Yeah? That's a different, you could write down, like I said, I'm not judging anybody's preferences, but that would be a different mathematical function. This is one of an infinite set of mathematical functions to write down. This is not a true representation. This is an example. You can write any utility function you guys want to think of, we can write it down, and we'll write down many of them this semester. But I need to work with this one first till we understand the rules. Yeah?
It was like S times C, but when the surface curve is the same, so why would you specify for S times C?
Well, no, but it shows you're indifferent between S and C, but it would show that you prefer more of both. But it's true, it shows you're indifferent between S times C. That's absolutely right. Between what?
Like between like if they square root of
Same as what?
like because if we set like U equals a constant for both types of functions, why do we need square root? Yeah, why do we need square root?
Oh, that's a great point. That's an excellent point. The reason we're going to need square root is because it's a form of preferences it's a rule on preference is going to help us do a lot of things well in this semester. I'll explain that in 1 minute. It's a good question. Now I understand. Thank you. Yes, in fact, that question leads to a natural next question, which is what the hell is utility? What does it mean? And the answer is utility means nothing cardinally. It only has meanings ordinally. That's what I mean is a utility of 3 is a meaningless concept. Utility only matters in an ordinal sense, in the sense of ranking choices. So utility functions will simply be mappings that we use to rank choices, not mappings that we use to say this choice is 50% better than that choice. It's only for ranking. So the number itself doesn't matter. And by that same question, well, the ranking of S times C was the same as the ranking of squared S times C. So why do we write it that way? Okay? And the reason we write it that way is because the utility functions of this general form, of this power form of less than 1, will deliver an important real-world consequence. And we see that through the notion of marginal utility. Okay, so once again, this is just one form of preferences. The question is absolutely right. This mapping would work just fine as S times C, or S squared times C squared, or S to the millionth times C to the millionth. Because the numbers don't matter, it's the ranking that matters. All those deliver the same ranking. But those functions deliver something very different, which would violate the way we think about the real world. Which is that basically the fundamental driver of all consumer decisions we'll make this semester. Remember I said everything, I'm going to tell you 100 times things are really important. This is really important. Okay? The fundamental driver is the key assumption that we make of diminishing marginal utility. That is, we assume more is better, but the next unit is not quite as good as the one before. We assume marginal utility diminishes. We assume each additional unit makes you less happy than the one before, which wouldn't be true if we didn't have the square root function there. Okay? Why do we assume that? Because it makes sense. Okay, it makes sense that basically the 10th slice of pizza makes you less happy than the 9th slice of pizza. It makes sense that the 5th cookie makes you less happy than the 4th cookie. It makes sense that your 5th favorite movie makes you less happy than your 4th favorite movie. Now, it could be tiny increments between them, but it makes sense that when you rank things, the next one is worth less. Okay? So for example, let's go to figure 2.4. And let's hold the number of pizza slices. By the way, Andrew, we should change that to, instead of holding pizza, say hold pizza slices. Okay? Let's change the number of pizza slices constant at 2. Let's assume you for sure decide you want 2 slices of pizza. Now you're going to ask yourself, how does my utility vary as I have additional cookies? The answer is, if I have 1 cookie, my utility is 1.4 square root of 2. If I have 2 cookies, my utility is 2. If I have 3 cookies, it's 2.45, and so on. Okay? Basically, what you see is that the incremental utility from each additional cookie is falling. That's shown in figure 2-5. Figure 2-5 illustrates diminishing marginal utility. Each additional cookie makes you less happy, holding constant the number of pizzas. Okay? So basically, this is an enormously sensible assumption. It's an assumption. As I said, no one can tell you what your preferences should be. But it turns out we think most people's preferences satisfy the principle of diminishing marginal utility. And that is going to drive a lot of the mathematics we're going to do this semester. It's not, we will give you examples where it's not true. We'll give you examples of increasing margin utility and constant margin utility and have you discuss them. But we're going to generally assume diminishing. Question?
The utility of the equation on the board, does it violate non-satiation because it implies that if there's no pizza, but you have cookies, then there's no utility?
That's a great question. That's essentially in this, with these preferences, it would say that essentially your preferences are such that if you can't have a cookie, you don't care how much pizza you get. That doesn't violate non-satiation because basically that is, non-satiation says more of everything is better. It doesn't say more of one thing is better. More of any one thing is better. Non-satiation says more of everything is better. It can't be true that if you get more of everything, you're better off. It can be true getting more of one thing doesn't make you better off. So think about left shoes and right shoes. Okay? It doesn't matter how many, if you only have one left shoe, it doesn't matter how many right shoes you have. So it doesn't violate more is better. It's just, but you'd be better off with 2 left shoes and 2 right shoes than 1 left shoe and 1 right shoe. Yeah, good question. Good, I love these questions. Thank you so much. Okay, so basically, with that in mind, let's talk about how do we can now go back and ask, well, what drives the shape and slope of indifference curves? Okay, so what is the slope of the indifference curve? The slope of the indifference curve is the rate at which we're willing to trade off, just definitionally, mathematically, the rate at which we're willing to trade off slices of pizza for cookies, okay? The rate at which we're willing to trade off basically one good for another, okay? So we'll call that delta S, delta C, is the slope at any point, that's the slope of the indifference curve. The rate at which you're willing to trade the good on the y-axis for the good on the x-axis. We're going to just define it this way for convenience. Obviously, you can invert it, it doesn't change anything. But for convenience, we'll always think of it this way. The rate at which you're willing to trade the good on the y-axis for the good on the x-axis. Okay? And we're going to call this the marginal rate of substitution. The MRS, a key concept for this class, the MRS, the marginal rate of substitution. Okay? That is the rate at which you're willing to trade off the good on the y-axis for the good on the x-axis. Okay? Now, you're not really trading. We're not in some ancient barter system where you're trading pizza for cookies. But effectively, you are because of opportunity cost. Given a budget, we haven't given you a budget yet, but next time we will. Given a budget, any money you spend on pizza, you can't spend on cookies, and vice versa. So effectively, it's a trade. By buying a slice of pizza, you're essentially trading away cookies. Not the only trading away, but trading away the money you could use to buy cookies. Okay? So in a world with only 2 goods, whenever you buy one, you're trading away the other. Now, it doesn't operate directly, it operates through the budget constraint, but that's the way to think about it. So you're substituting pizza for cookies. Now, how does this relate to the utility function? Well, here's what's kind of cool. Okay? Think about an incremental move along an indifference curve. An incremental move along a indifference curve is essentially you're giving up a little slice of pizza to get a little more cookie on the margin. So that's saying you give up delta S times the margin utility of slice. So you give up a little bit of slice of pizza, which you liked MUS, that's your margin utility for pizza. And you're getting a little more cookie, which you value at your margin utility for cookies. Okay, that's the equation of, that's a delta along that curve. Okay, you give up a little pizza, which costs you margin utility of pizza. You get some cookies, which gains you margin utility of cookies. Okay, rewriting this, we get that delta S, delta C, which I said is the MRS, is equal to minus MUC over MUS. The MRS is the ratio of margin utilities. That is, the slope of the indifference curve is the ratio of the margin utilities. And that's how we tie the math and the graph together. That's how we bring the math and the graph together. That basically the slope of the indifference curve is the MRS, is the negative opposite of the ratio of margin utilities. Now, this is very tricky. Here's the one thing you need to keep in mind, which is to remember that the reason there's a negative sign is that margin utilities are negative functions of quantity. The more you get, the lower your marginal utility is. Utility is a positive function of quantity. But because of diminishing marginal utility is a negative function of quantity. Got to embed that in your brain. Okay, more is better says utility is a positive function of quantity, except of course in this important case as pointed out there, positive function of both things going up. But marginal utility is a negative function of quantity. Okay, you're less happy by the next incremental unit than you were by the ones before. Okay, so basically, as you get fewer slices and more cookies, what is happening? Well, the marginal utility of slices is rising. You're giving up pizza slices, so your marginal utility is going up. The marginal utility of cookies is falling. Okay, so what you get is basically a decline in the value of the MRS. The marginal utility of pizzas is slightly rising. Okay, marginal utility of cookies is slightly falling. This ratio falls, so the MRS falls. So you get this downward sloping indifference curve. Okay, so this is sort of hard. So let's see this mathematically and graphically. Let's start with the math. Okay, let's start with the math. Okay, we said utility is the square root of S times C. Okay, so what is the marginal utility of cookies? Well, we're just going to differentiate this with respect to C. Differentiate this function with respect to C. What do you get? So delta U, delta C, you get 0.5 times the number of slices of pizza over the square root of S times C. Okay? What is the marginal utility of pizza? Slice of pizza. You get du ds equals 0.5 times C over square root of S times C. And once again, I apologize for the handwriting. Please ask if it's not clear. Okay? So I'm just differentiating this function to get the two marginal utilities. Okay? If I take, based on these two marginal utilities, the MRS, which is the negative of the ratio, the MRS equals minus S over C. For this particular example, these aren't general rules I'm deriving here. For this example, the MRS is minus S over C. So basically, what the MRS is showing you is that the MRS for slice of cookies, for slice of pizza opposed to cookies, is rising as you get more slices and falling as you get more cookies. So let's see this in figure 2.6. Okay? Figure 2.6 shows the indifference curve again, but now with the MRSs plotted. Remember, the indifference curve is not linear in this case. So MRS changes along the indifference curve. So I'm giving you local approximations to the MRS at different points of the indifference curve. But it's very important to remember, this is key, because of the diminishing utility, you are going to get, yeah?
So like in this formula, like the marginal utility is given that by differentiation, right?
Right.
But in like figure 2.5 is by
Yeah. Figure 2.5 is just giving you local approximations. Those points are solved by differentiation, but those are local approximations. Okay? Yep. So basically, that's the thing. Our graphs are never going to be as precise as our math because we essentially want to use linear mathematics for nonlinear graphs, and so we're going to end up with a lot of local approximations. Okay? So basically, in other words, at point A, okay, at point A, you have 4 slices of pizza and 1 cookies. At point B, you have 2 of each. And at point C, you have 4 cookies and 1 slice of pizza. And according to this utility function, you're indifferent. Right? All those give 2 as the utility. All those combinations give you utility of 2. You're indifferent. Okay? Now, but at point A, even though you're different between all 6 points, they have very different MRSs. At point A, the MRS is minus 4. You would be willing to give up 4 slices of pizza to get 1 cookie. At point C, the MRS is minus 1/4. You'd be willing to give up only 1 slice of pizza to get 4 cookies. Why? What's changed between points A and C? Why has the MRS changed so radically between points A and C? Yeah. What, sorry? You have fewer slices of pizza, exactly. So basically, what's happening is as your slice of pizza falls, and then by definition your cookies goes up, your marginal utility of pizza rises and your marginal utility cookies fall. When you're at point A, you really want pizza. You're happy to give cookies to get pizza. Because you really want cookies. I'm sorry, my bad. At point A, you really want cookies. You got 4 slices of pizza. You're full already. You want a cookie. Okay? When you're at point C, it's like, what are you going to do with 4 cookies? You're not going to have enough protein in your dinner. Your mom will be upset. Okay? So you basically want to trade some of those cookies back for some pizza. Okay? And then at point B, you see the MRS is -1, because given this utility function, at that point, you're essentially indifferent. You're indifferent between pizza and cookies at point B. Okay? So that is why we graph the indifference curves in this way as concave indifference curves, concave to the origin, because basically we want to satisfy this principle of diminishing marginal rate of substitution. For those of you who really want to be technical, the real technical definition is diminishing marginal rate of substitution. You don't always have to have diminishing utility. We generally do. You can write down functions which don't have diminishing utility but do have diminishing marginal rate of substitution if you are so inclined. The technical definition is that what drives utility theory is diminishing marginal rates of substitution, but almost always will have diminishing marginal utility as well. That's all I'll say about it. You can forget it if you want, but if it's bugging you, that's why. Okay? Now, consider what would be like, I'm sorry, so it's convex to the origin, my bad, I'm sorry, convex to the origin indifference curves. Convex indifference curves. Consider what it would be like with a concave to the origin indifference curve, as in figure 2.7. Consider what life would be like. We often do proofs by the negative. Okay, this is for the utility function. Figure 2.7 is drawn for the utility function x squared plus y squared equals 65. That's the utility function that's graphed there. I should say s squared plus, I shouldn't say x and y. I should say s squared plus c squared equals 65. Okay, now once again, you can't tell me that utility function is wrong. People have different preferences. But it doesn't satisfy what we would think is a common sense principle, which is that would say that when you have 8 slices of pizza and 1 cookie, you'd be willing to give up, when you have 8 slices of pizza and 1 cookie, you would give up only 1/8 of a slice of pizza to get a cookie. So you really wouldn't give up much pizza to get a cookie. And yet, when you're down all the way of having 7 cookies and 4 slices of pizza, then you give up almost 2 slices of pizza to have a cookie. It doesn't make sense. Why would you give up more pizza when you have less pizza? When you already have 8 slices of pizza, why are you less willing to give up a pizza for a cookie than when you have more slices of pizza, when you have fewer slices of pizza and more cookies? It doesn't make sense. That's why we generally, now, it doesn't make sense. Let's be clear. I'm not saying it is inconsistent with reality. Okay? Like I said, we don't have strict laws like equal MC squared in this class. There's someone out there who has these preferences. I guarantee it. What I'm saying is most people do not. And so we're going to try to, in this class, like I said, make a series of simplifying assumptions that explain most of reality, even though they explain 100% of reality. Okay? And diminishing MRS is one of those assumptions. Okay? And that's why diminishing MRS makes sense, because it delivers the fact that the more you have of one good, the less you care about having the next unit of it. Okay, let me stop there. Questions about that? This is really, really important for all of consumer theory. It's actually going to be important for production theory, too, this general notion of diminishing. Production theory, we call it diminishing marginal product, but it's going to be the same sort of thing. So questions about where this all comes from? Okay? You know, throughout this class, you want to ask yourself, does this pass the mom test? That is, could you go home and explain this to your non-economist mom? And you should understand this well enough that you can. Okay, I don't know if she'd be interested, but it doesn't matter. She's your mom. She has to listen to you. So basically, make sure you understand it that well. Okay, now, let's go to an example. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
What's the point of a concave indifference curve?
The only point of a concave indifference curve would represent the set of preferences I wrote there. I mean, there's no point or not point. It's just simply saying that there exists someone in the world who has that utility function, and this is their preferences. But you won't generally ever see one. Does that make sense? All right. Okay, so let's go to an example. There's actually a wonderful example of diminishing marginal utility and how it operates in the real world, which is different sizes of consumer goods, of consumer consumption goods. So for example, at Starbucks, according to Alex's detailed research, you can get a tall iced coffee for $4.55, or you can get twice as much coffee, whatever the hell they call the big one, for 90 more cents. So $4.55 for the smallest, 90 cents more to double your amount of coffee. Or McDonald's, a small Coke is $2.29. A large Coke, which is more than twice as big, is $2.99. So essentially, you are paying much less to increase the quantity. Why is that? Yeah, loudly so we can hear. Go ahead.
Because you get less marginal utility from getting the next unit of drink.
Exactly. So you think about yourself walking to McDonald's on a hot day, okay, or Starbucks on a cold day, and you really need to be sated. You're either very, very cold or very hot. You need to be sated. But a small will get you most of the way there. Now, a large is better. Buy more is better. But it's not as much better. You just need it to be sated. You need to make sure you got your liquids in. So you're not willing to pay as much for the incremental quantity. You're not willing to pay as much. And the key thing is that basically that companies recognize this. And this is where we start to dip into producer theory. Companies are making their business decisions based on what they know about consumer preferences. This is why someone asked, why we ever have a concave indifference curve. This is why companies don't believe there are concave indifference curves, because they price this way. They know that most people care less about the additional 16 ounces than they do about the first 16 ounces. Now, if maybe you all thought that was common sense, or maybe you never thought about why that is. But this is, once again, an illustration of how a common phenomenon in society that exists everywhere can be explained by what's an incredibly simple model. Remember, we came into this class knowing nothing about utility and all that stuff. I've already gone and explained an incredibly important phenomenon in the world. And there's many other choices and things that you'll see that can be explained by this model. Okay? Questions about that? Yeah?
So how does that benefit Starbucks or McDonald's? Because it still costs them the same amount to produce
Great question. So I want to answer that. How does it benefit Starbucks or McDonald's? Yeah? Yeah, so basically, if they price, essentially the calculation, we aren't going to producer theory yet, but I'll give you a heads up. The calculation McDonald's and Starbucks are doing are, you're right, let's say the first, the cost, the inputs of stuff are so cheap. You'd be disgusted how McDonald's for their sodas, it's probably about 3 to 4 cents for them to make a soda in terms of the marginal cost of a soda. Okay, so let's say it's 3 cents for a small and 4 cents for a large. Okay, so basically, if preferences were such, and you can write preferences this way, where I never want anything more than a small, literally our stomachs can't hold more than a small, then nobody would pay a penny more for a large and they wouldn't make it. But nobody's that way. Most people pay a penny more for a large. So then your question is, how much more can I charge before people don't want the larges anymore? And that's essentially the calculation they're doing. They've computed, and they've got hundreds of people doing this all the time, saying, look, if we charge 69 cents, people buy the large. If we charge 70 cents, people buy a couple fewer larges, but we make 1 cent more. But once we go above 71, it no longer makes sense. And that's essentially the business decision-making we'll talk about in a few lectures, which is how do businesses decide how to set their prices. Here we're just showing businesses set their prices in response to a principle we now know is generally true, which is diminishing marginal rate of substitution. Other questions? Good question. Other questions? All right, well, let's stop there. It's a little early, but that's all I got for today. So we will come back on Wednesday, and we'll talk about what happens when you actually have a limit on how much you can spend. We are talking about how consumers make decisions. Last time we talked about preferences and utility functions, and we let you have as much money as you want. Today's the bad news. Today we impose a budget constraint and talk about how consumers actually make decisions realistically when they face a limit on their resources. And that's what we focus on today. So let's start by talking about what budget constraints are. Budget constraints. And let's start by talk about budget constraint construction. We're going to go back to our example of pizza and cookies. And in particular, for the next, 19 lectures, we are going to make the critical assumption that your budget equals your income. That is, there is no saving or borrowing. You consume all your income. Okay, we'll come back and talk about how people make savings and borrowing decisions later. Sadly, this is not a terrible approximation for Americans. The average American has less than $1,000 in available savings to access. So actually saying your consumption equals your income is not a terrible approximation to the way most people in America have to live their lives today. Okay? But it's very important to remember, it's not we're saying people don't save and borrow, they do both. We're just going to leave that complication to later and assume that every penny you have, you're going to spend on consumption goods. And in this case, it's just two consumption goods, slice of pizza and cookies. So you're going to write your budget constraint as your income, okay, equals the number of cookies times the price of cookies plus the number of slices of pizza times the price of a slice of pizza. Okay? That is, your total spending on cookies will be the number of cookies you eat times the price per cookie. Your total spending on pizza slices will be the number of slices you eat times your spending per slice. And that will add up to your income, because you got to spend your income. And that leads us to what we see in figure 3.1, which is the budget constraint, something you'll become very, very familiar with over the coming weeks. Okay? It's just a graph of this representation. The x-axis represents how many cookies you get if you spend all your income on cookies, which is your income divided by the price of cookies. The y-axis represents how much you get if you spend all your income on slices of pizza, which is your income divided by the cost of a slice of pizza. And the slope, critically, is the opposite is the negative price ratio. Critically, the slope is the negative of the price ratio, minus PC over PS. Okay? This is critical, and we're going to come back to why this is such a critical concept, the slope of the budget constraint. But let's start with an example. Imagine that your income's $24, that the price of cookies is $2, and the price of a slice of pizza is $4. Okay? Imagine those are the parameters you were given. Now you might ask, where's your income come from? Where's the price of cookies come from? Where's the price of slices come from? These two things, we will tell you where they come from when we get to consumer theory, producer theory. We'll talk to you about how firms set these prices. But in consumer theory, we're taking them as given. Okay? So for the consumer theory part of the course, for this lecture and next lecture, okay, we take these things as given. We get to producer theory, we derive where they come from. Income comes from how hard you work and what are the sources of income you have. We'll talk about that in a few lectures. For the next couple lectures, we'll take that as given. So for today's purposes, you are given an income, you're given prices, and you have to decide how you're going to optimize your bundle, given your preferences and given that budget constraint. And what's cool about this course, like I said, it's a layered course. We'll come back and tell you where all these things come from, but we go step by step to develop it. Right now, we take the step of those things as given. Okay? Now, what this means is the slope of the budget constraint in this example is minus 1/2. So minus the price of cookies over the price of a slice of pizza is minus 1/2. That's the slope of the budget constraint. And we're going to call this the marginal rate of transformation. Remember, yes, last time we had the marginal rate of substitution? This is the marginal rate of transformation. This is the rate at which you can effectively transform cookies into a slice of pizza. Now, this is not a course about alchemy. We're not going to teach you how to transform cookies into pizza. But given these prices in your income, opportunity cost dictates that every time you eat a cookie, you effectively are eating 1/2 fewer slices of pizza. Why? Because cookies cost half as much and you have to spend your income. So you spend it on cookies, you're not spending it on pizza and vice versa. Every slice of pizza you have, effectively that's 2 fewer cookies. So you're effectively transforming pizza into cookies and vice versa through the market. Through the market, by choosing one, you're not choosing the other. That's why we're called the dismal science. That's the concept of opportunity cost. Nothing is free. Every cookie you have means less pizza. Every pizza you have means less cookies. Okay? So that is exactly the application of opportunity cost. So this is sort of a difficult concept, I think. So I like to think about this in perhaps the best real-world example of how people can use budget constraints in their lives, which is Weight Watchers. You guys are all young and fit. It is sort of amazing. We'll come back and talk about obesity later. It is sort of amazing as you look around this room. You guys are incredibly young and fit. You realize that 1/3 of Americans your age are obese. 1/3. 0% of this class, and 1/3 of Americans. Something to just think about as we think about what's the role of the government in dealing with the problems of society, to realize that we've really separated a lot between the haves and the have-nots on many things, not just money, but also health. Okay, let me ask you a question. How many of you guys drink calorie or non-calorie soda? Okay, that is stunning. Okay, that is stunning. 20 years ago, it would have been 100%. Okay, it is really amazing. We've switched away from soda. You all exercise, switched away from bad eating habits. It's just sort of amazing, but only in the most educated populations this happened. It's really quite striking. Anyway, so for many people, struggling with your weight is an issue, and Weight Watchers has a program that's very effective. It's one of the few scientifically shown methods to actually lose weight. What does Weight Watchers do? They recognize that dieting does not work. Telling people eat this and eat that does not work. There is no evidence that any diet ever works. Okay? What Weight Watchers instead is establish a budget constraint. They say, look, we're not going to tell you what to eat. We're just going to tell you what each piece of food costs effectively in terms of weight gain. And we do that by assigning each piece of food a weight. So they say, for instance, a carrot has 0 points. A Snickers bar has 6 points. And you just add up the points of what you eat up to the point total you want to hit. They say, look, you tell us. You can go on Weight Watchers and set it up for free. None of you have to, but when you're older, you can go set it up for free, and you basically say, what weight do you want to hit? And they say, okay, this is how many points you can have per day, plus you get some cheat points. And if you consume those points per day within X weeks, you'll hit your goal weight. But you decide how to do it. So for example, let's say you go to McDonald's for lunch, and let's say your budget's 30 points, which is a pretty typical budget, okay? What that would say is, for 30 points, if you go to lunch for McDonald's and you get a classic #1, that's a Big Mac, 14 points, fries, 10 points, and a Coke, which is 6 points. That's 30 points on lunch. You're done. Nothing else for the day. On the other hand, you could say, well, wait, if I got a 10-piece nugget, that's 12 points. Apple slices is 1 point, and a Diet Coke is 0 points. You've only used 13 points. Now, unless you have strange tastes, that's a way worse lunch. I mean, who wouldn't have a Big Mac and fries and a Coke than apple slices and chicken nuggets? I mean, come on. But it's less than half as expensive in terms of weight gain. And you can make that decision. Some days you might say, screw it. I want a big lunch. I'll skip dinner. Some days you might say, I got a nice dinner coming. I'll have a lower calorie lunch. But you decide, because the budget constraint is laid out for you. And that's why it's the most effective way to lose weight, because it empowers the consumer not to follow arbitrary rules, but to follow their hearts within the constraint. It's basically what we're going to do in this class of constrained optimization. It says, make yourself as well off as possible, subject to a constraint. And that constraint is expressed in terms of the points assigned to food. So that's a great real-world example of how people can use budget constraints. Okay? Questions about that? Okay, let's now talk about what happens when we shock the budget constraint. When various things change to move the budget constraint around. Let's talk about how that works. Okay, so for example, imagine prices change. Okay? Imagine the price of pizza slices goes from $4 up to $6 a slice. $4 up to $6 a slice. What does this do to your budget constraint? Well, that's illustrated in figure 3.2. Note the x-axis, the x-intercept does not change. Why does the x-intercept not change? Because if all you're buying is cookies, nothing's changed. The only thing that's changed is if you want to buy a slice of pizza. Now, instead of, let's say you only want a pizza, instead of being able to afford 6 slices on your $24 income, you can only afford 4 slices. the budget constraint has pivoted inward. And the new slope, instead of being -1/2, is now -1/3. Okay? The opportunity cost of cookies has fallen. The opportunity cost of pizza has risen. And critically, your entire opportunity set has shrunk. You are worse off. Why you're worse off? Because the area underneath the budget constraint represents the full set of choices that are available to you, and that area has shrunken. This is a critical insight. Okay, remember, I'm going to overstate that term. Okay? Which is basically that your income hasn't changed. You still got $24. All that's changed is price, yet you're worse off. You're worse off because your income is just a representation of what you can buy. And as the price goes up, you can buy less. So your opportunity set, which is the area under the budget constraint, has shrunk from the much larger area, including the light dots, to only the darkened area. So it's a shrinkage in your opportunity set because you can buy fewer stuff. Now, once again, that's irrelevant if all you like is cookies. But for everyone else, they are worse off. Okay? So that's one example of how the budget constraint can change. Another example of the budget constraint can change is your income can change. Okay? Let's imagine, for example, your income decreases to $20. Let's say instead, we'll go back to the original prices, but say your income goes from 24 to 20. Okay? Well, what happens there is illustrated in figure 3.3. Now here, it's a parallel shift in the budget constraint. Why is that? Why is the budget constraint shift parallel as opposed to pivoting? Yeah? The slope doesn't change, and why? Yeah, the relative cost of pizza and cookies has not changed. The opportunity cost of giving up cookies for pizza is the same. It's just you can have less of both. So it's a parallel shift in the budget constraint, but once again, a shrinkage in your opportunity set. You are worse off, but for a different reason. You're worse off now for a more obvious reason, which you have less money. Okay? So two different changes. One changes, one pivots the slope. One just is an inward parallel shift. Both reduce your opportunity cost. Okay? In both cases, you are unambiguously worse off. You're worse off. Now, you might say, well, technically, in the first case, you're not worse off. You like only cookies. But remember, tastes can change. Things can happen. You might someday want a slice of pizza. So we say you're worse off, even if you're someone who chooses cookies. Your opportunities have shrunk, so you're still technically worse off because you have fewer opportunities to eat pizza. Yeah? So, great question. So the question is like, what happens if there's inflation, et cetera? We'll cover all that. Once again, we're going to go in steps. We'll cover inflation and what it does. But obviously, inflation would be like a price change. Now, what's interesting is if it's uniform inflation, that would look like figure 3.3. Right? If all prices go up constantly by a constant percentage, that would look like figure 3.3. If it's differential inflation, if cookies and pizza have differential inflation, it'll look more like figure 3.2. Okay? So what's going to happen is going to depend on the nature of inflation. Yeah?
We're assuming that there are no savings if all income is spent. Why are we looking at the area below the curve?
Great question. Great segue to the next point, which is why wouldn't you always be on the line? And the answer is you would be. Okay? The opportunity set is still a relevant concept because even if you're on the line, the line is lower. But you're asking a great point, which is why would you ever spend less than your income if you can't spend more than your income? And the answer is you wouldn't. Okay? So basically now we come back to combining what we learned last time with what I just taught you, and we come to the fundamental tool of consumer choice, which is constrained choice. We said last time, you want to have as much as you can. More is better. We said this time, you can't consume more than your budget constraint. As this question points out, that means you're going to choose a point in your budget constraint. In particular, you're going to choose the highest possible indifference curve you can reach given your budget constraint. In other words, you will optimize at the point of tangency between your budget constraint and your indifference curves. And the intuition is just what this gentleman said. Higher indifference curves are better. You can only go as far as your budget constraint. Therefore, the best possible choice is when the indifference curve is tangent to the budget constraint. That's the furthest out you can get. Okay? And we can see this in figure 3.4. Figure 3.4 is our first example of making a constrained choice decision. So what we have here is the budget constraint I laid out there and the utility function we used last time. Utility is square root of C times S, of cookies times slices. Okay? And the budget constraint's the one up there. Income of 24, price of cookies 2, price of pizza 4. That is illustrated in figure 3.4. How's it illustrated? Well, you know how to draw the indifference curves. We taught you that last time. Okay? You know how to draw the budget constraint. I just taught you that. So you just draw both. And you find the one with the tangency. So the optimal choice is going to be at point D. That's the farthest possible indifference curve that can be reached given your budget. And this gives utility, point D, gives utility of square root of 18. Now, once again, that number is meaningless, but it's useful in an ordinal sense, which is it lets us ask, well, could we do better at another point? So, for example, take point E, okay? What would our utility be at point E? And why can't we have it? Someone raise their hand and tell me. Yeah.
It's the square root of 12.
No, point E, I'm sorry, square root of 32, right?
Square root of 32.
Yeah.
You can't have it, it's not on your budget.
Exactly. So point E, square root of 32, you're happier, but it's not, you can't afford it. Okay? What about point A? This is on the budget constraint. Why don't you choose that point? Yeah. I'm sorry? Yes. So point A, you can afford it, but it's a square root of 10. Why would you want it? Okay? The point is, you can show yourself, and then similarly, point C would be crazy, because then, as this earlier question pointed out, you're way inside your opportunity set. You're wasting money. So the bottom line is you could show yourself graphically why the tangency is the best possible choice you can make. Okay? Now, once again, I want you to understand this intuitively, graphically, and now mathematically. So let's do the math of constrained choice. Okay? Always a risk when I start writing math on the board. So if I make a mistake, please don't jump down my throat. Just kindly point it out to me. Okay. All right. So basically, the key decision consumers make, and this is one of the harder intuitions in economics, it's never about how much you have. It's about the next thing you might want to get. We operate in marginal space. We're always about not how many cookies do I have, but do I want another one? Okay, it's always about the marginal decision. We talked about margin utility and marginal rate substitution last time. It's always about what is on the margin, should I be moving in one direction or another? Okay? And basically, if we said that the equilibrium is the tangency, what's the slope of the indifference curve? The slope of the indifference curve is the marginal rate of substitution. We derived that last time. Okay? The marginal rate of substitution, which is minus MUC over MUS. If that's tangent, that means that it's equal to the marginal rate of transformation at that tangency. We define the marginal rate of transformation as minus PC over PS. And that leads us to the fundamental rule of consumer utility maximization, which is that MUC over MUS, or marginal is equal to price ratios. Utility is optimized when the ratio of margin utility equals the ratio of prices. We don't have to think about we don't go and think well, let's take 8 slices of pizza, let's take 10 slices of pizza. No. We say at the point we're at, how do we feel about incrementally trading pizza for cookies? That's the way to think about the decision. Don't think of do I want 8 slices of pizza or 5 cookies or whatever. No, don't think of that way. Think from where I'm at today, do I want to move in one direction or another? And the answer is you always want to move in one direction or another until you get this equality. Okay? And if not, you're not optimizing. Now, basically, this kind of the fundamental rule we'll do when we do this constrained choice in economics is we're always going to, in general, be setting marginal benefits equal to marginal costs. That's how we make decisions in economics. For every decision, we set the marginal benefit, that is the incremental benefit of a decision, equal to the marginal cost, the incremental cost. And that's expressed here. What's the marginal benefit? What is the marginal benefit of the next, what's this ratio? This is saying how much is the next cookie worth to me, relative to pizza slices, and what's going to cost me relative to pizza slices. The marginal benefit is how happy I am with the next cookie in terms of how much pizza I have to give up. The cost is how much I have to spend for the next cookie relative to what the next pizza is going to cost. Now, I find this is a hard formula intuitively. I like to rewrite it for my own intuition in this way. I like to transform it and write it as MUC over PC equals MUS over PS. And I call this a bang for the buck equation. Think of it as you want to consume pizza and cookies until the ratio of your happiness from each good to the price of that good is equal to all the other goods. It's your bang for your buck. Your bang is your marginal utility, your buck is what it's going to cost you. Okay, different ways of thinking about it, and once again, this is something I'll just spend some time on. Okay? So let's think for a second about why this rule makes sense. Imagine you are in a place like you're on a place where the marginal utility of cookies over the marginal utility of pizza is greater than the price of cookies or the price of pizza. Can anyone tell me what point on this graph would illustrate that? Of the labeled points, which point would illustrate that disequilibrium and why? Which point illustrates a higher marginal set of marginal utilities than prices? It's a hard question. Can anyone get that one? Yeah, go ahead. And why would it be C? Okay, so that's a great, it's not right, but a very illustrative wrong answer. Because that illustrates why we want to do marginal thinking economics. You're saying, well, point C is screwed up because we want to spend anything we have. Well, that's irrelevant. It's about the marginal decision. It's about the next cookie versus the next slice of pizza. So it's not point C, okay? It's in fact not point D or E. Because at all of those points, this ratio holds. At points C, D, and E, this ratio holds. At all those points, you're going to get those being equal. It's either point A or B. Anyone know? 50% chance, yeah.
A, because the negative slope of A is greater than the negative slope of B.
Exactly. Because at point A, the universe curve is cutting the quadratic straight from above, so it's a steeper slope. So this number, this absolute value, is larger than this absolute value. It's cutting it from above, so it's a steeper slope of the indifference curve than the slope of the budget constraint. Okay? So here's how to think about reestablishing equilibrium. Okay? What that says is, let's say this very precisely. Listen to this very precisely. At point A, it's so important, I'm going to read my notes. Okay? The rate at which you're willing to give up slices for cookies is greater than the rate at which the market's demanding you give up slices for cookies. Okay? So that is the marginal benefit to you of another cookie in terms of slices is greater than the price to you of another cookie in terms of slices. So in other words, at point A, so let's show this mathematically. Okay, at point A, what's the marginal utility of cookies? Well, we used the same math we used last time. Our utility function is square root of C times S. So what's the marginal utility of cookies? The marginal utility of cookies is the derivative of this with respect to C. So it's 0.5 times S over square root of S times C. Okay? At marginal utility of pizza slices, 0.5 times C over square root of S times C. Okay? That's our formulas. At point A, you have two slices of pizza. Okay? So this marginal utility, you have two slices of pizza. So this marginal utility is 1 over square root of 10. And and you have 5 cookies. This marginal utility is 2.5 over square root of 10. So the marginal utility, so the marginal rate of substitution at this point is minus 2.5. What does that mean? That means you'd be willing to give up 2.5 slices of pizza to get 1 cookie. You have so few cookies at point A that you're willing to give up 2.5 slices of pizza to get 1 cookie. Let me just pause there. It's from last lecture. People understand that. Given your preferences, yeah. The square root s times c, it's derivative of this. It's just the derivative formula. The derivative of square root c times s is 0.5 s times, well, I wrote s times c, it's c times s, doesn't matter. But it's just it's the derivative formula. Once again, if, you know, this, I said I don't require 1801, but you do need to sort of know basic differentiation and stuff. So I still don't know it. It's always good to review it. Okay, other questions? Okay, so what this is saying is your preferences are such that you would be willing to give up 2.5 slices of pizza to get a cookie. But here's the question. What does the market tell you you have to give up? How many slices of pizza do you have to give up to get a cookie in the market? How many? How many slices of pizza do you have to get up to give a cookie? Someone raise their hand and tell me. How many slices of pizza do you have to give up to get a cookie? Guys are so afraid of getting it wrong. You know this. Someone raise their hand and tell me. Yeah. A half. Because cookies cost $2 and pizzas cost $4. So you're saying, I would give up 2.5 slices of pizza to get a cookie. The market's saying, you know what? You only have to give up half a slice of pizza to get a cookie. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Buy more cookies and less pizza. The market is saying you can move in a direction that makes you happier. You can move in a direction that makes you happier because right now you're willing to give up a lot of pizza to get cookies, but you don't have to. You don't have to give up half a slice of pizza to get cookies. The marginal rate of substitution is greater than the marginal rate of transformation, which is minus a half. Okay? The marginal rate of substitution is minus 2.5. The marginal rate of transformation is minus a half. That's why the slope of the indifference curve is steeper than the slope of the budget constraint. Therefore, you're willing to make trades the market is happy to let you make. And so you should move. And you should continue to do that. You'll see by that logic, you will continue to do that until you come to rest at point D. Okay? Now, given my bad handwriting, I'm not going to go through the opposite case. I strongly urge you to go home right away while it's still in your mind and redo this for point B. And show yourself that you get the opposite conclusion. At point B, you will find that you are happy to give up a lot of cookies to get pizza. Well, shit, the market says that's a great deal. You know, you don't have to give up 2 cookies to get pizza. You're going to be happy to give up lots more than 2 cookies to get pizza, so you move back to the middle again. So there is pressure, the disequilibrium between the marginal rate of substitution and the marginal rate of transformation leads to pressure to move to the point where they're equal. There's a natural equilibrating mechanism, which is the difference between your preferences and the market's prices will drive you to equalize those. And that's it. That's how we make all decisions ever. I've now explained the entire process of human decision making to you. Ignore psychology. I'm just joking. But actually the truth is, once again, this simple model we learned in a lecture and a half, remember last lecture was short, so really sort of a lecture and a quarter, okay, can explain probably 90% of everything consumers do. Okay, it's an incredibly powerful tool. Yeah? Oh, the marginal substitution, remember, is the negative of the ratio of marginal utilities, just definitionally. Marginal rate of substitution. So it's the marginal utility of cookies, which is 1 over square root of 10, over the marginal rate of slices, which is 2.5 over square root of 10, and a negative sign in front of it, because it's definitionally negative. The marginal... what did I do wrong here? Oh, you know what I did wrong? I did this wrong. The number, remember, we have how many slices of pizza do we have at point A? We have 5 slices of pizza. So this is 2.5. Good catch. That's 2.5. And that's 1. That's the mistake, which is I put in the wrong number slice of pizza. I inserted here, you should insert here the number slice. Good catch. This is 5. This is 2. So I inserted the wrong numbers there. So the ratio's right. I just got these wrong in the margin utility calculations. That's a good catch. Okay, other questions? And once again, please speak up on those things, okay? Because now look at all the people you've helped. You're a giver. Okay, you're welcome. Other questions about that? Okay, let's do an example. And for the example, I want to come to one of the most important social programs we have in the United States, which is the SNAP program, Supplemental Nutrition and Assistance Program. Traditionally, when I was a kid, it was called food stamps. It's basically the program in the US that gives resources to people they can use to buy food. Essentially, the way this program works is if you're poor enough, we give you a debit card, and that debit card has a certain amount of money on it that you can use to buy food. And the way it works is when you go to the grocery store, there's certain items that the debit card will ring up for and certain they won't. So if you take a SNAP card and try to buy a magazine, it won't ring up for that. You can only use it to buy food. Okay? It used to literally be you'd get stamps and you'd have to sort of embarrassingly hand them to the cashier. Now it just looks like a regular debit card. The difference is it can only be used on certain items. Okay? And basically, roughly speaking, in the US, we have something called the poverty line. We'll come back and talk more about this. The poverty line is what we assume is sort of the minimum standard above which you need to have to live in America. It's embarrassingly low. We say the poverty line for an individual is about $14,000. I don't know how one would live in Boston on $14,000, but whatever. But that's the poverty line. And basically, if you're below the poverty line or a little bit above it, you get like a couple $100 a month in food stamps on your debit card. Okay? Now, what I want to do is ask the following question. Why do we do this? Why don't we just give people cash? If we want poor people to have money, why don't we just give them money? And so we're going to analyze the answer to that question, not through introspection, but through economics. So what we're going to do is talk about how SNAP operates relative to giving people cash. So to do this, let's go to figure 3-5A. Let me walk you through this figure. This is sort of multiple things. If I had a projector, it'd be done in animation. There's multiple things going on in this figure, okay? We have an original budget constraint. Imagine someone has $5,000. Imagine where someone has an income of $5,000. They're very poor. And all they can spend their money on, all they can spend their money on is either food or shelter. Now, once again, you might say, well, gee, don't they need health or whatever? Leave that alone. We're in a too-good world. You can make this three-dimensional in your free time, okay? So basically, think about a simple world where people have $5,000 of income, very poor people, and all they can spend it on is food or shelter. And they spend all their income, of course. So the original budget constraint looks like the line that's labeled original budget line. What I'm going to do is I'm going to assume that the price of food equals the price of shelter equals 1. This is a trick we use in economics or in mathematics in general. It's called the numeraire good. We don't want prices to mess up the math. So let's set the prices to 1. It doesn't do any harm. It's generalizable. And this way you can think of dollars as quantities. So you get the amount you spend as the quantity you get. And since food and shelter are vague concepts anyway, I haven't defined what food is. It's a basket of food and shelter is a basket of living arrangements. No harm setting the price to 1. So basically the ratio, the slope of the budget constraint is -1. We've set these prices to 1 for some vague concept called food and some vague concept called shelter. We set the prices to 1. We have a budget constraint where the intercepts are at $5,000 on each axis, because that's all the money you have. And the slope is -1. Once again, any question along the way, shout out, raise your hand. Okay? Now, imagine the government decides, and this graph is not to scale. I'll say that right up front. The government decides they want to give every poor person $500. They want to give every person $500. Okay, every poor person $500. So for this person, what that means is they are now richer. Their opportunity set has expanded. Their budget constraint has shifted out in a parallel fashion. Prices haven't changed. They're just richer. So the budget constraint has shifted out from $5,000 to $5,500. Once again, not to scale, but allows some space to illustrate things easily. So the new budget constraint is at the point, it is the same slope but the higher intercepts.
Now let's talk about two different people and the choices they make. Person X likes shelter and doesn't care much about food. Once again, we can't judge preferences. Preferences come from some innate psychological basis. Okay, it turns out psychology does matter. Okay? We can't judge preferences, but their preferences are such that they don't need to eat a lot, but they really want shelter. So originally, they spend, of their $5,000, they spend almost nothing on food. They spend $4,800 on shelter and $200 on food. Person Y, on the other hand, doesn't care much about shelter, but really needs to eat. So they spent only $100 on shelter originally and $4,900 on food. Now, what happens when we give each of them $500? Well, I'm not going to go through the math. These are actual choices and actual utility functions. I'm not going to do the underlying math of this. But given these preferences, person X chooses to say, look, I love shelter. I'm taking 4 of my $500 and spending on shelter. So I'm going to go from $4,800 in shelter and $200 on food to $1,500 on shelter and $300 on food. Once again, that is mathematically consistent with a set of preferences. There's a set of preferences that deliver that outcome. Person Y says, look, I love shelter, so I'm going to spend most of my new money on shelter. So it just sort of reinforces their preferences. If you will, they get wider apart. They're both better off, but they're more different in their choices. Okay? Questions about that? Now is the hard part. Imagine the government says, you know what, poor people, we're not giving you $500 in cash. We're going to give you a $500 debit card that you can only spend on food, not on shelter. How does this change the budget constraint? Here's the hard part. Okay, we start with the same original budget constraint in figure 3.5b. But now, it's different than giving the $500 in cash. And why is that? That's because for the first $500 in food, there is no opportunity cost in terms of shelter. If you spend, you can get the same amount of shelter if you spend $100 on food, or $200 on food, or $500 on food. So the budget constraint is now flat from the y-axis to the point x2. It's flat, and then it rejoins the original budget constraint. Why is it flat? Because think about it. All those points on that flat segment are now the feasible points. No matter if you want $5,000 in shelter, before if you wanted $5,000 in shelter and you couldn't have any food, now you can have up to $500 in food and still have $5,000 in shelter. So the budget constraint is now flat and then rejoins the original budget constraint at that point x2. Okay? We're going to practice in section these kind of piecewise budget constraints. This is hard to do, but you get good at it. Now, let's ask, what effect does that have on people's choices? Well, let's start with person Y. We've just said to person Y, we're going to give you $500 that you can only spend on food, yet it has the same effect as giving them cash. Why? Why for person Y is there no difference between the two panels, even though we've given the debit card that can only be spent on food? Why is there no difference? Yeah.
Because their marginal rate of substitution for food versus shelter is the same, and they'd rather give the additional money on food anyway.
Okay, that's partly right, but you've got the basic idea. The important point is the second part of your sentence. They're already spending that money on food anyway, and money is money. So they can just say, fine, I'll take $500 I was spending on food, I'll call it SNAP, and I'll replace it with $500 more I can spend on something else. As long as money is fungible, as long as you're spending more than $500 on food, if I give you $500 and say it must be for food, you're like, whatever. I was already spending $500 on food, I'll just relabel it. Okay, it doesn't affect my choices. Yeah?
So they can spend it on something different from food or shelter?
No, they'll just spend it on, in other words, the point is, think about when we give them cash. This is confusing. If I only give them cash, they say, great, give me $500 cash. I'm going to take my consumption from $4,900 to $5,100 of food. I'm going to take my consumption of food, $41 to $5,100. I'm going to take my consumption of shelter from $100 to $400. Now I say, oh no, you have to spend it on cash. They're like, fine, I don't care. I'm still going to spend $5,100 on food and $400 on shelter. I'm just going to label $500 to $5,100 SNAP, but nothing else has changed. It's just a labeling thing. Okay? Now, think about person X. They can't pull off that trick. Why? Why is person X? Person X now has to make a different choice. Instead of choosing what they wanted, which was X2, they now have to choose X2 prime, which is where a different indifference curve hits that kink, where I3 prime hits that kink. Why? Why do they have to make a different choice? Yeah?
Because they wanted to spend that money on shelter after, like, the new $500, but now they can't.
They can't. We're not letting them. So what has happened is, by constraining this money to be on a debit card rather than cash, we have changed their choice from what they wanted to do, which is $5,200 in shelter and $300 in food, to now $5,000 in shelter and $500 in food. We forced them to have less shelter and more food. And what have we done to their well-being? Are they better off or worse off? Tell me why. So raise their hand and tell me why. Is person X better off or worse off when we constrain their choice? Yeah. Exactly. More is better. They're in a lower indifference curve. They are worse off. By constraining their choice, we've made them worse off. Definitionally, by giving people something other than cash, we make them worse off. But we do it anyway. And to see why, let's think of a simple change to this diagram, which represents the way policymakers think about poor people. Cross out, on the y-axis, cross out the word shelter and put in the word cocaine. Basically, policymakers think we can't give these guys money because they'll just spend it badly. They won't spend it on things we want them to spend it on. We want them to spend it on food. We're going to force them to spend it on food to make sure they don't waste it. That is, policymakers think, look, there's a third option, which is cocaine or alcohol or whatever, and we don't want them spending money on that, so we are going to force them to make sure they have the food. So that is why we have these kinds of what we call in-kind benefits. Indeed, as I'll teach you later this semester, and as I spend a whole section of my course 1441 talking about, the US government redistributes in goods vastly more than in cash. The amount of money we give poor people in goods is something like 10 times the amount of money we give poor people in cash. Between medical care, housing, and food, those programs add up to about 10 times how much money we give people in cash, maybe 5 to 10 times, okay? Because of this exact problem, because we think that we know better. Government policymakers think that we don't want to give people cash to reward what they spend it on. So this raises the natural question of, actually raises two questions. One is the positive question of what effect does this have? That is, how much more food do we get people to eat by giving them debit cards rather than cash? You don't know the answer from this graph because maybe everyone's like, why? Maybe no one's affected by this. Maybe everyone, so maybe the answer is 0. Okay? The answer is, and we've done this from experiments, we basically convert, we'll talk a lot about in this course about experiments around economics, and really a pioneer in that field is our Nobel Prize winning couple of Esther Duflo and Abhijit Banerjee. They've sort of pioneered the use of wide-scale experiments in economics. One such experiment was run to actually randomly give some people cash and some people food stamps. And what they found was SNAP. Giving SNAP does increase consumption of food. That is, there's enough X's out there that on average, for every $1 you give in food stamps rather than cash, you get about, SNAP, sorry about that. For every $1 you give in SNAP rather than cash, you get about 15 cents more in food consumption. Not $1. There's some people like Y. But basically, out of all the X and Y's, by giving people SNAP instead of cash, you do change their consumption behavior. Okay? So the positive question is SNAP having its intended effect? The answer is yes. The normative question is, should we do this? Should we force people to take their goods in food rather than cash? And here, once again, we come to the value of experiments. It's a hard question to ask. But this is where experimental economics, once again, is pioneered here and by their third Nobel Prize winner, Michael Kramer, who's now at Chicago. Duflo, Banerjee, and Kramer set up something called JPAL, the Jameel Poverty Action Lab. It's in the Department of Economics here at MIT. It is now the preeminent organization in the world for using experiments like real scientists do to actually answer economic questions. To basically say, there's an interesting economic question we want to answer. Let's answer it by randomly running an experiment. So for example, J-PAL has now run dozens of experiments with the experiment with giving people in developing countries cash. They mostly focus on the developing world, okay? Giving people in developing countries cash versus giving them goods. And the answer seems to be that basically we should give people cash. That basically give people cash, very little of it gets spent on bad things. Almost all of it gets spent on education for children or food or shelter. But moreover, giving very poor people cash allows them to make investments to escape poverty. So what they did is they took a group of poor women in Uganda and gave them $150. They might think, wow, big deal, $150. That is 50 to 100% of the annual income in Uganda. Let's be clear, okay? Okay, about half the world lives on less than $2 a day. Okay, so $150 is big money in Uganda. What they found was, and they gave some women that, and they randomly gave other women, did not give them the money. What they found is 18 months later, the women who had gotten the cash had raised their earning, had doubled their earnings. Why? Because they used that cash to set up little shops, to buy a cow, to invest in how they could make more money. So not only did they spend very little of it on things you might consider bad, they used it in a productive way we didn't even foresee to invest in their own futures and get better off. There's a recent experiment in, gosh, I don't remember what it was, you might have read of, where they gave homeless people in the US $7,500, a small sample of homeless people, like 60 homeless people. And they found that once again, they spent most of it on getting their lives back together, not on dangerous goods. It's not to say that we shouldn't worry about people consuming dangerous goods. We'll talk a lot about this semester. It is to say that when we want to make a decision in economic policy, we look to the evidence. And the evidence is A, the positive evidence is A, giving snap cards rather than cash changes people's behavior, and B, they seem to be better off if we give them cash. Okay, and that's how we use the tools of economics to make informed policy decisions. Okay, let's stop there. We'll come back next time and talk about how more about putting this all together. First problem set is handed out Friday. It is due in 2 weeks because we have no section next Friday at 5 p.m. in 2 weeks on September 30th. Okay, so we're going to dive in today and talk about where demand curves come from. The motivation for the last couple lectures was that we showed you a demand curve and a supply curve, and I promised I'd tell you what the basis for those demand and supply curves are. The last 2 lectures, we started building that basis, and today we'll show you where demand curves actually come from. So let's start by actually deriving a demand curve. Okay? So deriving a demand curve. Okay? So basically, demand curve, as we said in the first lecture, is a relationship between from the price charged for a good and the consumer's desired quantity of the good. So what we'll do is return to the example before and show you where that comes from. So remember the example before. Remember we had a utility function, which was the square root of S times C, slices times cookies. Okay? We had a budget constraint, which was y is equal to the price of slices times the number of slices plus the price of cookies times the number of cookies. And we assumed to start that y was 24, the price of slices was 4, and the price of cookies was 2. Okay? So, how do we derive a demand curve? Step 1 is we solve for optimal consumption. Solve for S star, C star. Solve for the optimal consumption pair. How do we do that? Well, as we said last time, constrained optimization, or the point where you can, the highest indifference curve you can reach given your budget constraint, leads you to set MRS equal to MRT. That's the tangency condition. That's the point where you're as well off as possible. Remember, it's marginal thinking in economics. It's the next unit. You want to consume pizza and cookies until the next unit makes you as happy as the price the market charges. How happy does it make you? Well, that's your marginal rate of substitution. That's minus S over C. What does the market charge? Well, that's minus the price ratio, which is minus a half. Okay? So basically, we derived that last time, or yes, we derived that 2 times ago. That is the constrained optimization. Now, we then, or last time. Now, but we go to the next step now, which is to say, well, what does that imply for optimal slices and cookies? Well, we just plug that into the budget constraint. We have this equation, which is one equation in 2 unknowns. We also have this equation, which is that 24 equals 4s plus 2c. So now we have 2 equations and 2 unknowns. Okay, we know how to do that. Okay, and we solve that. We get that c star equals 6 and s star equals 3. We just solve those 2 equations and 2 unknowns, and then we get c star is 6 and s star is 3. Okay? So that is illustrated in the top panel of figure 1. In the future, let's not make it so compressed. I'm okay with killing a few more trees to make sure our fine students don't have to hurt their vision. Okay? So basically, that is, if you look at in figure 4.1 at the very top, you look at budget constraint 1, okay? That is our original budget constraint we just had. And the tangency, the optimal point is at point A. You want 6 cookies and 3 slices of pizza. Okay? This is reviewing what we did before. Questions about that, though? Because this is some math you're going to have to do over and over and over again until you're sick of it. Questions about that? Okay, so now let's ask, what happens if the price of cookies changes? What happens if the price of cookies rises to 3? So let's say that the price of cookies goes from 2 to 3. Well, the new slope of the budget constraint is now, instead of minus 1/2, it's minus 1/3. So your optimization problem is set minus s over c equal to minus 1/3, not minus 1/2. Your budget constraint is now 24 equals 4s plus 3c. Once you have 2 equations in 2 unknowns, you solve that, and you get that c star equals 4, s star equals 3. Okay? Yeah, question. Speak up so everyone can hear you. Oh, yeah, negative s over c. I'm sorry, what is your question? Is it negative? Did I do that wrong? Yes, you're right. My bad. Negative 3 over 4. I should never do that without looking at my notes. Good catch. Negative 3 over 4. Okay? So you solve that, and you end up getting the optimal number of cookies is 4, and optimal slice of pizza is 3. That is point B on the top diagram. How did we get there? Well, mathematically, I showed you, subject to one mathematical mistake. I showed you how to get there. Graphically, how do we get there? Well, we draw the new budget constraint, BC2, okay, and we find the tangency between the indifference curve and that new budget constraint. BC2 offers a smaller opportunity set, as we discussed last time. So you'll end up with fewer goods. You have a small opportunity set, and you do. You end up with the same amount of pizza, but with fewer cookies. Likewise, what if the price of cookies fell to 4/3? What if the price of cookies went from 2 to 4/3? Well, once again, you could do the math, and you'll find that basically, when you do that, you're going to want 3 slices and 9 cookies. And graphically, you can see that that's a outward shift in the budget constraint to BC3. That's the rightmost budget constraint. Your indifference curve is tangent with that budget constraint at 9 cookies and 3 slices of pizza. So what's happening here? We are shifting the price of cookies and showing you, based on tools you've learned, how that impacts how many cookies you want and how many slices you want. In other words, we're drawing the demand curve. Look at the translation from the top figure to the bottom figure. The bottom figure has on it cookies on the x-axis and the price of cookies on the y-axis. Well, that's a demand curve. We've just drawn it. I've just shown you for 3 different prices of cookies how many different cookies you want. So we have now derived the demand curve. We derived the demand curve by optimizing your utility at different prices and finding which quantity you want at each of those different prices. And that's the demand curve. It's the quantity you want at each price. So that's where the demand curve comes from. Okay? Yeah?
Something that I noticed is that when we vary the price of cookies, the number of slices of pizza that we want is...
Great point. Someone noticed and that as we varied the price of cookies, the number of slices of pizza did not change. That is not a general law. That is a specific feature of this utility function. In general, when you change one price, both goods will change. What's nice, one reason we use this convenient utility function is it has some nice mathematical properties, and one is it makes life easy by having the slice of pizza stay the same. The price, so essentially what we're saying here is that we have, for pizza, we have what we call a flat price consumption curve, okay, which is based a cross price consumption curve, which is basically when the price of one good changes, the demand for the other good doesn't change. And that's just a feature of this particular utility function, but it's not general. Okay? Now, in fact, you can, yeah, go ahead. The margin, exactly. So I skipped a step, which is defining the MRS. I defined that last time, or 2 times, I don't remember, 2 times ago, I think. The MRS is, remember, the negative of the ratio of the margin utility of cookies to the margin utility of pizza. Okay, and that's minus that. So the way we got this, we did 2 lectures ago, we basically took the derivative of the utility function first with respect to cookies, then with respect to pizza. We got the 2 different margin utilities, and then we took the ratio that gives the margin rate of substitution. All right? Good question. Good to clarify where that came from. So this is building on the work we did 2 lectures ago. Other questions? Okay, so that is where demand curves come from. Fun exercise at home. Do the same exercise changing the price of pizza. Do the reverse exercise. You will find as well there's no effect on the number of cookies, but you will find an effect on the number of slices of pizza, and you can show how that'll vary. Okay? Now that we know what demand curves are, I want to talk about what do they look like. Let's talk about the shape of demand curves. What drives what they look like? Okay? And what drives what demand curves look like is going to be what we call the elasticity of demand. Okay, the elasticity of demand, epsilon, is going to be the percentage change in quantity, delta Q over Q, per percentage change in price, or in a continuous time, dQ dP. And basically, we're going to generally work in discrete space, but the math you can do continuously. I write it both ways because the examples we'll use will sort of do in discrete space. It's a little easier to see it. But basically, it's the derivative of the quantity with respect to the price. It's the percentage change in quantity with respect to price. Okay, so approximately equals the derivative. Okay? So basically, that is the elasticity of demand. This tells you how responsive people's demand is to the price they have to pay. Once again, I find it very useful to fix ideas in this class to think about extreme cases that never exist in reality, but can help you understand the intuition. So let's look at figure 4.2. Figure 4.2 would be a case of perfectly inelastic demand. That would be eta equals 0. That we call perfectly inelastic demand. That's a vertical demand curve. In this case, demand does not respond to prices. Okay. Can anyone think of a good that even could come close to a perfectly inelastic demand or even features of a good? Yeah. Like what? Gas would be, well, you're right. In the sense, it's a very interesting example. In the sense, it's sort of inelastic because, like, you got to get to work. On the other hand, there's a bus. There's your bike. You could walk. You could buy a new car. So it's not perfectly inelastic, but it's somewhat. What else? Yeah. Water would be something, but once again, not perfectly, because like you can drink Coke, you can drink juice, you can drink other things. You're on the right track. Yeah. Insulin is the classic example we use. Okay, there's no substitute when you're having diabetic, when you're diabetic trauma for insulin. You will not say, it's $1 more, I'm just going to die. Okay, it is, we think it's fairly, now it's not perfectly, nothing's perfectly inelastic. At some point, if insulin was $1 million, you might just not buy it because you can't afford it. But it's certainly locally inelastic. Okay, so that'd be an example of kind of, but once again, these are great examples of things which, the examples we're given are goods which should be somewhat inelastic, but not perfectly. Okay, likewise, in figure 4.3, we consider a good with perfectly elastic demand, which is epsilon equals negative infinity. Perfectly elastic demand. That is, any infinitesimal change in price causes an infinite change in quantity. Once again, doesn't exist in reality. But what types of goods would have very, very, very elastic demand? Yeah. Luxury goods would have elastic demand because basically, you don't really need them. What else? Yeah. Yeah, so McDonald's versus Burger King. Okay? Now, we may have our preferences, but the bottom line is that McDonald's charge twice as much as Burger King for a burger. Everyone just go to Burger King. Okay? Basically, there's a point at which they're so, and essentially, what is, a question? Oh, no, we're good in examples. But here's the key feature that differentiates elasticity. It's substitutability. Goods with no substitutes are not elastic. Goods with lots of substitutes are very elastic. That's why I immediately responded to gas by talking about that's so embedded in my brain that when someone brought up gas, what did I go to? I went to all the substitutes. Because more substitutes there are, the more elastic the good is. Okay? So basically, that's essentially how to think about elasticity. Think about substitutability. Okay, the degree of substitutability is the degree of elasticity. And obviously, everything in the world is going to lie between these two extremes. There's nothing in the world that's ever purely inelastic and purely elastic. But things are going to lie between these two extremes, and where they lie will be a function of how substitutable they are. Okay? Questions about that? Now, let me make a point that we are going to, in this class, once again, be cheating a little bit about linear versus nonlinear demand curves. A constant elasticity demand curve would have to be nonlinear. If you don't see that right away, it's something you should go home and think about. A constant elasticity, but we're gonna talk about curves. We're gonna talk about one elasticity and draw linear curves. So once again, just think of them as very local approximations. So it's approximately right. Okay. So don't get too thrown off by the nonlinear linear part of this stuff. And once again, if it's unclear, ask. Yeah. No, it's the elasticity. It's how much a incremental change in price changes quantity. Okay, so now let's talk about another topic, which is remember we talked about what moves budget constraints. We talked about prices changing and income changing. So let's talk about what happens to demand curves when income changes. Income and demand curves. Okay? So now, let's go to figure 4.4. Once again, we start at point A. That is our original setup. With the budget constraint 24 equals 4s plus 2c, and the utility function u equals square root of c. And that gets the solution at point A. Okay? Now, imagine that your income rises from $24 to $32. Nothing else has changed. Your preference is the same, price is the same. But your income has risen from $24 to $32. Well, in that case, the optimization is now you're still setting minus S over C to a price ratio. Okay, you're still setting minus S over C to the price ratio minus 1/2. That hasn't changed. because the price ratio hasn't changed and your preferences haven't changed. What's changed is the second equation, which your budget constraint is now 32 equals 4S plus 2C. So the tangency condition hasn't changed. What's changed where it goes up is the budget constraint. And when we solve for that, you'll now see you get that C star equals 8 and S star equals 4. So you change your consumption, but not because prices have changed. You're richer, you want more. That is exactly what we see at point B. Point B shows, remember, when your income goes up, there's a parallel shift outward in the budget constraint. Income goes up, parallel shift outward in the budget constraint. You still want to find the tangency. That tangency is still going to solve this condition because prices and preferences haven't changed. It's just going to be a higher quantity. And that's what happens at point B. Same tangency at a higher quantity. Likewise, at point C, we show what happens if your income falls to $16. Then you want less pizza and less pizza and fewer cookies. 4 cookies and 2 slices. What does that lead us to? That leads us to a relationship now between your income and the quantity demanded. And that relationship is shown in the second panel of figure 4.4. We call this the Engel curve. The Engel curve, which is the name for the relationship between income and quantity demanded. And you can draw an Engel curve for S and an Engel curve for C. Here we're drawing the Engel curve for C. Okay? And the Engel curve, the slope of the Engel curve is what we call the income elasticity of demand, or gamma, which is delta Q over delta Y over Y, or approximately dQ dy. Okay? So basically, this is, instead of how does demand change with price, which is the demand curve, this is how does demand change with income, or what we call the Engel curve. Okay? So now, and we're going to come in a few minutes about why this is important, but let's talk about the properties of gamma. Okay, gamma is much more interesting than epsilon. Epsilon, some negative number, 0 to minus infinity. Gamma can have a much larger range. In fact, gamma is usually greater than 0. In fact, when gamma is greater than 0, we call them normal goods. Normal goods are goods where gamma is greater than 0. But gamma does not have to be greater than 0. While epsilon has to be less than or equal to 0, gamma does not. Gamma could actually be less than 0. Does anyone know how that could happen? How could it happen that you get richer and want less of something? What's an example? Yeah. It's what's called an inferior good. Okay, but give an example. Right. Right, exactly. So as you get richer, you want to get rid of things that you're only eating because they were cheap. What's an example of that? Yeah. Ramen is the example of that. Ramen is the ultimate inferior good. No one wants to eat ramen. I realize there's fancy ramen restaurants, but nobody should go there. Okay? People want to eat ramen. People eat ramen because it's cheap. Okay, no, in all seriousness, it is sort of amazing that ramen has become sort of a restaurant food after all. It is in other countries, I realize, but most consumption of ramen is done buying cheap packets at the supermarket. Okay? As you get richer, you consume less ramen. You might not consume 0. You might still like it, but you're not eating it 5 days a week like when you're a starving, entrepreneur trying to make your own business. Okay? So ramen is an example of an inferior good. A good that as you get richer, you have less of it because basically you're only eating it because it was cheap. Okay? Now, even within normal goods, we have a distinction, which is within normal goods, we distinguish between 2 things, which is gamma greater than 1 and gamma less than 1. What do you think we call goods with gamma greater than 1 versus gamma less than 1? And this relates to examples that were given before. Yeah. Or which one? Greater than 1. So basically, luxury goods are where, as your income rises, the percent of your income spent on the good goes up. Let's be very clear. As your income rises, you consume more of everything, generally. But it's how does the budget share change? Do you spend more and more of your budget on that good as you get richer? And that's what we call a luxury good. So a classic luxury good would be eating at restaurants. When you're poor, you have to make your own dinners because eating at restaurants is too expensive. As you get richer, a larger and larger share of your budget will be consumed by eating at restaurants. Okay, that's a luxury good. What about gamma less than 1? What do we call that? Anyone got any ideas? Gamma less than 1. Yeah. What's that? No, Giffen good is, well, that we'll come back to that. Gamma, you're one step ahead. Gamma less than 1. Simpler than that. So if these are luxuries, what are these? Necessities. Sorry for the small writing. Necessities. These are goods where, as your income goes up, you don't have less of them. Ramen is an inferior good. You literally have less ramen. But this is like eating at home. Eating at home, you don't necessarily spend less on eating at home as you get richer, but you might spend a lower share. Or this could be clothes, or this could be rent. Things where if I get richer, you get a nicer apartment. But if you get really rich, you know, when you're poor, your apartment's 60% of your income. When you're rich, it's going to fall. Yeah.
So for necessities, it's less than 1, but more than 0, right?
More than 0. Exactly. Exactly. It's less than 1, but more than 0. That's a great point. These are both greater than 1. This is less than 1, but greater than 0. If it's less than 0, it's inferior. So that's the interesting distinction between necessity and inferior. Let me explain that. It's very clear. Inferior is, it's very unclear, I mean. Inferior is, as your income goes up, you literally have less of it. Necessity, as your income goes up, you have more of it, but it rises slower than your income. So rent is the perfect example. Richer people have nicer apartments than poorer people. But richer people spend a smaller share of their budget on apartments than do poorer people. Okay? It's a necessity. Richer people have nicer watches than poor people, and it's a rising share of their budget as they get richer, because they don't have a nice watch when they're poor, and as they get rich, they buy nicer and nicer watches. Okay? Yeah? We're going to do that in 1 minute. Other questions? Okay, these are the primitives that allow us to go on to do the sort of fundamental goal of this lecture, which is to get behind the mechanics of what happens when you change prices. Did everyone get this? Can I put this up? Okay. What happens? What's the mechanics of what happens when you change prices? Now, you say, John, you just showed us what happens when you change prices. The price goes up, people want less of it. If the price goes down, people want more of it. You derive the demand curve, let us go a half hour early. And I say, no, I will not let you go a half hour early, because there's actually a very important underlying mechanics going on when the price changes. And this mechanics is largely not so relevant for most goods we do, but for some goods we do later this semester, it'll be critical. And that's why it's important to understand the mechanics. And this is basically the fact that when a price changes, so this is called mechanics of a price change. When a price changes, two things happen simultaneously. You may not realize it, but actually when a price changes, two things happen. The first is what we call the substitution effect. The substitution effect, which is when relative prices change, you want to shift away from the good that's gotten relatively expensive towards the good that's gotten less expensive. That's the substitution effect. And you say, yeah, that makes sense. That's a price change. But the second one is the income effect, which is when a price changes, you're also effectively richer or poorer. And that also affects your demand. So when a price changes, two things happen. Goods become differentially attractive, and you're richer or poorer. And both things drive your response to that price change. And it turns out understanding the difference between them will end up being critical for a number of things we'll do this semester. And that's why I'm bothering telling you so. Okay? So, to understand this, we're going to go through one of the more complicated examples of this class. So that's why I'm leaving time for it. We're going to talk about decomposing a price change into an income and substitution effect. And then we're going to do the math of this in section, or did we? Yeah. And we'll do the mathematics of this in section. It's hard enough. I'll do the graphics here and the intuition. The math will be covered in section. Okay. So now, let's go back to our classic example. We start at point A. We're on original budget constraint 1. So this is figure 4.5. Look at BC1. That's original budget constraint. And our difference curve is tangent at point A. So as we said a number of times this lecture, we choose 6 cookies and 3 pizzas. That's our base case. Now, imagine that the price of cookies rises from $2 to $3. Well, we know what happens. We solved for that already earlier this lecture. When the price of cookies rises from $2 to $3, we know you move from point A to point C. You move from consuming 6 cookies and 3 slices of pizza to 4 cookies and 3 slices of pizza. We already solved for that. Great. You already know that. Why aren't we done? We aren't done because that's composed of 2 effects, a substitution effect and an income effect. How do we measure these? Well, the way we do it graphically is we say the substitution effect is technically defined as the change in the quantity purchased holding utility constant. So it's delta Q at U bar. Holding your utility constant, how would you change your mix of goods? How do we measure that? We measure by drawing an imaginary budget constraint, BC prime. This isn't a real budget constraint, it's imaginary. And we find the point. And what is BC prime? BC prime has 2 features. First of all, it is parallel to the new budget constraint. It's parallel to the new, it's got the new price ratios. The slope of the new budget constraint of BC prime is the same as BC2. So minus 3/4, right? That was the slope was, minus 3/4. Okay? So the new budget constraint has a slope of minus 3/4, but it is tangent to the original indifference curve, the one that contains point A. So once again, how do we measure the substitution effect? We measure by drawing a new budget constraint, an imaginary budget constraint, that is parallel to the new budget constraint. It's the new price ratio, minus 3/4 instead of minus 1/2, but tangent to the old indifference curve. And think about what that's doing. We're showing you the change in quantity you get at a constant utility. How do we keep the utility constant? We stay in the same indifference curve. So by staying in the same indifference curve, we're holding utility constant. And we're showing you that even with utility constant, you would want fewer cookies. Why would you want fewer cookies? You'd move from 6 cookies to 4.89 cookies. Why? Because cookies have gotten more expensive relative to pizza. That's the pure substitution effect. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. It's just cookies have gotten more expensive, so you want fewer of them. It's easy to understand, so we go directly to the second effect. Okay? If we go directly to the second effect, okay, which is, let me do one thing first. I want to first prove to you that the substitution effect is always negative. The substitution effect is always negative. Okay? So to prove that, so graphically we can prove that by just noting that if you're on the same indifference curve and you're tangent to a steeper budget constraint, you must be to the left. Right? If I'm on the same indifference curve, the budget constraint steepened, I must be to the left of the original point. So it's got to be a negative effect. Mathematically, think of this in 5 steps. Step 1, the substitution effect puts you at the tangency of the difference curve in prices. We know at that tangency that MUC over MUS equals PC over PS. I just canceled the negatives. Okay, we know those are equal. At any tangency, we know those are equal. At every tangency. We know that this has gone up. Price of cookies has gone up relative to pizza slices, right? Once again, jump in if anything's not clear. If that goes up, what has to happen? This has to go up. They have to be equal. The right side went up, so the left side has to go up. How do you make the marginal utility ratio go up? How do you make it so that the ratio of marginal utility of cookies to marginal utility of slices goes up? What do? How can you operationalize that? Well, how do you make the numerator higher? How do you make the marginal utility of cookies bigger? Yeah? Yeah, remember, marginal utilities are negative functions of quantity. I said they're confusing. The fewer cookies you have, the more each cookie's worth. If you have fewer cookies, that means you have to have more slices. If you have more slices, what does that do to the marginal utility of slices? It lowers it. So by shifting from cookies to slices, you lower the ratio, you raise the ratio of marginal utilities. You raise the numerator and lower the denominator through that shift. So you therefore say that if you're going to be tangent and you're going to have a higher price ratio, you must have fewer cookies and more slices, by definition. And that's the proof that substitution effects are negative. Okay? Questions about that? If the price goes up, absolutely. I'll tell you that in a minute. But this is if the price goes up. Okay? Other questions? It's a good question. Good clarification. Okay, now let's go to the second effect, the income effect. The income effect is measuring the change, the effect of the delta quantity due to income effectively rising. What do you mean income rises? Your income hasn't changed here. Why is income effectively risen? Why are you effectively rich? I'm sorry, the income has fallen, my bad. Your income's effectively fallen in this case. Why are you effectively poor? Now your income hasn't changed. Why are you effectively poor? Yeah. Yeah, your opportunity set has been constricted. So your income itself hasn't fallen, but your resources have. What you can buy with that income has fallen. You're effectively poor. So it's not really that Y has fallen, it's sort of Y over sort of the composite price. You know, the price level has fallen. Y over the price level has fallen. The overall price level in society has increased. Pizza's the same, cookies are up. So your effective income has fallen. Your real income has fallen. Okay, you're effectively poor. What does that mean? If you're effectively poor, what's going to happen? Well, what does that depend on? That depends on this. That's why I bothered telling you so. I'm a big Dr. Seuss fan. Okay? Basically, if it's a normal good and your income goes down, what will you do? You'll have less of it. But if it's an inferior good and your income goes down, what will you do? You'll have more of it. So while the substitution effect can be signed, the income effect cannot. The income effect cannot be signed because it depends on whether it's a normal or inferior good. Okay? In the case we're showing here, in figure 4.5, this is a normal good. So the income effect works in tandem with the substitution effect. The substitution effect, you want fewer cookies for two reasons. Here's the intuition. Here's the key intuition. You want fewer cookies for two reasons. First, cookies are a worse deal. The opportunity cost of cookies has risen. Second, you're effectively poorer. Your opportunity set is constricted, and cookies are a normal good. So for those two reasons, you want fewer cookies. But what if cookies were an inferior good? Then the graph would look like figure 4.6. The graph would look like figure 4.6. In this case, the substitution effect would go one way, but the income effect would go the other way. And the net would be unclear. Now, we've drawn figure 4.6 such that the demand for cookies still falls. But you don't have to draw it that way. Okay? So the key thing is the substitution effect has to be the opposite of the sign of the price change. It's negative, but let's be clear. It's good clarification. Substitution effect has to be the opposite of the sign of the price change. The income effect does not. The income effect depends on whether it's a normal or inferior good. This is pretty confusing, so I find it's useful to actually think about. Well, let's actually rush through figure 4.6. Let's start with what figure 4.6 is, because it's not this. I rushed through figure 4.6. Let's go back. Figure 4.6 is no longer pizza and cookies. Figure 4.6 is now steak and potatoes. Okay, because pizza and cookies are both normal goods. Potatoes is the classic inferior good. Right? Poor people, especially back in the day, used to have to eat potatoes because they were cheap to grow and very filling, and steak was unaffordable. But basically, as you get richer, you want fewer potatoes and more steak. Okay, especially in agricultural society. Okay, so let's say originally people are at BC1, where the price of steak is $5, the price of potatoes $1. The price of steak is $5, the price of potatoes $1, and let's say their income's $25. So in this example, income's $25, the price of a steak is $5, and the price of potatoes is $1. Okay, so the budget constraint looks like BC1. You can have, for $25, you can have 25 potatoes or 5 steaks. And let's say your preferences are such that you end up at point A. You choose to have 3.5 steaks and 7.5 potatoes. Okay, once again, I just got that through the magic we showed you last time. This is constrained optimization. I'm not writing down the utility function here. I'm just going right to the results. But you know how to get there. Now let's say that things change and the price of potatoes rise to $3 a pound. Steak is still $5 a pound, potatoes are now $3 a pound. Now what happens is your budget constraint shifts into BC2. Your budget constraint is pivoted in massively, so now you still have 5 steaks if all you want is steak, but you can only have 8.3 potatoes on your $25 of income. Your budget constraint is BC2. What happens? Well, let's look at the income and substitution effects. The substitution effect we get by drawing an imaginary budget constraint BC prime. What are the features of BC prime? It is parallel to the new budget constraint, but tangent to the old indifference curve. And so that puts us at point B. So substitution effect lowers our demand for potatoes from 7.5 to 4. We knew it had to lower it. Substitution effect is unambiguously signed. The price went up, so you got to have fewer of them. That's unambiguous. The income effect, however, goes the other way because potatoes are inferior. In other words, now that you're so poor, now potatoes are so expensive, you don't have money for steak anymore. So you got to have more potatoes. It's ironic, right? But basically, potatoes getting expensive has made you poorer. When you're poor, you got to have more potatoes. Okay? And so the income effect goes the other way because potatoes are an inferior good. So the income effect takes you back from wanting 4 potatoes up to wanting 5 potatoes. So the net effect, if we didn't think about income substitution, would we just see, well, we drew a demand curve, we'd just say, oh, well, you know, demand curve slope down. It's, you know, we get a higher price, leads to fewer potatoes. But we miss the fact that the substitution effects are going opposite directions. Okay? Questions about that example?
So 4.4 got 6, that's price going up, right?
Yeah, they're all price going, there's the price of potatoes going up to 3. I'm sorry, the price of potatoes went from 1 to 3. Okay? Price of potatoes went from 1 to 3. That led to a substitution effect that we know which way it goes. When a price goes up, you want less of something for the substitution effect, but an income effect that went the other way. Now, that leads to the natural question, can you actually get an income effect for an inferior good that ends up bigger than the substitution effect? That is, could you actually get demand curves to not slope down? Think about what would happen if the income effect was so big that it pushed you past the original point. It pushed you to the right, past the original intersection. Well, that would imply something funky. That would imply demand curve slope down. Demand curve slope up instead of sloping down. Then apply demand curve slope up. That would say higher prices make you want more of something, which violates what the very first lecture of this class. We said demand curve slope down. But it's possible, theoretically, that you can get what's called a Giffen good. A Giffen good is a good where the income effect, the good is so inferior that the income effect dominates the substitution effect. You end up with a wrong-signed relationship between price and demand. You actually get that a higher price leads to more demand or an upward-sloping demand curve. Now, can that happen? Well, I like the name Giffen because it rhymes with Griffin, and Griffins are imaginary. Okay? Giffen goods are also largely imaginary. It's a great theoretical concept, but they don't really exist. Yeah? Veblen goods is a different, Veblen, that's a totally different concept. That's the concept that basically you want more when the price is up because you care about your social standing. But that's sort of a behavioral economics thing. We'll come back to that type of behavioral economics. It's not a standard economics effect. So Giffen goods really don't exist. The classic example people often had was, well, gee, when the price of potatoes went up, in Ireland, because of the potato blight, people ended up consuming more potatoes. So potato consumption went up per person in Ireland when the price of potatoes went up during the potato blight. People said, aha, potatoes are a given good. But here's what they got wrong. Here's where empirical economics is fun. They missed the fact that what other effect did the potato blight have? It chased all the people who could afford it out of Ireland. The only people who were left were super poor. So yeah, on average, potatoes per person went up, but it wasn't that each person consumed more. It's just the people who didn't consume many potatoes left. And all the people left were just huge potato consumers. So if you look at the data, you see potatoes per capita went up. It's a given good. What you're missing is the capitas are different. Each person eating more potatoes, it's just the non-potato eaters left. The people left were the potato eaters. And that's why empirical economics is fun, because it can help explain these kind of anomalies. So where does this leave us? Let's draw a chart here to explain this all. Okay? So let's imagine we're going to have here the price change. The price change, we're going to have the substitution effect, the income effect, and the net effect. Okay? And we're going to start with normal goods. We start with normal goods. So with normal goods, if the price goes up, like I just showed you, the substitution effect must be negative, must be the opposite of the price change. The income effect, if it's a normal good, must also be negative. Therefore, on net, you get a higher price leads to lower demand. Likewise, if the price goes down, this is what this good question was highlighting. I was just looking at price going up. Well, in that case, the substitution effect, let's think about the intuition. If the price of cookies went down, we have just lowered the opportunity cost of having cookies. Therefore, we're going to want more cookies and fewer pizza through the substitution effect. So therefore, the substitution effect will be positive if the price goes down. The income effect will also be positive. Why? Why will the income effect be positive if the price of cookies goes down? Why will the income effect be positive? Yeah. You're effectively richer. You can buy more cookies with the same money. Since you're richer, you want more normal goods. Cookies are normal good, you want more cookies. So this goes up. Now, what's more interesting is what if these goods were inferior? What if cookies were inferior? So now when the price goes up, what happens to the substitution effect? Through the substitution effect, as demand, it goes down, as this gentleman helpfully pointed. It goes down. Why? Because we know the sign of substitution effects. They're always the opposite of the price change. No mystery there. Price goes up, substitution effect drives demand down. Price goes down, substitution effect, goes up. Yeah, right. Price goes up, substitution effect drives demand down. Price goes down, substitution effect drives demand up. Those never change. So here, if the price goes down, substitution effect will be positive. Those don't change. What changes is the income effect. If it's an inferior good, now when the price goes up, you want more of it. And when the price goes down, you want less of it. So the net is unclear. Okay? So once again, if goods are normal, then demand curves look like then basically there's no, this seems, if goods are normal, it seems like I just wasted 20 minutes of your time, right? Because if goods are normal, it's like, well, look, yeah, they build on each other, but we end up in the same place, and the imaginary by constraint's imaginary anyway, so who cares? The answer is I'll tell you why we care in in about 6 lectures. Because it turns out when you make your decisions about how hard you're going to work or how much you're going to save, income substitution effects are going to start to work against each other. This case is only really interesting if the income effects, if it's an inferior good. And then you can get some interesting things, although in practice we don't really have given goods. But in theory, at least you can get interesting things. Okay? Questions about that? Okay, one other announcement, please don't go. I really love that you guys come after lecture and ask me questions. That's awesome. I just do have to say on Mondays I have to sort of book out of here fairly quickly, so don't feel dissed. I do have office hours, and if you can't make the office hours, just email me. I'm in the office lots of times. Just email me, we can talk. Thanks. Okay, so today we are going to turn from the consumer side of the story to the producer side of the story. Once again, in the first lecture, we talked about supply and demand curves. The last few lectures, we've developed where demand curves come from. Now we're going to develop where supply curves come from. So we're going to flip and explain where supply curves come from. So, and to do so, we're going to start by talking about production functions. Now, we all know what consumers want. They want to figure out the bundle of goods that makes them as well off as possible given their budget constraint. What do firms want? Firms want to maximize their profits. So just like consumers want to maximize their utility, firms want to maximize their profits. And firm profits will depend, so they want to maximize profits, and profits will depend on three things. They'll depend on consumer demand. They'll depend on the costs of production. And they will depend on competition. Now, the first and the third, are things which are largely out of the firm's control. Not totally out of the firm's control. We'll come back to how things like advertising might affect demand and how things like monopolies might affect competition. But in the standard model, view them as sort of out of the firm's control. Take them as given. What the firm controls is the cost of production. That's what's under their control. So from the firm's perspective, maximizing profits is the same as minimizing costs. Okay? The way to maximize profits is to minimize costs. And that's how the firm produces as efficiently as possible, by minimizing costs. Okay? Once again, in the real world, there's complications, but in the model, and what will explain most of the real world, we just say firms, their goal is to minimize costs. Now, to understand how to minimize costs, we have to understand where a firm's costs come from. And understand that, we have to understand what firms actually do. So in this course, firms are simply black boxes for much of the course. They're simply boxes where inputs go in and outputs come out, and in the middle is something called a production function. Okay? That production function is the magic is the magic of the firm. Okay? And technically what a production function is, it's a description of what is technically feasible for the firm to produce. Okay? That's their production function, what is technically feasible for them to produce. Okay? And essentially, what this production function does is it takes as inputs two things. It takes as inputs factors of production. It takes factors of production, what we call factors of production. I'll come back to what those are in a minute. Take factors of production. It puts it through a production function, which is a black box will express a mathematical function, and out comes a production of goods and services. Okay, and that's the way we model the supply side. So what are these factors of production? These factors of production are what we call inputs into the production process. The inputs into production are of two types. To make life easy, once again, obviously in the real world there's a million types of inputs into production. But to make life easy, we'll start with a model with two types of inputs into production. Labor and capital. Labor and capital. Okay? Labor, it's clear what labor is. It's the amount of hours that people work at your firm. Okay? So labor is literally how many hours are devoted towards work at your firm. Hours are provided by individuals in the labor market. So now, people on the other side of the equation, instead of people wanting pizza and cookies, Now people are inputs into production because they produce the labor. So people produce labor, they work at your firm, and the price they demand for that labor is the wage. That is the price that they demand for their labor. Where does the wage come from? We'll talk about that in a few lectures. Right now, we're going to take the wage as given. Just in previous lectures, we took the price of cookies and the price of pizza as given. And we'll tell you later where they come from. Now we're just going to take the wage as given. I'll tell you later where that comes from. By proceeding in steps, we make it feasible to model this in a reasonable way. Okay? Capital is more confusing. Okay? Capital is more confusing. This is basically, think of it as everything else that goes in production. The machines, the buildings, the land you build on. Think of it roughly as machines. Think of this black box as being workers and machines come together to produce something. The workers we call labor, the machines we call capital. And the price of capital we're going to call the rental rate. In other words, think of whatever you use in production as rented. You rent a machine. You rent a building. Okay? In some sense, workers, the wage is the price you pay to rent an hour of a worker's time. Right? That's the way. It's what the wage is, the price for renting an hour of a worker's time. And the rental rate is the price for renting a unit of capital. Okay? Now, later on, we'll talk about where that comes from, the fact that firms actually own machines, etc. But for now, this makes it easy and allows for a parallel analysis between workers and machines. They're both things you rent. Okay? Now, the production function is a function Q that basically converts, it's a function F that converts labor and capital into outputs. So the production function F converts labor and capital into output. Just like utility function, and once again, there's going to be enormous parallels to consumer theory. That's what I drilled into you developing the intuition of consumer theory. That same intuition is going to carry over here to producer theory. So just like the utility function is a mathematical representation of how goods turn into happiness, the production function, which in some sense is easy to understand, is a mathematical representation of how inputs turn to outputs. It's sort of easy to understand. The utility function is a vague thing. A production function is a technology. We all know that. Okay, it's the 2007 contest. You've got some inputs, and you produce an output. Okay? So production function is just the technology that translates the inputs to the outputs. Let me highlight one little thing. Little q, I'm going to distinguish here, and if I get this wrong, you can catch me. Little q refers to a specific firm. Big Q refers to the market. So I did my supply and demand curves where I have big Q. That refers to the whole market. Little q refers to a given firm within the market. Okay? And we'll go over that throughout. Okay. Now, these inputs can be what we call variable or fixed. And what do we mean by that? A variable input is an input that can be easily changed. A fixed input is one that is hard to change, at least in the near term. So the key distinction between whether an input is variable or fixed is whether you're talking about the short run or the long run. The short run is defined as a period of time over which only some inputs are variable and others are fixed. The long run is defined as a period of time in which all inputs are variable. That's it. That's the definition. I'm not going to tell you the short run is 6 months and 3 days and 4 hours, and the long run is past that. I can't tell you that. I can't tell you what they represent, except theoretically. Theoretically, we define the short run as a period of time in which some inputs are fixed and some are variable. The long run is a period of time over which everything's variable. Think of the short run as days and the long run as decades. And sort of where in between days and decades things land depends. Okay? So what we're going to do is we are going to assume that labor is variable and capital is fixed. That is, labor is something you can adjust at any point in time. You can always fire somebody and hire someone the next day. Okay? Now, in reality, that's difficult, but in theory, you can. Capital is harder to change. You've got to build a new machine. You've got to build a new building, et cetera. That's slower to change. So we're going to call labor the variable input and capital the fixed input. So in the short run, we get that labor will be variable and capital will be fixed. But in the long run, they're both variable. Now, of course, once again, in reality, this isn't so distinct. This isn't so clean. You can't just fire workers right away and replace them the next day, especially in this labor market with a lot of labor shortage. And you can build machines pretty quickly. Okay, so the short run, long run distinction is obviously not perfect, but it allows us to essentially distinguish the concept of things you can change quickly versus things you can't. Okay, let me pause there. There's a lot of definitions. Questions about that? Yeah. No, no, it should not. Q could be L plus K. That would be a particular form of F. But just like you can't tell me what form my utility function is, I can't tell you what form your production function is. This is some rich function of how you translate L and K to Q. So if Q is just L plus K, that would be a particular production function, which would imply that another unit of labor, another unit of capital deliver the same thing. But what if a machine is 5 times as good as a worker? Then it would be L plus 5K. What if the effective machines and workers varies based on how many machines and workers you have? Then it's a richer function. So just like utility isn't just cookies plus slices, it's some function of cookies and slices, production is some function of labor and capital. All right? Good question. Other questions? Okay, so now let's talk about the short run. Let's talk about short run production. And how do we think about a firm's short run production decisions? How do we think about a firm's short run production decisions? Well, in the short run, capital's fixed. So we can write our production function as Q equals F of L and K bar. Capital's fixed in the short run. Okay, that's definitional. So what the firm is trying to ask is, look, I can't change the number of machines I have. That's fixed. In the future, I could change it, but for my decision today, I've gone to work today, September 20th, I showed up at work. I have a decision to make today, which is how many workers do I want today? Well, the key input to that decision is going to be the marginal product of labor, which is how valuable is the next worker in terms of delivering output, which is going to be dQ dL. That is, what is the marginal effect of the next worker? Remember, this course always works on marginal decisions. What is the marginal effect of the next worker on output produced? Okay? We are going to assume that in the relevant range, dQ dL is negative. That is, we are going to assume diminishing marginal products. This does not mean diminishing total product. This does not mean, once again, like with consumers, more is generally better. More workers are better. But each worker, given fixed capital, adds less to output. Okay? Now, this is hard to think about and harder than, it's easy with pizza slices to have this intuition. But same intuition as pizza slices. So let's do an example that illustrates it. Let's think about digging a hole. You want to dig a hole, and you have one piece of capital, a shovel. And that can't be changed in the short run. All you can change is how many people you have working on digging the hole. So you hire the first person, and they're digging. You hire a second person, you'll get faster and more productive digging. But will it be twice as fast? Well, maybe if you can get them to alternate shifts. One more 12, one does the other 12. How about the third worker? Will it be 3 times as fast? Maybe, but probably not. By the time you're the 100th worker, there's only one shovel. What are they going to do? They're sort of sitting around. And you can rotate them really quickly, and you're certainly better off with 100 workers than with 90 workers, because you can rotate them more quickly. But clearly, the 100th worker is not as valuable as the second worker in terms of digging that hole. So the idea of diminished marginal product is, given that you only have one shovel, given you fixed capital, each additional worker does less and less good. Okay? It's not quite as simple as an intuition as diminishing margin utility, which I think is sort of natural. But and you know, it's not always true. Like I said, you can imagine the second worker might be as good as the first worker. But in general, each additional worker will add less and less value if they're working with the same number of machines. Okay? Now, in the long run, you can take more advantage. You could add wheelbarrows and more shovels. And you could add sorts of capital and then make each worker more productive. But in the short run, with only one piece of capital, that one shovel, there is nothing else you can do. Yeah?
That negative sign means d squared q with dl squared is negative, right? Not dq with d.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's diminishing. I shouldn't say negative. It's diminishing. My bad. It's diminishing. My bad. It's not negative. It's diminishing. Sorry about that. So we have diminishing marginal product. dq squared of dl squared is negative. But dq dl is positive. Each additional worker adds value. So add less and less and less. Thank you for catching that. OK? Other questions? So diminishing marginal product in the short run. That's all we're really going to say about the short run. The more interesting case is the long run. So now let's talk about long run production. The long run's more interesting because now you can vary both capital and labor. So now the problem's going to look just like the consumer choice problem. Consumer choice, we never said you couldn't affect the number of pizza, you can only change cookies. That's what I've just done here. I've said you can't change pizza, you can only change cookies. And just as in that case, given a fixed amount of pizza, each additional cookie does less and less. Okay? Now we're going to vary both. And guess what? We're going to choose a familiar form for the production function. Let's assume Q equals the square root of L times K. Let's assume Q equals the square root of L times K, a familiar form. But once again, a useful form in this context, just as it was in consumer theory. And let's go to figure 5.1. This illustrates a set of combinations of K and L which deliver the same amount of Q. Look familiar? It should look familiar. These look like indifference curves. But in this context, we call them isoquants, because we like making up cool words. Isoquants. An isoquant is the combination of K and L that delivers the same output. So all the features of indifference curves that we liked apply to isoquants. Okay? Further out is better. They slope down, they don't cross. Okay? And basically what it's saying is it's about opportunity cost. That basically as you have more capital for a given amount of money you want to spend and less labor, that's going to affect how much you produce. If the amount you produce stays constant, you switch capital and labor, you stay in the same isoquant. If you can produce more, you move out to a higher isoquant. Okay? Now, here's a good question. It relates to the earlier question that was asked about K plus L. What determines the shape of these isoquants? What determines their shape? What underlying sort of notion? It's a hard question. See if anyone knows the intuition. When are these isoquants going to be more bendy, and when are they going to be straighter, and when are they going to be more bent? What's going to determine that? Yeah. Exactly. It's going to depend on the substitutability of the different inputs. The more substitutable, the straighter is the isoquant. The less substitutable, the more bent is the isoquant. So for example, let's look at figure 5.2a. Here we have the production function that was suggested earlier. I like to think it's a production function between, this is one where goods are perfectly substitutable. Okay, I think it's a production function between Harvard graduates and Beanie Babies. Okay, nothing on that? Come on, guys. Work with me here. Okay, they're perfectly substitutable. Okay, and no, I don't mean to offend the Harvard students in the class, they're smart, they came over here to take classes, so they're exempted. Okay, but basically the idea is these inputs are perfectly substitutable. So it doesn't matter if you have a unit of labor or capital, as long as you have, just matters the total number of units you have, and that determines your production. That would lead to these straight downward sloping isoquants. On the other hand, consider something like figure 5.2b on the other side of the page. These would be non-substitutable inputs, so that the production function is Q equals the min of X and Y. For example, think of these like cereal and cereal boxes. Okay? Doesn't matter how much, for every amount of cereal you got to have a box. If you only have one box, it doesn't matter how much cereal you have, it's just going to sit there. Okay, you need more boxes. Okay, so just like the indifference curves for this case were left shoe, right shoe, this is, you can think of cereal boxes, things which are non-substitutable. They can't substitute for each other at all. And in that case, you get these squared isoquants. Okay? Questions about that intuition? So it's the degree of substitutability which determines the shape of these isoquants. More generally, we'll generally be in between. As I said, nothing's ever at the extremes. We'll generally be in between these two cases. And we'll have an isoquant that looks like figure 5.3. And along that isoquant, we have the slope, which is the marginal rate of technical substitution, just to really mess you up. Remember, with consumers, you have marginal rate of substitution, marginal rate of transformation, MRS and MRT. Now I'm going to have MRTS, okay, which is the marginal rate of technical substitution. Okay? That is the marginal rate of technical substitution is the rate at which effectively you can trade off labor and capital to produce the same quantity of good. So, and essentially, we can relate this just as we can relate the MRS to marginal utilities. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead. Marginal rate of technical substitution. Marginal rate of technical substitution. Remember when we developed the marginal rate of substitution, I used a little proof to show you how it relates to marginal utilities. We can use the same proof here, which is, let's ask what happens if you have a marginal increase in labor and a marginal decrease in capital so that you stay on the same line. Okay? Well, we know so we're asking where DL times MPL, the marginal product of labor, plus DK times MPK, just as there's a marginal product of labor, there's a marginal product of capital. Okay? Same intuition, it's diminishing. One worker, each additional shovel does less and less good. Okay? Same concept. That's equal to 0 along that indifference curve. It's an incremental step along that indifference curve. So solving this says that the slope of that indifference curve, dk dl, okay, is equal to the MRTS, which is equal to minus MPL over MPK. The slope of the indifference curve is minus MPL over MPK. Once again, should look familiar from consumer theory. Okay, it's the ratio of the marginal products that determines the slope of the indifference curve. Okay? So for example, let's take our production function we're using here, which is square root of L times K. That's our production function, okay? Let's solve for the marginal rate of technical substitution. Well, we know what's the marginal product of labor. The marginal product of labor is the derivative of this production function with respect to L. Okay? Take the derivative of that production function with respect to L, and you get 0.5 times K over square root of K times L. The marginal product of capital is the derivative of this production function with respect to K. You take that derivative, you get 0.5 times L over square root of K times L. So that the marginal rate of technical substitution is the ratio of these two, the opposite of the ratio, which equals minus K over L. In this case, once again, I don't want to confuse people. This is for this production function, that's the marginal rate of technical substitution. Just like for this utility function, I got a particular marginal rate of substitution. Okay, I'm just showing you how to develop it for a given production function. And that gives you something like figure 5.3. Okay, figure 5.3 shows you the marginal rate of technical substitution for this production function. And you can see that at, for example, a point like A, you have an MRTS of -4. that means that you have very little labor and a lot of capital. That means you give up 4 units of capital to get 1 more worker. Why? Because marginal products are diminishing. When you've got 4 shovels and 1 worker, you'd happily give up shovels to get more workers. Okay, so you want to move to the right. Likewise, at point C, you've got 4 workers and 1 shovel. That's doing you no good. You'd happily give up a worker to get a shovel. So you want to move to the left. Okay, so basically, that is how we end up with this marginal rate of technical substitution. Okay, questions about that? Okay, once again, parallels to consumer theory. Now I'm going to talk about 2 things which are not parallel to consumer theory. Let me just say by way of introduction, producer theory is 1 step harder than consumer theory. It's all the fun stuff for consumer theory plus 1 additional step. Okay, and we'll talk about that step starting 2 lectures from now. But for right now, it's parallel to consumer theory, but here's a couple of wrinkles that arise in the context of production that you don't get in the context of consumption. The first wrinkle is what we call returns to scale. Returns to scale. Okay? Returns to scale are the notion of what happens when I increase all inputs proportionally. It's not such an interesting question for consumer theory, but it's interesting for producer theory, because I want to say what happens if the firm gets bigger. When you say in your mind, what happens when a firm gets bigger, you're thinking what happens when when everything increases. When all inputs increase proportionally is our notion of how a firm gets bigger. And so that's what we call return to scale. Scale is basically when you scale up everything or scale down everything equally. So the question is, how does output respond? For example, it could be that when you double inputs, you double outputs. It could be that f of 2L, 2K equals 2 times f of LK. We would call this a constant returns to scale production function. Double output, double inputs, double outputs. Sort of a natural intuition. But it doesn't have to be the case. Indeed, typically, we assume firms have what we call diminishing returns to scale. Decreasing returns to scale, I'm sorry. Decreasing returns to scale, where f of 2L, 2K is less than 2 times f of L and K. That is, when you double inputs, you get less than twice as much outputs. Why is that? Well, think about the idea that basically if you're still trying to dig a hole, there's 1 guy with 1 shovel, you go 2 guys with 2 shovels, they're in each other's way, they can't quite work as efficiently as 1 guy with 1 shovel, because you're still trying to dig 1 hole. Okay? So it's a decrease in returns to scale, doubling the enterprise. Or if you go to 4 guys with 4 shovels, they're definitely going to just be in each other's way. They have to sit around for a while. So doubling the enterprise doesn't double production. Of course, we can also consider cases of increasing returns to scale, where f of 2L, 2K is greater than 2 times f of L and K. Increasing returns to scale. That might arise through something like the fact that when the firm gets bigger, it can specialize more. So maybe as the firm gets bigger and bigger, it can get better and better at what it does, and production can become more and more efficient. Okay? So this is an important concept, because basically this is how we think about economies growing. This is the core of any model of economic growth. If you take macroeconomics, talking about economic growth, the core of any model of economic growth is what is the returns to scale for the economy. Typically, economists do not believe that there's everywhere and always increasing returns to scale. We typically believe that returns to scale may increase initially as you specialize the firm, but eventually have to decrease. And the reason we believe that, or at least believed that, was that if there was always and forever increasing returns to scale, how many firms would there be in the economy? 1, because it could always just do better by getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Now, it turns out, for search engines, maybe that's not such a bad description. We'll see in the trial that's going on now, where Google may get broken up. So it may be that increasing returns to scale may last longer than we thought as economists. But typically, we think of firms as maybe initially having increasing returns to scale, and then eventually, as they mature, having decreasing returns to scale. Okay? Questions about that? Yeah?
So if a company like Apple, for example, like innovates that they come out with a new phone every year, do they do that?
Well, I'm going to get to that in a second. Not necessarily. And I'm going to get to that in 1 second. Okay? I wanted to, because we haven't talked about innovation yet, and that's a missing piece of this that I want to turn to next. But other questions? So I'm going to turn to the last slide. Before I do, I just want to review where we are. So basically, just like we have a utility function and production function, it translates your inputs into your outputs. In the short run, labor's fixed, capital's not. This is just, the only reason I taught you short run case is to develop the intuition of diminishing marginal products. The interesting case, the long run, where it's just like consumer theory. You're trading off pizza and cookies to make you happy. Here you're trading off labor and capital to make a good. Okay, and it's the same mathematics we saw before. All right? And likewise, just as we had marginal rates of substitution determining the slope of the difference curve, we have these marginal rates of technical substitution determining the slope of the isoquant. Now, let me come to the question here and talk about a last topic, which is productivity. One of the most exciting topics in economics is thinking about productivity. Okay? One of the most famous, and the idea of productivity comes actually from a very famous application from 1798 of the idea of decreasing returns to scale or diminishing marginal product. Thomas Malthus was a very, I think probably pretty depressed philosopher, given all the stuff he wrote back in the 1700s. And he said, look, think about the production of agriculture. There's essentially two inputs. There's people and land. The people harvest the land. He said, the difference between capital and land is always fixed. Even in the long run, there's only so much land. We got the Earth. Unless we go colonize another planet, which I don't think he was thinking about back then, there's a fixed amount of land. So that means that the marginal product of labor must be everywhere diminishing. That means that eventually we're going to starve. There's only so much land. As population grows, each worker's producing less and less and less on the same amount of land, and eventually we starve. Through the principle of diminished marginal product. He didn't put it that way, but that was intuition. Basically, a fixed amount of land, ever-growing population, each worker produces less and less and less until you can't feed yourself, until you produce less than is actually needed to feed yourself, and people start to die off. So Malthus actually said that there would be the world would be marked by cycles of starvation. That essentially, population would grow, we'd be unable to produce enough food, a bunch of us would die off, then we'd have a small enough population, we'd have marginal product of labor that could support production, and we'd go back to producing food again until we all died off again. Really not a very happy picture of the future. Now, since Malthus wrote that book, the world population increased roughly 1,000%. Okay, roughly 1,000% increase in world population, and we are fatter than ever. Okay? So what did Malthus get wrong? I mean, there's not starvation. And let me be clear, there's horrible problems of starvation around the world. Although let me also be clear, the famous economist Amartya Sen effectively won the Nobel Prize for an important observation, which is that there's never been a famine in a democracy. So when we think about famines and starvation all over the world, remember, that's a political failure, not technological failure. There's never been a famine in a democracy. Famines only happen when corrupt governments don't spread the food they need to the people who need to get it. So fundamentally, we have enough food, despite the fact population has gone up 10 times, gone up 1,000%, 100 times. So what is it? What's happened? What's changed? What did Malthus miss? Yeah? Technology. Malthus mixed the fact that we are missing a key component of how we write down our production function. Because there's actually productivity improvements. In agriculture, what were they? Well, fertilizers, machines. Basically, in the long run, we have, and eventually, disease-resistant seeds, better land management practices. He missed all the changes. He was right that the amount of land is fixed. But he missed the fact that the way we use that land will get more and more productive over time. He missed all the technology that was going to come. He missed the productivity improvements that we were going to see. Okay? Actually, world food consumption per capita is actually up since 1950, despite the fact that world population has grown. So what this says is really we should really think about writing production functions as Q equals A times F of L and K, where A is a productivity factor. Okay? Basically, there's an extra piece which makes the world more productive. Okay? This is not just true in agriculture. Let's think about one of the most famous examples, which is car production. Okay? Basically, before the 1900s, cars were made like other customized goods. A single person or a couple people make it together. And then Henry Ford introduced the assembly line, where basically you had interchangeable parts, and you had a conveyor belt or assembly line where people could just specialize in putting screwing this bolt in over and over and over again, and they could do it much faster, and they could specialize in it. Now, this seems pretty obvious at the time, but it's pretty obvious now. It's pretty radical at the time. He actually cut the cost of car production in half almost overnight. That was a massive productivity improvement. The same number of workers could produce same number of workers and same number of machines, you could produce many, many more cars. Okay? Now, but this innovation didn't just end with Henry Ford. Okay? The Indian company Tata produces the Nano, which is a $2,500 car. How is the Nano so cheap? Well, it's basically much lighter than other cars. It's much smaller, but they do things like putting the wheels way out on the edge instead of under the car to create more room for people to sit in. Okay? And they minimize the parts that are used to make it easy to exchange and easier to repair. Innovation is going on, and of course we're seeing perhaps one of the most major innovations in automobile industry in decades, which is the electrification of the automobile fleet. And if you don't think Tesla's more innovative than an old Ford, you haven't seen a Tesla. Okay? Despite what we think about Elon Musk, it's a pretty cool car. Okay? So basically, we are seeing continuous productivity improvements. And that's what the standard model misses. Okay? Is that basically, now this has become a really important area in economics, because ultimately, or productivity improvements, become one of the key determinants for countries in their standard of living. Okay? So with standard of living, think of it as how much stuff do we get to consume per person? Think of that as our standard of living. How much stuff do we have per person? Okay? What's going to determine that? 3 things. How hard we work, how many machines we have, and how productive we are with those inputs. Those are 3 things that will determine how much stuff we have. What's great about productivity is these 2 are expensive. Working harder is costly. You got to work harder. It sucks. Capital, you got to build a machine. You need to use stuff to build a machine. Productivity, boom, you got more. A brilliant idea, and suddenly, boom, you got more stuff for everyone. So productivity is the magic that makes economic growth happen almost costlessly. Okay? And as a result, productivity is the central determinant of our standard of living. And it turns out productivity has changed. From World War II until about 1973, US productivity grew at about 2.5% a year. What that meant was working just as hard with just as many machines, we could each consume 2.5% more stuff every single year. Just magically, through the growth in productivity. Okay? However, from 1973 until the 1990s, that fell to less than 1% a year, which meant if we wanted more stuff, we had to work harder, get more machines. Now, one question people were asking was basically, the IT revolution started in the late 80s, but productivity didn't increase. People are saying, well, where's the IT revolution? There's a great saying you can see the IT revolution everywhere in life except the productivity numbers. But then suddenly there was a boom. From the mid-90s to the mid-2000s, productivity jumped up again. We thought, aha, the IT revolution is here. Productivity rose to about 2.3% a year. But after 2005, it stopped, and productivity is back down again to a little more than 1% a year. So we're basically not really growing. We're not really innovating and developing and allowing our standard of living to grow as fast as it used to. Okay? This raises 3 key questions. The first question is, why not long-lasting effects of IT? Why did the IT revolution sort of cause this brief burst and then eventually kind of wear off? Is it because basically all our innovation is watching TikTok and not in making stuff? I don't know, but that's sort of one question we have, which is why is this incredible? You guys have no idea how different life is now than it was 25 years ago in terms of the internet and everything you have, but somehow we're not that much more productive as an economy. The question is why not? The second question this raises is, where does productivity come from? Where does A come from? And here, this is a rich field of study because I said it was free. It's not free. It's not magical. Productivity is through real things. In the case of Henry Ford, it's through a brilliant insight. So one place A comes from is education. As we educate people to make them smarter, make them more creative, they'll think of cool new ideas. Okay? Productivity comes from firm research and development. As firms do research and development, stuff that many of you may go on and do with your lives, okay, they think up new ideas. Okay, and they develop new products. It also comes from public research and development, like the National Science Foundation. Some of you may eventually get funding from the National Science, may already have, or may eventually get funding from the National Science Foundation for Educations. The National Science Foundation funds a lot of research. The National Institutes of Health fund a lot of research. This turns out to be particularly critical because that's a lot of the basic research that gets done. Firms do what we often call applied research. They take basic ideas and turn them into products. But the basic research is often funded by government. And so that's where that comes from. So basically, there are things we can do as a society to increase our productivity. We don't just sit back and let it happen. Having a more educated population, more investments in R&D. The research and development, by the way, is R&D. Those can really make a difference in terms of how fast we grow. Third question. Third point. How should we spend productivity? And here's what I mean by that. Imagine you have a cool new idea that can make things more efficient. Take Henry Ford's idea. He could do two things with that. One is he could make more cars. Two is he could give people more time off, right? If A goes up, you can reduce L and end up with the same amount of output. There's no reason an increase in A has to go into more Q. An increase in A could go into less L, which people like. They like time off. One thing we'll learn in this class, the hardest thing about teaching a class at MIT, the single hardest thing, is in the real world, people actually don't like work. And we find this hard to believe, guys. But in the real world, people would rather not be at work than at work. Okay? And basically, people would rather say, well, gee, if you can make cars quicker, why am I working so hard? And the answer is we don't know. There's no clear question about how to spend productivity. Indeed, the US and Europe have made radically different choices on this front. If you look at the decades since World War II where productivity has risen, the US has largely put that into more goods. Europe has largely put a lot of it into more leisure. So a starting worker in Europe gets 6 weeks off. A starting worker in the US gets 2 weeks off. Basically, people in Europe work from about 25 to 60 and then stop. People in the US work from like 20 to 65. We work a lot more hours per week. The US has decided we want it's been decided. I don't want to say that's necessarily a conscious decision, but our society is one which has evolved to be that all the productivity improvements go into more stuff, whereas in Europe, a lot of it goes into more time off. What's the better thing to have? Good question. Okay? When I was young, I probably thought stuff. Now that I'm older, I might think time off. Okay? But that's something we need to be conscious of, that societies can take different paths. The pandemic may have shook this up in the US. The pandemic was the first chance that people had to actually be at home and say, wait a second, maybe I don't want to work that hard. And there was a huge reduction in labor supply after the pandemic. A lot of people retired early. People aren't working as hard. People want to be in better jobs. People want to work from home. So the pandemic really shook things up in terms of people maybe starting to value their leisure more than maybe they did before. Okay? So that's the third question. The fourth is who gets A? That is, which group in society benefits from a more productive economy? Okay? So basically, if you look at the period from World War II till 1973, the average US income grew by 2.5% a year because of productivity. It turns out pretty much every group in society saw that increase. The poorest people saw their incomes go up about 2.5% a year. The richest people saw their incomes go up to about 2.5% a year. Since the mid-1970s, that has changed radically. Since the mid-1970s, virtually all of the benefit of increased productivity has gone to the richest members of society, the people that own the capital, and not to the workers. Okay? Basically, if you look at the purchasing power of a typical wage today, it's not much higher than what you could buy with that wage in 1980. That is, the wage itself is higher, but goods cost more. We'll come back and talk more about inflation and things. The bottom line is the average worker can't buy that much more stuff than they could in 1980. Meanwhile, the wealthiest have gotten incredibly wealthy. The share of wealth in the US, the share of income controlled by the top 1% of people in the US was 26% in 1989, and it's 35% today. Even more, in 2021, in the coming back from the pandemic, in the year after the pandemic, as we readjusted to life, the top 1% of earners saw their incomes increase by 9%, while everyone else saw their incomes decrease. So the top 1% of earners were the only group that actually saw their income increase. Everyone else saw income decrease because inflation ate into people's wages. The bottom line is, we also, A doesn't magically go to everyone. Okay? It's not like a more productive economy so everyone benefits. That's determined by a set of decisions made by individual actors in the economy and by the government. And that's what we'll talk about later this semester, is how does the government think about those decisions, or how do we think as a society about how to spend the extra resources we get when the economy gets more productive. Okay, and that comes to the topic of economic fairness, which we won't spend nearly enough time on, but we will come back to towards the end of the semester. Okay? Questions about that? All right, why don't we stop there? And there's no section Friday, right? No section Friday. Remember, the first problem set is due next Friday, and the section you go to next Friday is the one you're going to stay in for the semester. Okay, thank you. So today we're going to continue our discussion of producer theory. Remember the first few lectures we developed consumer theory and where the demand curve came from. Now we're turning to producer theory and where the supply curve comes from, drawing on a lot of parallels from the math and techniques that we use for consumer theory. So we're going to start today by talking about the key construct, a key construct of producer theory, which is short-run cost curves. Remember, the short run is the period of time over which some inputs are fixed, in our case capital, and other inputs are variable, in our case labor. Okay? So basically, we last time developed a firm production function. Now I want to translate that production function into costs. And why do we want to do that? Because remember, the way firms maximize profits is by minimizing costs, by producing goods as efficiently as possible at minimum costs. Remember, our production function from last time was little q equals the square root of L times K. Okay? That was our production function. Now, what we want to do today is write down a new function, which is what does it cost to produce little q? For any given L and K, what's it cost? Well, the cost of producing little q, which is a function of q, is equal to the amount of capital you have, which is fixed, times the rental rate of capital. Remember, that's the price of machines is their rental rate, plus the amount of labor, which is a function of Q times the wage. So basically, your choice variable is how many workers you want to have. To decide how much Q you want to produce, you're going to decide how many hours of labor or workers you want to employ. By the way, I will talk interchangeably between hours of labor and workers. There's no right measure of L. It depends on the context, etc. So don't feel like it's just two different ways of measuring the L input. So it matters less when I say hours of work versus workers. If it's an important distinction, I'll tell you. But right now I'm using two different ways of measuring L. The bottom line is it's a labor input. Okay? So now we want to say, what is the explicit expression for the cost function? Well, in fact, if we know a production function and we know W and R, we can write down a cost function. So we know this production function, and let's assume, for this case, let's assume W equals 5 and R equals 10. Okay? Where'd those come from? I'll teach you that in a few lectures. Remember, we sort of peel the onion in this class. We're kind of revealing the mystery slowly. Right now, just take those as given. In a few lectures, I'll tell you where they come from. Okay? So we know the production function is Q equals square root of L times K. So we can take that from that production function. We can just flip it and say L equals Q squared over K bar, right? Just squaring that, moving to the other side. Okay? So then we could say that we can rewrite the cost function as C equals 10 K bar, okay, because 10 is the rental rate, plus 5Q squared over K bar. Big plugging in from this equation. 5 is the wage rate. Okay? Now, K bar is a fixed number. To make life easy, let's just assume K bar equals 1. It could be any fixed number in the short run. Let's assume K bar is 1 to make life easy. So that says that the cost function we could simply write as 10 plus 5Q squared. That's our cost function. To get that cost function, which is a relationship between the cost of the firm and the quantity they produce. Okay, the cost function relates the quantity produced to the cost. All we do is start with the production function, plug in these parameters, and we end up with a cost function. Okay, so that's how you translate production to costs. Okay? Now, let's look at this cost function for a second, and I want to give you some key definitions that we'll be using throughout this course. Okay? We are going to call fixed costs are going to be costs which are not variable in the short run. Fixed costs are costs which are not variable in the short run. Here, it's 10. The fixed cost in this example is 10. There's nothing you can do in the short run to change your fixed cost because capital's fixed. Variable costs are the costs that can be varied in the short run. In our case, variable costs are 5Q squared. So your variable costs are 5Q squared. That's the part of cost that you can move in the short run. And total costs is the sum of those two, as expressed there. Total cost is the sum of fixed and variable costs. Now, the key, the single key that will drive production theory is what we're going to call marginal costs. Marginal cost is the differential of total costs with respect to quantity. Okay? So marginal cost is dC dQ, which, given that fixed costs are fixed, in the short run is the same as saying d variable cost dQ. Okay? In the short run, d total cost dQ is the same as d variable cost dQ because fixed costs are fixed. Okay? So marginal costs are the marginal cost of producing the next unit. What is the cost of producing the next unit? It's the change in variable costs for the next unit produced. And then finally, we will define average costs as what they sound like, which is C over Q, total cost over quantity produced. That's average costs. We can graph these various cost curves in figure 6.1. So figure 6.1 in your handout shows the cost curves for our sample cost function, which, remember, is really our example production function, given an RW and K bar. What you see here is the marginal cost, that is d variable cost dQ, is equal in our example to 10Q. Just differentiating that with respect to Q is 10Q. Our marginal costs are the line with the equation 10Q. Our average costs are this expression over Q. So it's 10 over Q plus 5Q. 10 over Q plus 5Q is average costs. Okay? How did I get that? I just divided the costs by Q. Okay? Also on this graph, you can see average variable costs and average fixed costs. So you can see that the average cost line is a combination of two pieces. An average variable cost, which is everywhere upward sloping, and an average fixed cost, which is everywhere falling. Okay? So average costs themselves first fall, then rise. Average costs first fall, then rise. Why is that? Well, that's because at first, you have these big fixed costs you have to sort of pay off. But over time, the fixed costs get small relative to variable costs, so over time it rises. Okay, so average costs sort of first fall, because the first couple units, your costs are very high. Your costs are super high at the start because you have all these fixed costs. Each unit, those fixed costs per unit fall and fall and fall. That's the AFC line. Fixed costs per unit fall and fall and fall, whereas variable costs per unit rise and rise and rise. And the minimum of average costs is where it crosses the marginal cost curve. It's just mathematical. The minimum, if you take a function, the minimum of the average is going to be where it intersects the margin. Okay? Because wherever the average cost is, wherever the marginal cost is above the average cost is rising. Wherever the marginal cost is below the average cost, it's falling. Therefore, marginal cost intersects average cost at the minimum. Okay? In other words, if average cost, if you're to the point to the left of 1.5, if you're using less than 1.5 units, marginal costs are below average costs. Okay? So by producing more, you drive average cost down because the marginal cost is less than the average cost. So as you increase production from 1 unit to 1.5 unit, you drive average cost down. But once marginal cost is above average cost, increasing production drives average cost up. And that's why marginal cost hits average cost at the minimum. Okay? Questions about those relationships or those graphs? Okay, so now let's go back and note a key relationship between marginal cost and something we discussed last time, the marginal product of labor. Okay? Remember, cost equals K bar times R plus L times W. If you differentiate this with respect to Q to get the marginal cost, you get marginal cost equals W times DL dQ. Okay, because this term drops out. And so you just differentiate by the law of you get W times DL dQ. Okay? So the marginal cost of producing the next unit is the price per unit of labor times how many units of labor it takes to make the next unit. This is the price per unit of labor, W. This is how much labor it takes to make the next unit. So the marginal cost of the next unit is the product of those. But we also know from last lecture, that dQ, dL, we had a name for that. We called that the marginal product of labor. We defined that last lecture. How productive the next unit of labor is was dQ, dL. So we can substitute in to write, that marginal cost equals W over the marginal product of labor. That is, the marginal cost of producing the next unit of the good is higher the more you have to pay each worker, and lower the more productive each worker is. Okay? So as marginal product of labor is very high, unless wage is very high, marginal cost is going to be low. Okay? So basically, what's going to matter is the marginal product of each unit of labor and the wage you have to pay for that unit. Okay? Now, last point I want to make here on definitions. I want to talk about something called sunk costs. I'm going to already contradict something I said last lecture. Last lecture I said in the long run, all inputs are variable. In the short run, only some inputs are variable. We have some costs which in the long run are not variable. Those are called sunk costs. Those are costs where once you make them, you can never get them back. A fixed cost is something like a machine. If you buy a machine and you want to get rid of it, you can sell that machine. Or a building. If you buy a building and you want to get rid of it, you can sell that building. A sunk cost is something you can't ever get rid of or sell. The best example would be med school. If you want to be a doctor, you have to go to med school. Having gone to med school, you can't ever ungo to med school. You have paid that cost of time and money, and you're done. It's sunk. A sunk cost is essentially a long-run fixed cost. It's something where once you make that investment, you never get it. There's no way to get it back. Now, you can get benefits from it. I'm not saying it's not a good idea. I'm just saying, unlike a building which you could sell or a machine which you could sell, med school, you can't sell your med school experience. Okay? And this is very important because it leads to a very counterintuitive difference between sunk costs and fixed costs, something which trips people up all the time, which is that sunk costs are irrelevant to decision-making once they're paid. Once you've paid your sunk costs, they are irrelevant because you can't get them back anyway. It's done. Or as economists say, sunk costs are sunk. Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Now, here's why that matters in real life. Let me talk about a simple example. Many of you have heard of the band Journey, classic 80s band. A few years ago, Journey was touring, and they have a new lead singer, this guy they found actually through YouTube, he's from the Philippines, sounds just like the old lead singer. It's kind of cool. So they're playing down in Mansfield, Mass., and I bought a couple of tickets for my wife and I for $125 each, good seats. Then I looked at the set list, and I thought, you know, I don't actually like that many Journey songs. I'm going to sit through this hour-and-a-half concert for like the 3 songs I like. It doesn't really seem worth it. I don't think I want to go. I think I'm going to try to sell these tickets on the secondary market. So I can go to StubHub and sell the tickets. The question is, I had paid $250 for those tickets. How should that impact the price I set on StubHub? The money I paid for those tickets, how should that money, forget everything else, just the money I paid, how should it impact the price I set on StubHub? Yeah. It shouldn't. Why not? It's a sunk cost. I paid it already. It's irrelevant. It's done. I already paid the $250. It's gone. I might feel sad, but it's gone. How should I decide what to put the tickets on sale for at StubHub? Well, it's a function of 2 factors. First is I can look at what things are selling for and try to use the market. That's one thing. But let's say I had no information. Let's say I had no information on the market. Leave that aside. It's just an internal decision on what I'm willing to sell tickets for. How should I decide? Yeah. Well, that's one way to think about it. You'd not be willing to pay to buy the tickets. That's one way. But that's sort of a confusing way. There's another way to think about it. What's another way to think about it? It's related to that, sort of flip of what you said. How should I think about how much I'm willing to how much am I willing? Forget the price that I set, which is a function of what I think the market is. My willingness. How much should I be willing to sell those tickets for? Well, think about it. If I sell the tickets, what am I not doing? I'm not going to the concert. So how much should I be willing to sell the tickets for? Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, white shirt. You had your hand up. Yeah. Yeah, basically, I should sell them for how much I'm willing to pay to go to the show. If literally I don't want to go, then I should be willing to sell them for 0. I should be willing to give them away. I'm not saying I will sell them for 0 because I might make money on it. But there's my underlying opportunity cost at 0 because I literally would rather sit at home. If I say, yeah, I don't want to pay $250, but if you said you could get Journey tickets for $50 each, I'd go, then I should set the price at $50 each. If someone will pay me more than $50, I sell them. If they'll pay me less than $50, I go. So the amount I should be willing to get should be determined by the opportunity cost of going, not by what I paid for them. That is a very confusing logic. Yeah?
But even though it's sunk costs, can't you, why, I would think about trying to recover those sunk costs.
You would, because that's the way humans think, but it's wrong.
Isn't that a real thing?
It's not a real thing.
You could get it back. You wouldn't have lost anything then.
But it doesn't matter. They're already gone. So once again, let me think of it this way. Let's say that the fact you've paid the costs makes you sad. You've paid those costs, you made them sad. But right now, whatever you sell them for, okay, that's all you can get back. So let's say, let me put it this way. Let's say I could go online and sell them for $500 each. Can I only sell them for $250 because that's what I paid for them? No, sell them for $500. So it's irrelevant that I paid $250. If I go sell them for $50, I sell them for $50. If I sell them for $500, I sell them for $500. What I paid is some amount I paid in the past. I may be sad about it. And look, let me be clear. The way you're thinking about it is the way that the world thinks about it, and it's wrong, okay? I got chastised by my advisor in graduate school because I had plane tickets that I was going to cancel, and I was suffering from the sunk cost fallacy. I was going to say, well, I paid this much for them. And he said, doesn't matter what you paid for them. What matters is the value to you of flying home, okay? The sunk costs are gone, okay? Yeah. Selling what? Oh, so the difference, that's a great point. The difference is with the building, with the building, I buy it as an investment that I intend to use for a while and then sell. With the tickets I just bought, that I wasn't even thinking about selling them. I was thinking about buying them. I mean, for example, I could have bought the Journey tickets as an investment, like a building. I could have bought the Journey tickets and said, well, look, I'm going to pay this for them because I can get that for them. I plan to sell them. But I wasn't planning to sell them. I just bought them. I thought I was done. Then things changed. So from my new perspective, they were sunk. It's a good question. Good questions. Yeah?
Sunk costs are basically goods that you didn't want to sell in the first place?
Sunk costs are things, investments you make. You decide, I want to go to med school, I want to go to Journey, okay? And you make those decisions, and then things change. And or they don't change. But the point is, whatever you want to do next, it's irrelevant that you made that decision. You already made it. Now the question is what to do next. It's not an easy concept, but it's an important one. Yeah. Oh, you use it. And buying Journey tickets was a kind of investment that I would have used to go to Journey. The difference if I decide I don't want to be a doctor. Let's say being a doctor is composed of three things: going to med school, buying an office, and working every day. If I decide I want to be a doctor, I can stop working every day, I can sell the office, but I can't ungo to med school. It's done. So my decision tomorrow, do I want to stay being a doctor? It's irrelevant if I went to med school. I just say, well, how much do I like it, and how much money I'm making relative to the cost of the office and the cost of of my time and working every day. Okay? These are great questions because this is exactly the kind of concept that I want you to be able to think differently about coming out of this course. Yeah?
Or at least for some costs, does intent matter?
What's that?
Does intent matter?
Well, intent matters in whether we label it fixed or sunk. That was the question here. Intent matters. If you intend to eventually use it and sell it, then it's fixed. If it can't be sold, or you don't intend to sell it, then it's sunk. But that's a fuzzy line. Okay? All right. Great discussion. Let's go on. So now, let's talk about the long run versus the short run. The long run versus the short run. The difference in the long run, let's put sunk costs aside now. I'm introduced, let's put them aside. Okay, that's more just sort of a fun thing for you to be thinking about in your life. But for most of this class, we'll talk about costs being fixed or variable, not sunk. So let's go back to our just fixed and variable costs. And we want to ask, how do costs differ in the long run to short run? And here there's a relatively simple but important intuition, which is that long run costs will always be at the lower bound of short run costs. The cost of production in the long run are always the same or lower than the cost of production in the short run. To see this, let's go to figure 6.2. This is sort of a hard intuition. So let's go to figure 6.2. In this figure, there's a firm that has three possible scales of production. Think of this as three different K-bars they can choose. And the way production works is in the short run, you choose a K-bar, you then decide how much L to use, and that's what you produce. But in the long run, you could change your K-bar. So think of a firm who has 3 different K-bar options. And those 3 different K-bar options give 3 different average cost curves. Because you can see, if I change K-bar from 1 to 2, my average cost would change. My average cost would no longer be 10 over Q plus 5Q. Okay? My average cost would be 20 over Q plus 5Q. Okay? If K-bar changed. So think of these 3 curves as 3 different K-bars. Now the firm, in the short run, has to choose which one it wants. So, for example, SRAC1, that short run average cost curve 1, that would be the average cost curve they'd choose if they think they're not going to produce that much. They think they don't have much demand for their good. As opposed to SRAC3, that's the cost curve they choose. They think there's going to be a lot of production. They think there's going to be a lot of demand for their goods. So think of this about how big you build the plant. If you think people aren't going to want much of your good, you build a small plant. Think they're going to want a lot of your good, you build a big plant. And SRAC2 is in between. Okay? So in other words, if the firm wants to produce the amount little q1, the most efficient K-bar to choose is the K-bar that yields SRAC1. Right? If the firm wants to produce little q3, the most efficient K-bar to choose is the K-bar that yields SRAC3. But in the long run, no matter what, since it can re-optimize over K, it can always do better than the short run. It could do, or at least no worse. So if it turns out that in the long run demand is Q1, and you chose SRAC1, great. The long run cost is the same as the short run costs. But if by mistake you chose SRAC3, you can do better in the long run by re-optimizing your capital. It's just like any general scientific rule. The more variables you have to toy with, the more you can optimize. Okay? Here you can toy with 2 variables, labor and capital, so you can do better in terms of minimizing costs. This is not just a theoretical concept. Let's talk about one of the most important companies in America today, which is Tesla. When Tesla was founded in 2013, Elon Musk had to decide how large a battery production plant to build. He built a plant which was the size such that he would sell 20,000 cars in 2017. He figured his demand would be 20,000 cars in 2017. So he built a plant, let's call it SRAC1, because he expected Q1. What happened was he got Q3. By 2017, there was a 200,000 person waiting list for Teslas because they couldn't produce the batteries fast enough. So Elon Musk realized he built too small a plant. So he then has built the largest electric battery plant in the world in Nevada. He's gone from SRAC1 to SRAC3. This plant can produce 500,000 cars a year. But what if people decide Elon Musk is an idiot and they don't want to buy Teslas anymore? Okay? And all of a sudden Tesla sales fall. Well, that one could be too big. And maybe next time he'll sell that plant and build one in between. The point is, he can always re-optimize depending on how demand turns out to be, so he can always do better. Elon Musk did not produce most efficiently in the short run. So he built a bigger plant. Will he now produce most efficiently? It depends whether demand ends up at Q3 or somewhere else. Okay? Questions about that? So basically the point is, in the long run, it's just like the short run, except you get to choose K-bar, which means you get to take multiple shots at what average, but having chosen K-bar, you're back in the short run. All you can do is vary the number of workers. Okay? So think of the long run as a set of short run games. In each short run, you choose K-bar, you produce as efficiently as possible. Okay? If you turns out you've chosen the wrong K-bar, you then choose a different one the next period, the next long run period. Okay? So now let's talk about long run costs. Let's talk about how we think about firm production decisions and costs in a world where both labor and capital is variable. Okay? So remember last time we developed an isoquant. The isoquant was the choice of all L and K that give the same little q. The choice of all L and K that give the same little q was the isoquant. And you could choose, and basically the point was, along any given isoquant, there are different combinations of L and K that can give you little q. Just like along an indifference curve, there are many combinations of pizza and cookies that make you equally happy. So the question is, how do you decide which combination to use? Well, to do so, we create, just like in consumer theory, we solve the problem by creating a budget constraint. In producer theory, we solve the problem by creating an ISO cost line. The ISO cost line, which is basically the firm's budget constraint, if you will. The ISO cost line is the line which gives you the costs of labor and capital that help you choose which combination you'd like to choose. So I'm not saying it well in words. Let's go to the graphs. Okay, here's some ISO cost lines. Remember, I assumed that the wage was 5 and the rental rate of capital was 10. Okay? So basically, these lines are combinations of capital and labor that yield the same total level of costs. The combination of capital and labor that yield the same total level of costs. So you see the $50 ISO cost says if you want to spend $50, you can either have 10 units of labor and no capital, 5 units of capital and no labor, or some combination in between. But if you want to spend $150, you could then have 30 units of labor and no capital, or 15 units of capital and no labor, or some combination in between. So it's basically the combination of capital and labor that yield the same total cost. Okay? And what is the slope of the ISO cost line? Well, the slope is minus W over R, minus the ratio of the price of labor to the price of capital. Okay? What does this say? This says that you have to give up half a unit of capital to get a unit of labor. It's back to opportunity costs. For a given total cost of production, if you want one more worker, you're going to have to give up half a machine. Okay? For a given total cost of production. So that's the slope of the ISO cost line. So then we say the firm, to minimize costs, will use the efficient combination of labor and capital to produce any level of goods. And how do we get that? We get that by the tangency between the ISO quant and the ISO cost. The tangency between the ISO quant and the ISO cost gives us the efficient combination of capital and labor for any level of production, little q. So for example, going back, keeping these ISO cost lines and going back to our production function and our therefore cost function, we can draw the ISO quant, okay, for production. Okay, so we start with the production function. We start with our production function, Q equals square root of L times K. Okay? We know that the slope of the isoquant slope we defined last time is minus MPL over MPK. MPL over MPK. So at the tangency, we set these two things equal. We set MPL over MPK equal to W over R. That is, in the optimum, with this example, okay, you set these things equal, you always set the slope of the isocost line equal to the slope of the isoquant. But in this example, that is such that you want to use half as much capital as labor. You want to basically use, because basically, if you look at MPL, if you use our example we defined last time, setting these equals says, remember from last time, the MPL was minus L over K. Here we're saying to equal to minus W over R. Okay, if you remember last time, we solved for the marginal, the MRTS, K over L. K over L. K over L. So minus K over L equals minus W over R. Minus K over L, we defined last time as the marginal rate of technical substitution. Okay, which is generally this formula, but in our specific case, it's that. Minus WR is the price ratio. The marginal rate of technical substitution is the slope of the isoquant. Minus W over R is the slope of the price ratio. Here, in our example, we know that equals minus a half. So in this example, you want to set K over L equal to minus a half. You want half as much capital as labor. Okay? Why is that? Well, same intuition with consumers. Okay? The market is telling you it's going to cost half as much to have a worker as a machine. Your technology is telling you, okay, that you're basically indifferent, that basically you, at the point you're at, you're basically, the trade-off between workers and machines is K over L. So you set those equal. And that gives you the rule that you want to set in our particular example. K over L is equal to minus W over 2. So let me review again. A, the isoquant curve comes from production function and delivers the marginal rate of technical substitution, which is this, step 1, okay? Step 2, the isocost has a slope of this. Step 3, you set them equal, so you get minus K over L, which is what this is, equals minus a half, which is what that is. So use capital and labor until using half as much capital as labor. And once again, you can use the same kind of examples we use for consumer theory to show you why, if you weren't using half as much capital as labor, you'd be getting it wrong. You should show yourself at home. Remember last time we had points where the indifference curve wasn't tangent to the budget constraint. We showed why they were wrong. You can do the same thing here. You can draw points where the isoquant is not tangent to the isocost and show you why that's inefficient. Why it's inefficient production. Okay? Now, questions about that? Yeah. Oh, that's a K. Oh, Jesus. That's that. Let me make sure I get the inversion right. It's MPL over MPK. Sorry about that. That's not any better. MPK. MPL over MPK. Thank you for asking. Once again, 70% of the class had no idea what those were, so you did a good service. Yeah, go ahead. For this example, yes. The general formula is that the MRTS equal to the input price ratio. That's the general formula. So the general formula is you set minus MPL over MPK equal to minus W over R. That's the general formula. In our particular case, that amounts to K over L equals a half. Yeah?
If you were Tesla and you're like restructuring what cost and what quantity you're producing, is there a version of the infinite substitution type?
That's a really interesting question that we won't really get into. I think the difference is, actually, I will teach you why I won't get into it, because firms, it's a good segue to why firms are not the same as consumers, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Other questions? Okay, well, that's a great segue, which is, when we did consumer theory, we were done here. We said, well, I just find the point where this is true. That's the optimal bundle. And then I think comes substitution effects and all that, as was pointed out. This is why producer theory is harder, because we're not done. Why aren't we done? Because I didn't tell you the right ISO cost. With consumer theory, I gave you a budget constraint. I'm not giving you an ISO cost here. I'm just saying there are multiple possible ISO costs. Therefore, there are multiple possible tangencies. So with consumer theory, I gave you a budget constraint, and therefore I told you 2 equations and 2 unknowns gives you the answer. Here, 2 equations, 2 unknowns does not give you the answer. It just gives you a formula. But how you apply that formula is going to depend on how big you want your firm to be, which ISO cost you want to choose. Well, how the hell are you going to choose that? That's where you have to add one more step. That's where producer theory gets one step harder. To see that, let's look at figure 6.5a. Figure 6.5a shows for different ISO costs how much capital and labor we want to use for our example. So the previous example, we were at point A. We were choosing to spend $50. That allowed us to produce square root of 12.5 units, okay, at a tangency of 5 units of labor and 2.5 units of capital. Okay, flip back and forth to figure 6.4. You'll see that's where we were, right? However, I could have said instead, no, I want to be bigger. I want to make more. I'm going to choose to spend 100. Then I would be at point B, where I could have 20 units, not 100. square root of 50, it's 4 times. Yeah, I'm going to spend 200. Okay? So basically here, if I spend 200, I can have 20 workers and 10 machines. I'm going to spend 200, I have 20 workers and 10 machines, and then I'll produce square root of 50. Which is right? I don't know. I haven't told you yet. How do you choose as a boss? Remember, capital's fixed. I'm only talking about, this is not the Elon Musk example. It's not capital. This is within the short run. This is how many workers do you hire? Well, you don't know. You could hire 10 workers, 20 workers, 30 workers. It depends how much you want to produce. How much you want to produce, that is the extra step we have to add for producer theory. We call this the long-run expansion path. This is essentially the combinations of labor and capital at every single Q that you would choose. In other words, you can map out, I haven't yet just told you which Q you're going to choose, but I've told you how to map out for each Q how much L and K you want to use. If you decide the Q you want is square root of 12 and a half, you choose 10 workers and 5 machines. If you decide it's a square root of 112 and a half, you choose 30 workers and 15 machines. Ultimately, the question is how much you want to produce. Now, in this example, the long-run expansion path is linear, but it doesn't have to be. For example, consider figure 6.5b. This is a long-run expansion path where capital is becoming less productive as you produce more. Okay? In 6.5a, no matter how much you produce, you always want to use half as much capital as labor. That ratio never changes. In 6.5b, it does change. That means it's a different production function. I haven't written down the underlying production function for 6.5b, but it's a different production function. The ISO costs are the same. The cost of labor and capital, labor is always half the price of capital. But it's a different production function which has the feature that as you produce more and more, capital becomes less productive. You might think of this as something like a McDonald's long-run expansion path. Once they've got the fryolator and the building, then what really matters is how many more workers you employ there, cranking stuff through. So that's a case where, in some sense, each initial unit of capital, the fryolator isn't that productive. Okay, it's really labor, which is really the thing which you want more and more of as you expand. Alternatively, you could have something like figure 6.5c, which is an expansion path where capital becomes more productive and labor becomes less productive. That is, you are choosing relatively more and more capital compared to labor. So let's compare 6.5b to 6.5c. In 6.5b, when you go from point A to point C, you go from 4 workers to 15 workers, but only 3 machines to 7.5 machines. Okay, go from point A to C in 6.5b. The number of workers goes up almost 4 times. The number of machines only goes up 2.5 times. On the other hand, with figure 6.5c, the number of workers going from A to C goes from 7 to 16, which is a little more than twice. The number of machines goes from 1.5 to 7, which is almost 5 times as much. Capital's becoming more productive, workers are becoming less productive in 6.5c. This might be something you might have for like a heavy machinery plant, okay? Where over time, you want more and more machines and you need fewer and fewer workers to run them. The point of this is not to say that I can tell you what these specific examples are, and each of these obviously have different production functions under them. It's just to show you that long-run expansion paths can vary in the real world. It's basically a question of, as you want to produce more, does labor and capital become equally more productive? Okay? Questions about that? Yeah?
So let's say I wanted the 80% of startups that fail. Like, do I choose my shutdown if I can't jump from 80?
I haven't talked about shutdown yet. You're a bit ahead of me. That is related to how you're going to decide on your Q. And I'm going to get to that next lecture. Okay? So next lecture, I haven't told you how you choose Q. But next lecture I will. I'm going to choose the one extra step that lets you choose Q. But before I do, I want to ask a sort of existential question, which is, how do we actually measure costs in the real world? Step 4, measuring costs. And this is where I get to tell you that economics is just cooler than accounting. And let me explain why. Okay? Accounting only considers the cash flow costs that you have when you start a firm. Economics, more appropriately, considers opportunity costs as well. Okay? So profits is revenue minus costs. We're going to focus on the costs here. Costs in accounting are literally what you spend. In economics, they're what your opportunity cost is, and those could differ. So let me give you a simple example. You're going to start a website design firm when you graduate. That's kind of out of date, but, you know, whatever. Okay, you're going to start a website design firm when you graduate. Okay? And that involves you working full-time plus some slave programmer you can hire for $40,000 a year. Okay? So you're going to work full-time and hire the programmer for $40,000 a year. Moreover, the programmer, you don't even need to buy a computer for the programmer because you have an extra computer that's got one more year before it becomes useless. So you can give that computer to the programmer, and they can use that for the year. So you can have a one-year company, okay? You're going to work full-time, you're going to pay your programmer $40,000, and you give your programmer this computer you have that's one more year to work. And let's say your goal is by the end of year one, I want to be making a profit. Okay? My parents will be mad at me if I take more than 1 year at this. By the end of year one, I want to make a profit. And let's say at the end of year one, your revenues are $60,000. We could say to your parents, who are accountants, well, gee, I earned $60,000. I paid my programmer $40,000. That's my cost. So I made profit of $20,000. See? My company's great. Your accounting parents, let's say you have an accounting mom and an economics dad. The accounting mom is fooled, but the economics dad is not. Because what does the economics dad point out? Yeah. Yeah, well, go on. Let's talk about your time. There's an opportunity cost of the year you spent with this firm, and you're an MIT graduate, for God's sake. Who knows? You could have made like, I don't know, 100K, 200K. Who knows what you guys make these days? Okay? Let's say you could have made 100K. You did not make 100K by starting this firm. That is a true economic cost. It's not an accounting cost, but it's a true economic cost. It's an opportunity cost. You gave up 100K to do this. Moreover, that computer that still had 1 year left, you could have sold it for something. There's an opportunity cost to giving it to this guy. You could have sold it. Let's say you could have sold it for $1,000. So your opportunity costs are $101,000 plus the 40. Your total costs are $141,000. This was a terrible idea. Okay? Your total costs are $141,000. You've lost $81,000. Okay? Opportunity costs are real costs. Opportunity costs are the value of the next best foregone alternative. Remember, that's why we call economics the dismal science. We point out nothing's free. Your time wasn't free. The time you dedicated to this firm meant you could have been doing something else. And that's not free. Okay? And as a result, you are not making money in this company, even if you think they are. You are. Okay? It's not saying we shouldn't do startups that lose money in the first year. Obviously, most startups lose money in the first year. Okay? We'll get to that later in the semester about how you think about companies that lose money in the first year and make money in the second year. We'll come back to that. But in this simple example, you shouldn't fool yourself to think that you actually made money because of the opportunity costs. Okay? Questions about that? All right, let's stop there. Thanks again for all the great questions today. And we'll come back Wednesday and figure out how we pick our cue. So today, we're going to continue, once again, the roadmap. We talked about consumer theory, then we talked about producer theory, and we got to the point where we realized the one place producer theory is harder than consumer theory is you're not given a budget constraint. You're not told how much you have. You get to choose how much you have. You get to choose how much to produce. And we know for any quantity the way you'll produce it. We know the efficient combination of inputs to produce any quantity. We developed that last time. What we don't know is, how do you choose what quantity to produce? And to get that, we're going to add a third. Instead of having two equations and two unknowns, we're going to add a third element to the model. And the element we're going to add is market structure. We're going to add an element of how firms compete in the market, okay? And essentially, that is where we're going to go for the next several lectures, is to think about the structure of the market itself and how that feeds back into firms' decisions on how much to produce, okay? And so that's kind of where we're going today, is to ask, how do we take the market, impose it on the firm's decisions from last time on that long-run expansion path we did last time to determine how much they actually produce. We're going to start with a particular assumption. We're going to start by talking about short-run profit maximization. And we're going to start in the particular example of a market that features perfect competition. I'll define this more technically in a minute. But basically, stepping back, it's going to turn out the firm's decisions on how much to produce is going to depend on the kind of market they face. And there's different types of markets. One extreme that we'll focus on for much of this class is the extreme of perfect competition. Basically, many firms competing to produce identical goods. The other extreme would be monopoly. One firm that produces the good. Okay? And then there's a host of examples in between. Indeed, in between is my favorite word in economics, oligopoly. Just a great sounding word. Okay, oligopoly is really the way markets almost all look, which is a number of firms competing, but not too many. So in sense, we have one extreme where there's a huge numbers of firms competing. That's perfect competition. The other extreme is just one firm in the market. That's monopoly. And in between, we have oligopoly, which is most industries. Think of the auto industry. There's more than one car company, but there aren't 1,000 car companies. Okay? Think about most of the industries that we feature in a modern developed economy are oligopolistic. Okay? And that'll be the third place we turn. So we're going to start by thinking about perfect competition. Then we'll turn to monopoly. Oh, as always, it's easiest to trace out the extremes. Start with one extreme, which is perfect competition. We'll then shift to the other extreme, which is monopoly. You'll then take your midterm. And then we'll talk about the middle case, which is oligopoly. Okay? So let's talk about what are the assumptions of perfect competition. What are the assumptions that underlie perfect competition? Okay? Basically, the technical definition of a perfectly competitive market is one where all firms are price takers. Price takers. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that no action that any given firm does can affect the price in the market. Any given firm is sufficiently small relative to the market that no action any individual firm takes affects the market price. Well, when would this be true? This would be true in the case where when demand for a firm's output is perfectly elastic. Okay? Demand for a firm's output, not the market demand, but demand for a given firm is perfectly elastic. And we show that in figure 7.1. In figure 7.1, here is a case, and notice the x-axis is little q, not big Q. Little q is a firm, big Q is the market. This is a firm-level diagram of the firm's production decision, how much to produce at what price. In a perfectly competitive market, the firm faces a perfectly elastic demand at some price P. We'll talk about where P comes from, okay? But just, well, by the end of the lecture, you know where P comes from. But now just say there's some price P, and at that price, demand is perfectly elastic. As a result, shifts in supply have no impact on the price charged. You always charge the same price, okay? So when does it make sense that demand be perfectly elastic? What are the assumptions of perfect competition? When does it make sense that firms are price takers? Well, we make three key assumptions. The first is identical products. The first assumption is that firms are selling identical products. The second assumption is that there's full, transparent, full knowledge of prices. That is, every consumer knows every firm's price. Identical products, every consumer knows every firm's price, and finally, no transaction costs. The third assumption, no transaction costs. Meaning you can easily shop at any firm you want. The products are identical, you know every firm's price, and you can easily shop at as many firms as you want. Okay? Now, this is obviously untrue for any market in the world. But once again, the extremes provide a useful example. A close example would be eBay. Think about eBay for a very common good, buying a certain type of silicon chip on eBay, or a certain type of kind of food, or a certain type of, a shirt of a certain size and style. Okay? The products are identical. The prices are all listed there. And it's easy to shop. There's no just look at the list. There's no transaction costs. So in theory, okay, eBay fits these conditions. In practice, it doesn't. And why is that? How does shopping on eBay violate all these conditions? What are some reasons why shopping on eBay isn't perfectly competitive? Yeah. Yeah, basically, you don't really know the price. Indeed, for many years, eBay would rank firms by the price excluding shipping. We call that a shrouded attribute in technical terms. They would sort of hide the cost of shipping, so really you weren't really competing on prices. What else? Well, it's hard to find truly identical products on eBay. Every product's a little bit different, okay? So there's a lot, and if products are different, you have to look into it. Suddenly that takes time. That's a transaction cost. So even eBay, which is sort of the canonical example of a perfectly competitive market, isn't. Probably my favorite example is if you go to a tourist site, particularly developing in many countries, there'll be lots of people selling the same shit around the tourist site. So think of the Eiffel Tower. There are literally hundreds of guys who spread out blankets saying the sales on the same damn little Eiffel Tower keychain. Okay? Now, there, I can easily see what people are charging. They're right next to each other. There's little transaction costs. I can see it's the same damn keychain, and it's not that hard to just ask what the price is. So that is an example. In fact, I taught that example in my online class, and a student I got a package in the mail once, and I opened it. It was a bunch of little Eiffel Tower keychains fell out, and someone said they'd gone and done the expiration, and it turns out all the sellers right near the Eiffel Tower did charge an identical price. But once you got further away, it was a different price. Why? Because that wasn't identical anymore. You're in a different spot. But everyone right around the Eiffel Tower charged exactly the same price for the little Eiffel Tower statuette, which is pretty cool. Okay? So that's the kind of market we have in mind. Okay? Now, let me highlight one thing once again. This is little q, not big Q. This does not say the market demand is perfectly elastic. The demand for any given firm is very elastic. I'm not saying the demand for Eiffel Tower statuettes in general is perfectly elastic. I'm saying that across sellers, the firm-specific demand is perfectly elastic. Okay? Armed with these assumptions and what a competitive market is, we can now talk about how do firms maximize profits. Okay? How do firms maximize profits? Well, basically, firms want to choose the optimal quantity to maximize profits as a function of Q, which equals revenue as a function of Q minus costs as a function of Q. Okay? All firms are choosing is Q. They're not price makers, they're price takers. They don't choose the price. The price is whatever, when they set up their blanket in front of the Eiffel Tower, they find out whatever else is charging. Okay? There's basically no scope to set the price. All they can decide is how much quantity they want to sell and how they want to make it. They have control over their costs. So basically, if we take the derivative set equal to 0, this says that if we take the derivative and set equal to 0 to optimize this says that dr dq equals dc dq. And this is it. This is profit maximization in one equation. Okay? Basically, you want to set the marginal revenue equal to the marginal cost. Well, in a competitive market, we know what the marginal revenue is. What do you get from selling the next unit? Well, you get the market price P. It's given to you. The marginal revenue is always P. Whenever you sell the next unit, you get P. We'll talk later about markets where that's not true, where the price you get depends on how much you sell. But in a competitive market, that's not true. No matter what you sell, you get P. It's a flat line. Okay? And we know what DCDQ is. It's marginal cost. So profit maximization in a perfectly competitive market means setting price equal to marginal cost. This is the rule for profit maximization in a perfectly competitive market. This is the general rule for any market. Any market's going to set marginal revenue equal to marginal costs. That's going to translate a perfectly competitive market into price equals marginal cost. Okay? So for example, let's go back to a cost curve we're using last time. Let's imagine cost equals 10 plus 5q squared. And we know how to derive that. We did that last time. So let's go to figure 7.2. Okay? And let's assume P equals 30, just to make life easy. We'll assume P equals 30. Assume, and I'll tell you later where that comes from, but for now, just take it as given. Okay? The left panel shows, the left panel of this graph shows how costs and revenues evolve as costs increase. Okay? So basically, the revenue line is a line with a slope of 30. Why? Because every unit you sell, you get 30. That's the price. The cost line is the graph we saw last time of the cost function T 10 plus 5q squared. Okay? So basically what you see, and so you can translate that to the right-hand graph, which is what is the profit you earn on every unit sold. Okay? So basically what that says, the first, if you're selling 0 units, you're losing money. Because what's the revenue? 0. What's the cost? 10. 10 plus 5q squared at 0 is 10. So your profit is negative 10. But as you sell units, your profits rise. Okay? Until you get to the third unit, okay, where each of the first, second, and third units, each of those first 3 units, the money you make by selling the next unit is higher than the cost of producing the next unit. The money you make from selling the next unit is higher than the cost of producing the next unit. But once you've reached 3 units, okay, that's no longer true. When you go to producing the 4th unit, the money you make on the 4th unit is less than the cost of the 4th unit. The money you make on the 4th unit is less than the cost of the 4th unit. That's why profit maximization, much like utility maximization, is a hill climbing exercise. Remember I said in economics we do marginal decision making. Here is sort of an example, okay, of marginal decision making. The idea of marginal decision making is you think of yourself as climbing a mountain that's in the clouds, and you're trying to the top of the mountain, but you can't see more than 1 step in front of you. If you take a step forward and you go up, you know you're heading up the mountain. Take a step forward and you go down, you know you're heading down the mountain. You don't need to know where the top of the mountain is. You just need to know where you're heading up or down. And when you've reached the point where the next step takes you down, then you're at the top. That's what we're doing here. We're not saying, we don't look at what the profit maximizing quantity is. We solve for it. We ask, does the next unit make money? Does the revenue made off the next unit exceed the cost of producing the next unit? Is that next step taking you up the hill or down the hill? And that's how we do profit maximization. You could see this in figure 7.3. Here we are actually taking our cost curves and adding revenue. So the curves on figure 7.3 are the same as the ones we developed last time. Same as the first figure in the last lecture. All I've done here is I've added a line at P equals 30. Okay? I've added a line at P equals 30. That dashed line, by the way, should go all the way to the y-axis. We're missing a little connection there. But there's a line at P equals 30. So how do we solve for a firm's decision? Well, what's the approximate profit maximization? You set price equal to marginal cost. Where does price equal to marginal cost? Well, it happens when marginal cost equals 30. So the first step is you find the point at which marginal cost equals price. That is producing 3 units. That is the point at which price equals marginal cost. That is the profit maximizing point. The second question is, what are the profits at that point? What are the profits at that point? Well, what is the average cost at that point? The average cost when you're producing 3 units is 10 over 3 plus 10 over 3 plus 5 times 3. 10 over 3 plus 5 times 9. Sorry, because Q squared. Okay? The average cost is 10 over 3 plus 5 times 9. Let me see what I got wrong here. I'm sorry, no, you divide by Q. Sorry, you divide by average cost is 5 times 3. Because average cost is 10 over 3 plus 5Q. Average cost is 10 over, is dividing this by 3, by Q. So it's 10 over 3 plus 5Q is the average cost. The total costs are 10 plus 5 times 9. The average costs are 10 over 3 plus 5 times 3, which equals 18.33. That's the average cost. Okay? So on average, each unit you sell costs you 18.33. What do you sell it for? Well, you sell it for 30. So your profits per unit is 30 minus 18.33, which equals 11.67. You're making 11.67 per unit, and that is the height of the blue box. So your profit is the profit per unit times the number of units sold. You're making 11.67 per unit. You're selling 3 units, so your total profit is 40, which is the area of that box. Let's go over it again. You set price equal to marginal cost. That determines the top of the hill. That is true producing 3 units. At 3 units, your profits are your revenues minus your costs. We can divide both by Q, say it's revenue per unit minus cost per unit times Q. So profits, okay, is revenue minus costs. We can also write that as revenue over Q minus cost over Q times Q, right? Just pulling out, multiplying, dividing by Q. Well, revenue per Q at 3 is 30. That's flat number. It's a flat line. Cost per Q at 30 are 18.33. So profits per unit are 11.67. You sell 3 units, that gets you to 40. Okay? Questions about that? So that's how we determine the firm's profits. Okay? So let me stress test you on this. Someone tell me what happens to the cost function if a firm has to pay a tax of $10 per unit it sells. We start with this cost function. Now I want to add a tax of $10 per unit. What is the new cost function? Yeah.
10 plus 5Q squared plus 10Q.
Exactly. The new cost function is 10 plus 5Q squared plus 10Q. Many people often say 20 plus 5Q squared. Usually that's the typical first answer I get. That's wrong. That'd be true if the firm only had to pay an extra $10 flat. But they pay $10 per unit. So it's 10 plus 5Q squared plus 10Q. What does that do to our case? Well, what that means is now marginal cost, if we differentiate this with respect to Q, is 10Q plus 10. Marginal cost used to be 10Q. Now it's 10Q plus 10. So the marginal cost curve is shifted up. All the cost curves are shifted up. So now marginal cost equals price. Equals price at 2 units. 10Q plus 10 equals 30, which is the price at Q star equals 2. I set marginal cost equal to price. This is the new marginal cost, 10Q plus 10. I set that equal to 30, which is the price. I get the new Q stars 2. So quantity's fallen from 3 to 2. The price hasn't changed. Why is quantity fallen? Because it's more expensive to produce. And you're always trading off the benefit of producing the next unit against the cost of producing the next unit. The benefit hasn't changed. The cost has gone up. So you produce fewer units. What does that mean for profits? Well, look what's happened to profits. They've shrunken from the larger rectangle to the smaller rectangle. 2 things have changed. First of all, you're selling fewer units. So the width of the rectangle's changed. I say triangle? Rectangles. The width of rectangles changed. Second of all, you're making less money per unit. Why are you making less money per unit? Because average costs are up too. Marginal costs are up, but average costs are up too. So in this case, you make less profits per unit. Okay, so you make less profits per unit and you're selling fewer units. So the profit rectangle is shrunk from the larger one to the smaller one. And that's an example of how changes in cost structure, I didn't have to make the tax, I can make any change in cost structure. How changes in cost structure can impact firms' profits. Okay? Questions about that? All right. Now, there's one additional feature to make this even harder in the short run, which is we need to decide whether the firm will shut down. I've just told you how to maximize profits at P equal to marginal cost, but we're not quite done. And that's because in the short run, losing money is not necessarily a reason to shut down. You can lose money and want to stay in business. And the reason is because staying in the business allows you to re-optimize in the long run. So for example, imagine the price for this good suddenly dropped to $10. Let's not have the tax. Let's go back to marginal cost equals 10Q. Okay? And imagine the price has just fallen to $10. The price is $10 equals 10. So that says that Q star equals 1, right? Marginal cost equals the price. That says Q star equals 1. What is your profits producing 1? Well, profits are fixed cost are 10 plus 5Q squared, which is 5, are the costs. I'm sorry, that's the cost. You get a revenue of 10, and you have costs of 10 plus 5. So your profits are negative 5. Your profits are negative 5. You're losing money because you sell for 10, and the cost, remember our cost formula, it's 10 plus 5Q squared, so your costs are 15. So you lose money. Should you stop production? And the answer is no, and why not? Why should you keep going even though you're losing money? And remember, the key is opportunity cost. Yeah?
Because you're covering the cost of the variable?
Yep. Well, you're one step ahead. What would happen if you produce 0? What would your profits be then? No. What would your profits be if you produce 0? Minus 10. Because you got to pay the fixed cost no matter what. Just plug 0 into this formula. If you produce 0, your profits are minus 10. So you're better off producing 1 than 0. You've already given the answer why. But you're better off producing 1 than, even though you're losing money. The opportunity cost of shutting down is you actually lose 10. So you're better off losing 5. And why is that? Why would you want to produce losing money? It's because in the long run, you could change your fixed costs. So you can come back the next period to make it up. So when you want to shut down is not about whether you lose money. It's about whether you lose so much money that it overcomes your fixed costs. When will that be true? Well, this gentleman gave the answer. That will be true when ignoring fixed costs, you still lose money. That'll be true when your variable costs are below revenue. It will be true when PQ, okay, is less than your variable costs. Fixed costs are, in the short run, sunk. They're irrelevant. You already paid them. You just want to ask for the next unit, will I make any money? Okay? Or in other words, you will keep producing as long as P isn't less than VC over Q. The variable costs over Q. As long as the price, which we call average variable costs. So as long as the price is above average variable costs, you will keep producing. Only once price drops below average variable costs will you stop producing. We call this the shutdown rule. Now, it turns out in our case, that's never true. Because if you look at our formula, variable costs, so our cost function is C equals 10 plus 5Q squared. So variable costs are 5Q squared. Average variable costs are 5Q. Okay? average variable costs are 5Q. I'm sorry, average variable costs are 5Q. Now remember, for our case, for this case, the general formula for optimization is marginal cost equals price. So that's 10Q equals P. That's our optimization condition, 10Q equals P. Marginal cost equals price. Well, if you plug that in, you get that average variable cost in terms of price is 0.5 times P. So what I did here, I created the variable cost. I divided to make average variable cost, which is 5Q. I then substituted in for the optimization condition to get average variable cost 0.5 times P. Well, 0.5 times P can never be greater than P. This number, 0.5 times P, can never be greater than price. This condition can never hold. As a result, with this cost function, you'll never shut down. It doesn't matter what profits are, you will not shut down. Okay? This is a confusing concept that you need to work on. But it's important to remember that when we develop supply curves, we have to consider both what the supply curve looks like and in the short run, whether you want to shut down. Okay, so this is something you have to practice. It's always a confusing concept, but we'll give you some practice on that. Now, armed with all this, we can come back to actually creating what you wanted. You were demanding, you said, John, where does that supply curve come from? I need to know. And I'm going to tell you now where the supply curve comes from. Now we get to wrap it all up. Where's the supply curve come from? Well, that's in figure 7.5. Figure 7.5 shows you how much the firm wants to produce at different levels of prices. Well, when the price is 30, we know it wants to produce 3 units. When the price is 40, it says marginal cost equal to price. That turns out to be 4 units. It turns out the firm's production curve is the marginal cost curve. The supply curve is the marginal cost curve. So we already 2 lectures ago told you, or maybe it was last lecture, told you what supply is. Supply curve is the marginal cost curve. And think about the intuition. The demand curve, one second. The demand curve was the marginal willingness to pay for a good. The demand curve was how much you're willing to pay for the next good. The supply curve is the marginal cost of producing the next good. The supply curve is what does it cost you to produce the next good. So demand and supply meet, and I'll get to that in a couple lectures, where marginal willingness to pay for the good, how much you're willing to pay for the next good, equals the marginal cost of producing that next good. That's what we get equilibrium. Yeah, it's a question here.
So for that, P is less than VC over Q. So for like the right-hand side is the
average variable cost.
Does that also be price instead of price times unit?
No, because I divided, I did P times Q is less than variable cost. I then divided both sides by Q. So price should be less than average variable cost. No, let me back up. This is a general formula. You'll shut down when price is less than variable costs. That's a general formula. Okay. Then I said in our case, what is average variable cost? It's 5Q. Okay? Now in equilibrium, we know what Q is. We know Q is P over 10. So I can just plug that in. And then I show for our case, this formula never hold. Given Q what? Q at, no, not equilibrium, at profit maximization. Given Q, if a firm is profit maximizing, they'll use this rule. Marginal cost equals price. If they use that rule, they'll never shut down. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, good question, good clarification. Other questions about this?
What is the mechanism like maybe half unit or something, but 1 unit is?
That's a great point. We're dealing in integer worlds. But you can do the whole thing fractionally. The mathematics still holds. The mathematics still holds. You just want, really, we're always doing it's a derivative, ultimately. The question is, for the next epsilon unit of production, is the variable cost greater than the price you can sell it for? Okay, yeah? Yes. Because it implies AVC equals 5Q, and 10Q equals P. So I plugged in. Yep. Okay, so now, the point is the short-run supply curve is simply the marginal cost curve, but above the shutdown point. Short-run supply curve has two things. It's the marginal cost curve, but only above the shutdown point. In our case, there is no shutdown point, so it's irrelevant. But in general, the rule is the short-run supply curve is the marginal cost curve above the shutdown point, is the technical definition of the short-run supply curve. So it's above minimum average variable cost. So technically, the short-run supply curve is the marginal cost curve above minimum average variable costs. And that's where the supply curve comes from. Now, that is the firm supply curve, but we started this course with markets, so let's go to markets. What does the market supply curve look like? Okay, so I showed you this firm supply curve in 7.6. What does the market supply curve look like? Well, let's go to figure 7.7. Imagine initially we have one firm. That's S1. We know what that firm supply curve looks like. We just developed it. At a price of 10, they produce 1. At a price of 30, they produce 3, and so on. That's S1. Now let's add a second identical firm. Well, now at a price of 10, you get 1 produced by each firm. That's 2. And at a price of 30, you get 3 produced by each firm. That's 6. Now let's add a third identical firm, and so on. As you add identical firms, the market supply curve is a flatter version of the firm supply curve. In other words, market supply is a more elastic version of firm supply. Market supply is a more elastic version of firm supply. So as more identical firms produce the good, the more elastic is the supply curve. Okay? Now, this will give you a hint to where you head next time. Just want to ask a question about next time. If I said competitive markets have an infinite number of firms, and I said the more firms are, the more elastic is the supply curve, think about what that implies to the supply curve. And we'll talk about next time about how that works. But for now, let's talk about one more thing, and then I want to go back and redo it all to make it clear. The last thing I want to talk about is the long-run supply curve. So far, I've been talking about the short run only. What about the long-run supply curve? Well, it turns out the long-run supply curve is just the marginal cost curve, but without the shutdown rule. Because in the long run, if profits are negative, you do shut down. Because in the long run, fixed costs aren't fixed, right? So in the long run, the supply curve is just the marginal cost curve, full stop. Okay? As long as profits are greater than 0. There's no shutdown rule. As long as you're making money, you pick a point where price equals marginal cost. The only difference in the short run and the long run here is in the long run, you don't have this extra annoying shutdown rule. It's just basically the longest supply curve is marginal costs as long as price above, as long as profits are greater than 0. Okay? So that is the long run. So the idea is in the short run, you're willing to lose money because you can always re-optimize your capital. You can always go back and change your fixed costs. But in the long run, you've already optimized. And if you've done all your optimizing, you're still losing money, you're just shut out of luck. You should get out of the business. Okay? Because there's no more optimization you can do. All right? Questions about that? All right. So let's now put this all together to derive the short-run equilibrium. I'm going to mathematically get you back to where we started in the first lecture. Okay? I'm going to start with the primitives. Okay? How do you find the short-run equilibrium? The first is, step A is you get the supply curve. How do you get the supply curve? Well, we know all the steps. You start with the production function. Step 1, start with the production function. In our case, the production function was Q equals square root of L times K. That's step 1. Step 2 is you get input prices, which once again are still given at this point. We haven't endogenized them, they're still given. And we had W equals 5, R equals 10. Okay? Step 3, I'm sorry, you have your assumptions. And then the third thing is you have a fixed amount of capital, K bar equals 1. So you start with a production function. You have your three assumptions. Once again, we know where k bar equals 1 comes from. That comes from long-run optimization. Where W and R come from, you haven't learned yet. Okay, but in the short run, k is fixed. So you start with production function, you have those three things. We know based on that how to develop a cost function. Okay? We know how to develop a cost function. We know that with these three, we developed in a previous lecture that with this production function and these three assumptions, you get that the cost as a function of quantity is 10 plus 5q squared. We developed that in the previous lecture. Okay? So as I said, if I give you a production function, I give you an amount of capital, and I give you input prices, you can solve for the firm's cost function. You know how to do that now. Okay? Now, if you know the firm's cost function, you know marginal cost. Well, marginal cost is just the derivative of cost spec to quantity, which in our case is 10q. Okay? We also know that the firms maximize profits when marginal cost equals price. In other words, the supply curve is Q equals P over 10. Q equals P over 10 is our supply curve. We've just developed the supply curve. All I had to tell you to get the supply curve was a production function and those three key input assumptions. Based on that, you have all you need to develop a supply curve. You then have to check the shutdown condition, which we know in this case is irrelevant, but you have to check it. So it's Q equals P over 10 where average variable cost is greater than price, which we know is always true. I'm sorry, where price is less, average variable cost less than price, I'm sorry, which we know is always true in this case. So that's the supply curve. Okay? We've just developed it. And I only had to give you two things: the production function and those three assumptions. Questions about that? Yeah. 5q squared. So basically, just quick math on this. Okay, let's go back and do the math on this real quickly just to review. Okay, take this production function. Okay, q equals square root of k to l. Break out l. That's q squared over k bar. L is q squared over k bar. Okay, then re-express, then write a cost equation as a function of just q. You can write that as cost, k and q, I'm sorry. You can write cost equals 10k bar plus 5q squared over k bar. Because that's the amount of labor you want to use. So that's your cost function. You plug in k bar equals 1, and you get c equals 10 plus 5q squared. Okay? Does that make sense? Yep, you bet. Okay. So now we have the firm supply curve. The firm supply curve leads us to step B, which is we got to make a market supply curve. Well, to make the market supply curve, we need to know how many firms are in the market. Now I'm going to have to throw another assumption at you. Next time, I'll tell you where to get this from. Okay, all the assumptions I'm making, you're eventually going to know where they come from. You know where W comes from and R comes from and K comes from. Another assumption I'm going to throw at you is little n, the number of firms in the market. And let's just assume for now little n equals 6. And I'll tell you next lecture how you get that. But for now, it's useful to start with an assumption. Assume there's 6 firms in the market. So what is the total quantity in the market? Well, the total quantity is just 6 little q's. And we know little q equals P over 10. We know little q equals P over 10. So the supply curve is Q equals 3/5 times P. That's the market supply curve, which is just the firm supply curve applied to 6 firms. That's the market supply curve. That's step 2. Step 3 is you have a demand curve. Now, I'm not going to go back through all the math of that. We spent a couple lectures on this. But you know how to derive a demand curve as long as I give you prices and income and utility, you know how to derive a demand curve. You've done that. You do it on the problem set. You'll do it a bunch of times. Let's say in this case, just to make life easy, the demand curve I get if I do that is 48, Q equals 48 minus P, the market demand curve. Okay? I'm not going to go back through all those steps because that'd be too much. But hopefully you can go back and review your consumer theory to get that. Okay? And I'm just making this up for this example. But you know how to derive a demand curve. So now we get equilibrium is where demand equals supply, where 48 minus P equals 3/5 P. Two equations. Okay, we had two. We set these equal to each other to get equilibrium. So we get that Q star equals 18. The equilibrium quantity in the market is 18. Why? Because I know the market supply curve. I know the market demand curve, which I just made up for this case, but you know how to get one. I set them equal to each other, and I get Q star equals 18. Okay, but that's the market supply. What about each firm? You want to know what each firm's going to produce. Well, we know that there's 6 firms in this market, and they're identical. So that means that in this market, each firm, for Q star to be 18, little q star must be 3. Well, how do we know if that's the case? Well, we know that if Q star equals 18, what's the price? Well, we know Q equals 3/5 P. So if Q star equals 18, P star equals what? 30. Right? There's 2 equations and 2 unknowns. One equation was Q equals 48 minus P. One equation was Q equals 3/5 P. I solved them for Q star, but I can also solve for P star. P star is 30. Okay, you can get it from the demand curve too. 48 minus 18 is 30. Okay? So P star is 30. Well, we know each firm sets price equal to marginal cost. So now we can go back to get the firm supply. Firm supply is where price equals marginal cost. Price is 30. Marginal cost is 10Q. So optimal firm production is 3, which is what it has to be. The magic of this market is that each firm is producing exactly what the aggregate market says they should produce. Okay? So basically, we took firms, we built them up to the firms that were taking a given price. Remember, when we went to the firm, we didn't specify price. They're price takers. That's just given from God from their perspective. Okay, when you set up your blanket outside the Eiffel Tower, just look what everybody else is charging. Okay? So we left P to be solved for. We then use demand. We then take that firm decision, make it a market decision. Okay? We then said we'll set that market decision equal to market demand. And that gives you an optimal market supply and market price. Okay? And that market supply implies that each firm must be producing 3. Well, it turns out at that price, each firm is producing 3. So you're at an equilibrium where everybody's satisfied. Consumers are satisfied because their demand's being met. Consumers' willingness to pay is 48 minus P. Well, the price is 18. The price is 30, so they want 18. That's what they get. Firms are satisfied because aggregate supply is 3/5 P. And each individual firm is satisfied because price equals marginal cost. We're done. That's the magic of the market. Okay? And this is the beauty of being at MIT and teaching you what is usually taught intermediate microeconomics at most universities. You'll never find an introductory economics course that does this. Okay? This is the magic of bringing mathematics to economics. Before Paul Samuelson taught this class, people would teach the graph and be done with it. Okay? And what we've done is we said, you guys want the math? I'm giving you the math. I have never, ever gotten a complaint in this course that I do too much math. I only get complaints I do too little math, which is unbelievably unique. I can't imagine any other university in the world where the major complaint you get is you do too little math. Okay? So I wanted to explicitly write out here the maths because I think this is a helpful way to understand it, but you should have the intuition, the graphics, and the math. Okay, questions about that? Yeah. The 3/5 P is the aggregate quantity. I assume there's 6 identical firms. Each firm, I said, was producing 10 over P. So 6 times 10 over P is 3/5 P. Good clarifying question. Yeah. Q star equals 18. Well, I solved here. I had 2 equations and 2 unknown. One is the demand curve, Q equals 48 minus P. The other supply curve, Q equals 3/5 P. So set 48 minus P equal to 3/5 P, and I get Q star equals 18 and P star equals 30. Other questions? These are great clarifying questions. Remember, if you're confused, most of the class is confused. You're representative of the class, so please ask those questions. Other questions? Yeah? Well, you solve, it's 2 equations, 2 unknown. You're solving for both, right? So it's a 2 equation. We have 2 equations. Q equals 3/5 P, and Q equals 48 minus P. You're solving for 2 unknowns, 2 equations and 2 unknowns. Okay? Yeah? The supply curve, all you need is the firm's production function, input prices, and the initial level of capital. And the rest is math you've done and should keep doing if you're not sure about it. Great questions. Okay, let's stop there. And I hope you guys, once again, it's a great month for concerts. I hope you guys are getting out to at least one this month. And I'll see you next week. Okay, today we are going to continue our discussion of producer theory. Remember, to set the stage, I said producer theory is like consumer theory with one extra step. With consumer theory, I gave you a budget constraint, I gave you preferences. You could solve for what consumers were going to do. You were done. With producer theory, I can't do that. With producer theory, I give you a production function, which is like utility function. I give you input prices, which are like the prices consumers face for pizza and cookies. But there's no income. In some sense, the income is determined by the firm's production decision. Firms get to choose how much they want to produce. So instead of one relevant tangency between isoquant and an isocost, we end up with many relevant tangencies, which creates our supply curve. If you remember, the supply curve is the firm's marginal cost curve above the point where it might shut down. Okay? So what we did is we said we developed a supply curve, but that only tells us, so basically the supply curve tells us at any price how much a firm wants to produce. We match that with the demand curve, and we get equilibrium. We'll dive back into that next lecture. But today I want to talk about an important feature of the competitive assumption. Remember, to nail down the supply curve, we drew that supply curve only for a particular market assumption. Remember, with supply theory, what's going to drive the outcome is going to be the assumption of how we assume firms compete. We are now working within a particular assumption on competition, which is the extreme assumption of perfect competition, okay, where basically consumers are totally indifferent and fully informed, and therefore each firm faces a perfectly elastic demand curve. The market demand isn't elastic necessarily, but each firm faces a perfectly elastic demand curve. Okay? Now, we're going to now extend what we did last time from the short run to the long run. In the long run, we developed a short run supply curve. In the long run, we're going to add one wrinkle. Okay? One basically extra assumption to perfect competition. So talking about perfect competition in the long run, we're going to add one extra assumption for the long run, which is we're going to assume free entry and exit. That is, in addition to the assumptions we made last time of full information and identical goods, we're going to add one more assumption, which is free entry and exit. The firms in the long run are free to come and go. That assumption, which seems pretty harmless, okay, firms seem pretty free to come and go as they like, okay, will actually lead to an important conclusion, What we'll find is in the long run, when do firms enter? Firms enter when there's a profit to be made. When do firms exit? Remember, because there's no shutdown in the long run. It's just about whether profits are greater than zero or not. So when do firms enter if profits are greater than zero? When do firms exit if profits are less than zero? What does that mean? In the long run, profits are always zero. So we're going to show you how in long run perfect competition delivers the stark implication that long run profits in the market are zero. Not short run. Short run you can make money. But in the long run, if you're ever making money, more firms are going to enter until profits are driven to zero. Okay? So to see this, I want to go to a particularly old example, relevant for my lifetime, not yours, which is the market for personal computers circa 1990. Okay? The market and I draw this. Now, this is the first of many times in this class we're going to sort of go back and forth between side-by-side diagrams. So figure 8.1, I'm going to go through slowly, but please, if it's not clear, ask me questions. Okay? Now, we're going to look at the market for personal computers. This is just when personal computers were starting to take off. There were only a few firms. There was Dell, Gateway. You probably haven't even heard of them. They were a big personal computer firm back in the day. There were a few firms that produced PCs, but it was a pretty new market in 1990. Okay? Pretty new market. Okay? And what we're going to assume is we're going to assume this is a perfectly competitive market, and we'll assume that all the producers are identical, that any new PC company is identical to the ones that came before it. You can already see why these are silly assumptions, and we'll talk about that later, but that's the kind of assumption we make in perfect competition. Okay? Now, so what you have is, in the left-hand side of figure 8.1, you have a firm's production decision. You have their marginal cost curve. So this is, say, the firm is Dell, okay, one of several firms that are producing PCs in this market. You have their marginal cost curve, which is upward sloping. Okay? You have their average cost curve, which is curved, which is a parabola, because basically they first pay off their fixed costs, and then they have rising marginal costs. So remember, the marginal cost curve intersects the average cost curve at the minimum of average cost. So that's the firm's production decision. Now, I want you to carry that over. So where's the firm can produce in the short run? They'll produce where the market price, little p1, equals their marginal cost. So once again, focusing on the left-hand side of figure 8.1, the firm will choose to produce at the point little q1. They will make a profit because marginal cost is above, because they'll make a profit because marginal cost is above average cost at that point. They'll make a profit of the entire lightly dotted area called pi1. Okay? Questions about that? This is the firm's production decision. Okay? They will choose price equal marginal cost, which happens at point little q1. That will deliver profits, which is the difference between price and average cost, times the number of units produced. And that'll be the lightly dotted rectangle pi1. Now, if we take that over to the market, with only one firm in the market, they will then have some supply curve, S1. In the market, that supply curve, if the price is little p1 and the supply curve is S1, then the market will produce big Q1. Okay? So basically, there's a big Q1 is a quantity produced in the market. Okay? But now, flipping back to the left-hand side of the diagram, what's happened? There's lots of profit. What does lots of profit mean? With free entry and exit, that means more firms will enter the market. As more firms enter, what happens to the supply curve? We learned this last time. As more firms enter, the supply curve flattens. Because there's more identical firms, the supply curve gets flatter. It's just from S1 to S2. So the supply curve flattens. At a flatter supply curve, now you're going to get, at a flatter supply curve, you will now get that there'll be more produced at a lower price. So you'll get Q2, big Q2, but the price will fall to P2. What happens when the price falls to P2? We'll now go back to the left-hand side. When the price is P2, Dell now only produces little Q2. because they produce where price equals marginal cost. They produce little q2. And that leads to a much smaller profit, pi 2. So once again, let me go through the math. They choose originally little q1 at p1. That you shift to the right, creates a supply. You've got a supply curve. That yields profits of pi 1. Due to those profits, more firms enter. The supply curve flattens. As the supply curve flattens, the price falls. Shifting back to the left, that delivers a lower profit. Note that little q2 is to the left of little q1, but big q2 is to the right of big q1. Why is that? Yeah. More firms. Remember, because little q is what Dell's producing, big q is what the market's producing. Well, but there's still profits. So what's going to happen? More firms are going to enter. And firms are going to enter until profits are 0. Because as long as those profits are positive, firms can enter. So we've shown how entry drives profits down, but there's still profits being made, pi 2. So some other company will say, hey, this is still a good business to be in, they'll enter. And they'll enter until profits go to 0. Because if profits are greater than 0, there's an incentive to enter. So firms will enter until profits go to 0. Now let's imagine a different market. The market for mainframe computers. You guys don't even know that term. When I graduated MIT in 1987, our graduation speaker was Ken Olson, who founded DEC, which was the big main. It was an MIT guy. He started this company called DEC. They were dominant, huge companies. They made these huge mainframe computers. And he gave this speech in 1987 at my graduation. So first lesson of graduation speeches, if any of you should ever give them, I haven't given one, but if ever you should in this position, is you don't spend the whole speech just talking about how wonderful you are. Well, that's what he did. Spent those speeches on how wonderful he was, how DEC was incredible, how awesome they were. 5 years later, they were basically out of business. Why? Because they got wiped out by PCs. Because people went on, maybe 10 years later, they're essentially out of business. Okay, because they got wiped out by PCs. Okay? Well, so let's look at the market for mainframe computers. And let's look at a big company that produced mainframe computers, IBM. Okay? So mainframe computers, they were just big. They're what we call servers today, but we sort of gone to transition almost back to that model, but we sort of went to a decentralized PC model. Now we're back to sort of a model where there's PCs just a node onto the cloud. I think in that area, you had a terminal. It wasn't a standalone machine, it was a terminal onto a mainframe. Okay, so it's sort of a different version of what we have today. So IBM was making those. IBM was poo-pooing PCs just as much as DEC was. And they were originally at S1. There's a supply curve S1 with a price Q1, with a quantity big Q1. Now what happened was people stopped wanting mainframes. So they were losing money. Okay, IBM had been invested big in mainframes. They didn't believe the PC was going to work. And they were losing money because people didn't want mainframes anymore. So at their original supply curve S1, which involved IBM and DEC and all these companies, there was money being lost. So if we go to IBM's case, so basically S1 was the market supply curve. S1 intersected demand at big Q1 at a price of P1. If you take that over to IBM's curve, P1 intersect the marginal cost curve at a point where they produce Q1, little Q1 on the left-hand side of figure 8.2. So I've now moved to the left-hand side of figure 8.2. IBM is producing little Q1. At little Q1, their profits, they're negative because marginal cost is below average cost. They're losing money. Now, they're still above the shutdown point. Look, they haven't reached the bottom of their marginal cost curve. If the price fell far enough, they'd shut down. But it hasn't. They're still producing. They're just losing money. Because because basically, remember last time, as long as their variable costs are below the price, they still want to produce. So in this case, they're still producing. The variable costs are still below the price. They're just losing money. What happens when you lose money? Firms exit, like DEC. Firms exit, that steepens the supply curve. Just like firms entering flattens the supply curve, firms exit, that steepens the supply curve. Okay? You steepen the supply curve, that raises the price. And at this point, I've drawn it, raised the price to P2, where IBM is basically making 0 profits. So the way I've drawn it, okay, we've gone from Q1 to Q2, that's raised the price to P2. At P2, price equals marginal cost equals average cost, and profits are 0. This is the lesson that we derive, which is entry will happen till profits are zero, and exit will happen till profits are zero. So what does that mean? Profits are zero in the long run, okay? So what that means is that the long run, go to figure 8.3, okay? The long run supply curve is flat. Each firm will be pushed to produce to the point where price equals minimum average cost. Each firm will be pushed to produce to the point where marginal cost equals average cost. So basically, entry and exit will drive profits to zero. We know that profits are only zero when marginal cost equals average cost. If marginal cost doesn't equal average cost, there's profits or losses. So profits go to zero. Profits equal marginal cost equals average cost, and we know that only happens at minimum average cost. That's the point where marginal cost equals average cost. There's your little proof. Okay? Basically, profits go to zero, which means marginal costs have to equal average cost, which only happens at minimum average cost. So in the long run, every firm produces at minimum average cost. That is, every firm produces at maximum efficiency. They minimize their costs, so they maximize their efficiency. So the long run supply curve is flat at the minimum average cost. Remember, we assume firms are identical, so every firm is identical minimum average cost. Okay? So the long run supply curve, with perfect competition, with identical firms, with free entry and exit, the long run supply curve will be at the firm's minimum average cost, and profits will be zero. Okay? Questions about that? Now, you might say to me, John, that seems a little bit odd because profits aren't zero. Apple makes ungodly amounts of money. Tons of companies make ungodly amounts of money. So you've really kind of, I bought your pizza cookies thing, but this is getting ridiculous. I can't buy a model where companies don't make profits. There wouldn't be a stock market. They're basically, what's going on? Well, two things are going on. The first thing that's going on, the easiest answer is, remember, the companies can still make profits in the short run. Okay? So still short-run profits. But, you look at many companies. General Motors has made profits for decades and decades and decades. They blipped up and down, but it's not like they only make profits in the short run. There are plenty of companies that have been around a long time making profits. So it can't just be that they're around because they make profits in the short run. So basically, what's going on? What's going on is that there's not free entry and exit. Okay? Well, no, I'm sorry. Let me back up. That was too extreme. What's going on is there's a number of complications to this simple model. And we got to dive right into them because this is really sort of an unrealistic prediction. It's a good extreme. It's a good teaching example. You will come back to it in problem sets and exams to remember that are all the assumptions of perfect competition, long-run profits are zero. But in reality, they're not. So let's talk about why. There's really three reasons why long-run profits might not be zero. The first is limited entry. I assumed the profits of the PC industry got driven to zero by entry. But that's not true, because in particular, there exist in the world things we call barriers to entry. There are costs which are barriers to entry, and in particular, the ultimate barriers to entry is sunk costs. Because once someone's in the market having paid the sunk costs, if you're looking at entering, okay, think about you being a doctor. If you're making doctors an economic decision, you want to go look at how much money you'll make compared to the cost you'll sink into med school. Well, if profits are sufficiently being a doctor aren't very big, you're not going to sink 300 grand into med school. You're going to say, forget it. So as long as profits aren't too big, you won't go become a doctor. So profits can't be enormous, but they can be driven not all the way to zero. They're driven to the point where unless you can pay off your sunk cost, you don't want to do it. Okay? So basically, entry will happen not freely, but entry will happen only if you can make enough money eventually to pay off your sunk costs. Or otherwise you won't do it. There's lots of these barriers to entry that are basically exist in the world. With pharmaceuticals, it's patents. Even in the little market that I described, our perfectly competitive example market outside the Eiffel Tower, maybe if you try to set up another blanket, someone will come beat you up. Okay? And you've got to decide, is it worth the punches I take to make the money? And if the answer is profits are truly zero, you won't take the punches. You just won't set up your blanket. Okay? There's basically lots of barriers to entry in the real world. If there's barriers to entry, then firms will not enter till that point the profit goes to zero. They'll stop at a point where profits are still positive. Okay? So that's one example of why you might end up with positive profits in the long run. The second example is a little more complicated, but important, which is firms are not identical. And in particular, firms may differ at what their minimum average cost is. And if firms differ what their minimum average cost is, you can end up with the lowest average cost firms making money. Okay? So basically, you can end up with the lowest average cost firms making money. Okay? So to see this, let's look at figure 8.4, which is sort of confusing, but it gives sort of an example. If there's time in section, we'll do sort of a more complicated example. But this is sort of a simple example. This is an old example. It's from a real empirical study that was done a long time ago of the marginal cost of producing cotton in different countries. So here we're just assuming flat marginal cost curves. Okay, we're ignoring, just assume not upward slope, just assume it's just a constant marginal cost, a flat supply curve, a constant marginal cost of producing cotton. You might say, well, in that case, obviously, with free entry, profits are zero. But in fact, it turns out that cost is different in different places. It only costs 71 cents a kilogram to produce cotton in Pakistan because, I mean, I'm sure that's changed now, but labor's cheap, things like that. It's good growing conditions for cotton. Argentina, their lowest cost, they can produce cotton, their minimum average cost is $1.08. Australia's $1.15. All the way up to the United States, where it's $1.56 to produce a kilogram of cotton. Okay, so just assume, in this case, bear with me, think of marginal cost as just one number. It's a constant number. Okay? And that marginal cost is higher in the US than it is in Pakistan. Now, what happens in this market if the demand for cotton is 1 billion kilograms per year? Who makes the cotton and how much profit do they make? And what's the price? Let's say demand is 1 billion kilograms per year. What happens? Who makes the cotton? What's the price and how much profits do they make? Anyone? You got this. You know the answer. Yeah. Pakistan makes it. At what price? They make it at 71 cents, and therefore what's their profit? Zero, right? Price equals marginal cost equals average cost. If marginal cost is flat, average cost is flat. So price equals marginal cost equals average cost. So in a world, that's the example we just did. In a world of perfect competition, profits are zero. Yeah?
Why don't they make it at a high, because on this graph, Argentina's like the highest, so why wouldn't they make it for like $1.07?
Well, basically, that's a great question because presumably within Pakistan, there's multiple companies competing. And if one company tried to sell for higher than 71, the other would come in and sell for 71. Okay? It's weird to think of a country-level supply curve, but that's sort of logic. But now let's say the demand curve is such that there's 5 billion kilograms demanded. If demand is 5 billion, what is the market price? If the demand for cotton is 5 billion, what's the market price? Yeah. Right. This is the supply curve. This red line supply curve, demand equals supply at 156. So what are profits in the US at that price? What are profits in Pakistan? 85 cents. So in a world where to meet demand, you need to draw on less efficient firms, the more efficient firms can make money. Okay? This is a confusing point. Let's go back and remember. What drove the last example I'm saying was the assumption that all firms were identical. That led to this flat supply curve at long-range average cost. But in fact, when firms aren't identical, if some are more efficient than others, the more efficient firms can still make money, even in the long run, as long as demand exceeds their marginal, as long as demand exceeds their part of the supply curve, they can still make money. Okay? So another reason why there could be profits in the long run is because particularly efficient firms can make profits if demand is sufficiently high. Okay? Questions about that? Yeah?
If the demand is at the higher one, where the U.S. has to make more,
Yeah.
why doesn't Pakistan just make more?
Oh, Pakistan. Well, the point is, Pakistan will make more. But think of Pakistan's supply curve as such. It's a great question. Think of Pakistan's supply curve as such that after they've made 1.7 million kilograms of cotton, their cost just goes through the roof. So that's sort of the way we think about it. But you're right, they could make more and make even more profits. All right? Okay, so that's the second reason why you could end up with long-run profits. The third reason is quite different. The third reason hints at something we'll start talking about in a few lectures, which is that input prices may depend on quantity. Or they do. Input prices depend on quantity. That is, as you produce more, the cost of buying inputs could rise. Okay? So to see this, I'm now going to skip ahead to something we'll talk about much more in a few lectures, which is, let's look at the market for labor. Remember, so far in this class, we've taken labor, the wage of labor as just given from God. But now we're going to talk about where that comes from. It comes from the market for labor. So let's go to figure 8.5. Figure 8.5 is the kind of figure we're going to start working with in a few lectures. It's the classic supply-demand figure. Quantity on the x-axis, price on the y-axis. The difference is the quantity is not the number of cookies. It's the hours of work or number of workers. And the price is not the price of a cookie, it's the wage. The wage is the price of labor. So this is a demand and supply curve for workers. Why not? You can draw demand and supply for anything. So like any demand and supply curve, we have a demand for workers. The demand for workers is downward sloping. Okay? Why is the demand for workers downward sloping? Okay? It's downward sloping because as the price of labor goes up, firms want less of it. Right? We know this. If you go back to your underlying production theory, if you solve for optimal, those isoquants and isocosts, we know as the isocosts shift, that's going to change your production mix. You're going to end up wanting, as labor gets more expensive, you want fewer workers. Okay? So therefore, as the price of labor goes up, they want fewer workers. That's why the demand is downward sloping. Why is the supply upward sloping? Can anyone tell me? Why is supply of labor upward sloping? Yeah. Exactly. The assumption is, and I'll teach you a few lectures, it's only an assumption. I like the celebration there. That's good. Good answer. It's only an assumption. But the assumption we're making here is, as there's more wages, more people want to work. As wages go up, people want to work harder. More people want to work, they want to work harder. Supply curve slopes up. And you end up in some equilibrium, L1, W1. Now, imagine that people suddenly want more of a good. Well, if they want more of a good, and that's in some other diagram, that's not in this diagram, it's the labor market diagram. There's some other diagram, people want more of a good. If people want more of a good, you need to hire more workers. How do we represent that here? Well, that means there's an increase in demand for workers. That means there's a shift outward in the demand curve to D of Q2. Okay, once again, people want more rivets or whatever we're producing. To produce more rivets, you need more workers. That's a shift outward in the demand for workers. What does that do? Well, that increases the number of workers, but it also raises the wage, the price of labor. With an upward sloping supply curve, you're going to find that if you want more workers, you're going to have to pay more to get them, right? So think of the firm's decision. I want to make more rivets. I need more workers. Well, I'm in equilibrium. My current level of workers, they are happy at the wage I'm offering. I'm getting the right number of workers. If I want more workers, I have to raise the wage. Well, if I raise the wage, that feeds back to my marginal costs. And that leads to something like figure 8.6. Okay? So basically, when I was producing before, I was at MC1 and AC1. Now I want to produce more. And I was producing at little q1 at price p1. I want to produce more. I want to produce little q2. Well, to produce little q2, I've got to raise the wage. If I raise the wage, that raises my marginal average costs. So I shift to the new MC2 and AC2. And my costs are higher. So now you actually see an upward sloping supply curve. That as the wage goes up, costs go, as you produce more, your costs go up because you have to pay more for your inputs. So what happens is my marginal cost curve from MC1 to MC2. So I have to sell at a higher price to break even. To get to that point where marginal cost equals average cost, that efficient point at E2, I've got to charge a higher price. So now you see an upward sloping supply curve. So this is a perfectly competitive market. Notice, firms are making zero profits. Okay, in both E1 and E2. The firm's making zero for little E1 and little E2. Profits are zero. How do we know? Because marginal cost is equal to minimum average cost. Yet, even though they're making zero profits, when you want more goods, the price has to rise, and that's because they have to hire more workers. And that's the key distinction between cases 1 and 2 and case 3. In case 1 and 2, barriers to entry or firms not identical leads to long-run profits greater than zero. But in case 3, long-run profits are still zero. It's an important distinction. In case 3, long profits are still zero. Firms are still producing at the minimum average cost. Every firm is. It's just the supply curve's upward sloping. So I said this is a complication which doesn't explain law. That's why I backed off and said there's long-run profits. There's still not long-run profits, but there is a long-run upward sloping supply curve. So what I concluded a few minutes ago is a long-run flat supply curve meant zero profits. Here, we're actually in a long-run upward sloping supply curve and zero profits. Why? Because we'll have to pay more for labor as we produce more. So in the long run, now this is once again still unrealistic because we know profits aren't zero in the long run. It's just showing you can't assume, as some might ask you to in a problem, assume that because this long-run supply curve is upward sloping, there's profits to be made. That's not necessarily true. Here's a case where there's no profits. In these cases, the long-run supply curve is upward sloping and there are profits being made. Okay? That's a lot. That's confusing. Let me pause for questions about any of that stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Right now, I'm just, the labor market supply curve is upward sloping by assumption. I'm talking about creating upward sloping in figure 8.6. So compare figure 8.6 to figure 8.3. Okay? Okay, in figure 8.3, you see that every firm produces a minimum average cost. I could have drawn a whole bunch of firms here. They'd all be at that same price. Or a whole bunch of quantities that will say all the same price. Now what I'm saying in figure 8.6 is no, as the quantity goes up, you got to pay, you get a higher price, even though profits are still zero. Okay, good question. Yeah? Once again, we don't have income substitution effects here because the income substitution effects come from underlying consumer preferences. These are firm decisions, so we're not getting income and substitution effects. The way you care about 1, 2, verse 3 is ask, are there long-run profits? So if you want to ask which is the right case, there's an easy test. Are profits zero in the long run? Profits zero in the long run, then either our base case is true or this. So we have 4 total cases. We have our base case, and then we have these 3 complications. Both the base case and this third complication delivers one prediction, which long profits are zero. These 2 deliver a different prediction, which long profits are greater than zero. Now, differentiating between each of those pairs of cases, that involve additional testing. Okay? So for example, differentiating between the base case and this case, you differentiate empirically by asking, do wages rise as quantity rises? Different in these cases, you differentiate by asking, well, are firms identical or are there some costs, et cetera. Okay? Good question. Other questions? Yeah? That's an awesome point. Apple's $18 billion per quarter profits, not bad, are accounting profits. What are economic profits? That's a great question, and that is much, much harder. Now, to be fair, at one level it's harder. It's not like accounting profits are easy, because Apple gets to make up their numbers. Okay? So let me give you a simple example of what Apple does. Apple, by the way, makes $18 billion in reported profits to their stockholders. To the U.S. government, they report profits of 0. They report $18 billion to their stakeholders, but to the tax authorities, to whom they pay taxes, they report profits of 0, essentially. Why? Well, because they play a game where they pretend they have a company in Ireland with 2 employees. But Ireland has low taxes. They claim that all their profits are earned in Ireland. How can they do this? There's only 2 employees. They claim that their profits come from intellectual property. Intellectual property is housed in Ireland with those 2 employees. Okay? So accounting profits are not necessarily right either. You know, accounting profits are not so clean. But economic profits would be very, very hard. Economic profits, economic opportunity cost, is also very hard to measure. There is measuring firm profits, and that's why, in some sense, many of us would say, well, look, there's an easy answer to economic problems. There's tax firms that make all the profits. The problem is, what are profits? And it's very hard to measure both economically and for accounting reasons. Great question. Other questions? Yeah.
In the figure 8.5, where there's like, you talked about how the demand curve shifts, or the cost of the wages shift based on the demand curve shift, which is in relation to the market demand. But then, does the supply curve ever shift to adjust for the increased cost?
Well, no, but the supply curve is determined. That's a good question. Supply curve is determined by the worker's preference for how hard they want to work. Nothing's changed that. It's just the supply curve is just how much more do I want to work when the wage goes up? And that's just fixed. That could change, and we'll talk about that in a few lectures. In fact, we'll tell you in a few lectures why it might not even slope up, it might slope down. And that's about our big income and substitution effects fan here. We'll have something to talk about. Question?
Yeah, there's like assumption of like perfect competition to also workers. Wouldn't that mean that in the long run, all workers would make no profit?
Wonderful, wonderful point, and we will come back to that as well. When we talk about, we'll do a whole lecture on how workers make their decision how hard to work, and we'll come to that point. Okay? Great questions. All right, well, let's follow up on the Apple discussion to talk about something that, once again, let's interject the real world here for 1 second and ask, do firms actually maximize profits? We assume that. We assume firms maximize profits. There's no reason not to, or the logic is pretty impeccable. But in fact, we see a lot of things that don't look like firms are maximizing profits. So for example, in 2010, Amgen lost 3% of their market value and 7% over the past 5 years. Yet their CEO made $21 million. In 2008, the CEO of Abercrombie & Fitch, whose stock value had dropped 71%, was paid $72 million. That's a lot of money based off abs, good abs, right? And then finally, then we have the case of Leo Apotheker, who was CEO of Hewlett-Packard for 11 months. And it was so disastrous they fired him after 11 months, and he made $13 million. Okay? So the question is, if firms really maximize profits, how can we be paying all these outrageous amounts of money to employees that don't necessarily seem to be doing such a good job? And there's 2 answers to that. One answer is, well, look, one answer is the opportunity cost. We don't know what would happen if those CEOs hadn't been in place. Maybe they would have lost 120% of their value. Maybe they would have done even worse. Maybe these highly paid CEOs are worth it. Look, a great example is Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan, there was an academic study which measured the value of Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was the highest paid player in basketball at one point at $32 million a year. Someone did a study based on the ad revenues that are generated by increased viewership when Michael Jordan was on TV. And based on that, he was worth $100 million a year. So he was actually underpaid at $32 million. Okay? So basically, the point is just because someone's paid a lot doesn't mean they're not worth it. Okay? We can't just look at someone's paid and say they're not worth it. That's one explanation. However, that one doesn't seem to work. And the way it doesn't work is a super clever test that was done by a professor at Sloan Antoinette Shore and now a new professor in the computer science department, Sandra Mullin-Nathan. They did a very cool test. They said, actually it was Mullin-Nathan and Marion Bertrand in Chicago. What they said is, look, let's look at what happens to how much CEOs of oil companies get paid when the price of oil goes up. When the price of oil goes up, oil company profits go up. But it's not due to anything a CEO did. The price of oil is determined by a world market. No one CEO can have any influence on the price of oil. So if the profits go up because the price of oil goes up, CEOs shouldn't be rewarded for that. They did nothing. And yet they find that when oil prices go up, CEOs get massive raises in oil companies. That can't be that they're doing a particularly good job. That's got to be something else. Okay? So what's the something else? The something else is to recognize that firms are not just some black box little Q function or F function. Firms are actually a complicated set of what we call agency relationships. A complicated set of agency relationships. What do we mean by that? We mean that when you think of the firm in this course, we're thinking about something like someone working for themselves or pair of partners, where the workers are the owners. But most firms, most of the goods in America, not most firms, most of the goods in America are produced by giant corporations. And the key hallmark of a corporation is the separation of ownership from control. Corporations are owned by a disembodied set of stockholders. But the decisions are made by employees, managers who work at those firms. And that separation of ownership and control leads to a fundamental challenge, for which my former colleague Ben Holmstrom won the Nobel Prize, was one of several won the Nobel Prize, for documenting this fundamental tension, understanding it, which is when you have the owners different from the managers don't have necessarily the right incentives to do what's profit maximizing for the owners. So here's the example I like to use, okay? Imagine you're a corporate manager, and this is a world you may be in someday, but imagine you're a corporate manager at a pretty big but not massive company. It's big enough that you don't yet have a private jet. But all your buddies, the bigger companies, have private jets, and they rag on you mercilessly, like, you loser, you don't have a private jet, you're nobody, da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so you're like, I need a private jet. The problem is, you've done the math, and it's not economical to have a private jet. You can fly first class anywhere you need to go for less than it costs to have a private jet. But you've noticed that if you change things a little bit, so you flew only at the busiest times, and only the most expensive airlines, and you did the math, then the cost of flying commercial would be more than the cost of a private jet. So you make a PowerPoint for your board, you make a PowerPoint, and you show the owners, look, we could save money by a private jet. Now, the owners could take the time to reverse engineer your calculations and figure out that you cooked them a little bit, but they're not going to. They're a bunch of disembodied people owning tons of stocks. They're not going to take the time. So like, yeah, you make sense, get a private jet, and now you can hold your head up high with your buddies because you got your private jet. That is not profit maximizing. Profit maximizing was to fly commercial, but it's what made you happiest as the manager. What makes the manager best off is not necessarily what makes the profit the highest. And in that situation, you can end up with profits not being maximized. Now, as firms recognize this, and they set up something to deal with this. They have something called a board of directors. Board of directors. What the board of directors are, it's a set of representative of the shareholders that keep an eye. The idea is, look, you've got millions of shareholders in a company. You got this manager. So the million shareholder company elect a set of 20-ish people who keep an eye on the manager. They should be doing the calculations. They should be watching it to make sure the manager's serving their interest. The problem is boards of directors just don't do a good job. Why? Because the people on the board of directors is largely chosen by the managers. And it's just their corporate buddies. It's a lot of retired CEOs who liked having private jets and think you should have one too. Okay? So board of directors doesn't end up doing necessarily what they should. A great example was Richard Grasso was a great American success story. He went from working in the shipping department at the New York Stock Exchange to running the entire New York Stock Exchange. Great success story. When he retired, there was a lot of controversy because he got $187 million as a retirement package. It's pretty good, okay? And there was a lot of press about that's outrageous. And they went to the board of directors. The board of directors said, well, we had no idea. We were just told it was this retirement package with a bunch of options and stock pieces and stuff like that, and it looked pretty good to us. We couldn't unpack it. We had no idea it added to $187 million, okay? Because it's in the manager's incentive. It's his whole life's work to maximize his happiness. The board of directors, it's something they're doing part-time while they go play golf the other times, okay? So at the end of the day, the separation of ownership and control is real and costly, and it means that firms might not be doing things to maximize profits. And that's led, once again, the whole point of this course is to sort of not solve all your economic problems, but to pique your interest in the field. This has led to a huge part of the field of what's called corporate finance, which is how do you set up contracts to align the incentives of owners and employees. This led, for example, to the revolution in stock options. Many of you will know about stock options. You're hopefully hoping to get them from your company you go to. The idea is that when you get hired, they don't only pay you in cash, they give you some stock. And what's the idea of stock options? It's not actually stock. What they do is they give you what's called an option, which means that you have the right to buy the stock at today's price or at some strike price. Why is that valuable? Well, it's valuable because the stock goes up. Then you can buy it at today's price and sell it at some future higher price. So a stock option, the idea is it's something that's just worthless to you if the stock value goes down, but valuable if the stock price goes up. So let's say you go to work today for a company where the stock value is 100. They say we're going to allow you to buy 1,000 shares at 100. If the stock price goes up to 200, you buy those 1,000 shares for 100 and sell them for 200, you just made $100,000. And the idea is, well, that will give managers the incentive to raise the value of the company. That will align the incentives, and that's why they became so popular. The problem is they've led to disasters. And they've led to disasters because of the exact kind of accounting discussion I was having a few moments ago, which is that managers can do actions which raise the short-term stock price but aren't necessarily in the long-term interest of profitability of the company. Okay? And the classic example of that was the company Enron, which went bankrupt when you were young. Okay? Enron basically had a bunch of managers who had a bunch of stock options. What they did is essentially set up a Ponzi scheme where they had Enron sell its subsidiaries. They had Enron sell an unnamed subsidiary that was also owned by Enron a good. And it looked like Enron was booking big sales, but of course Enron was also booking the purchases, but it was all some of the subsidiary. And Enron's stock price went through the roof, and these guys got super rich and tried to run away from the company. Some did, some got out, but some didn't. The company it got exposed, and the company went bankrupt. But you know, I don't think any of them went to jail. Some of them got penalized a lot. Okay? So basically, the problem with stock options is they work in theory. In principle, they can lead to even more bad behavior, which you can end up with people trying to then go further to try to manipulate the stock price to maximize their income. The point is that this is a very hard and fascinating enterprise. And there's always room for thinking creatively about how do you align the interests. I haven't even talked about the interests of the workers. We're only talking about the interests of one rich guy versus another rich guy. Okay? There's also the interests of the workers, and how do we think about contracts that also bring in the interests of the workers is another interesting question. It's a fascinating area and one which you can learn more about if you study the field of corporate finance and think more about those areas. Okay? Questions about that? All right. Let's stop there and go see our Kells tomorrow night, and I'll see you guys in class on Wednesday. All right, let's get started. Today we are going to start a new part of the course and introduce really a new concept that will guide a lot of what we'll do for the rest of the semester. So what we're going to do is we're going to return to our supply and demand framework, But within that framework, we're going to use it to turn to talk for the first time about normative economics. Remember, positive economics is the way things are. Normative economics is the way things should be. We haven't given you any tools of normative economics yet. We will today. So let's start with the standard supply and demand equilibrium and what happens when you shocks to demand and supply. We now know where the demand and supply curves come from. We developed the demand curve from consumer theory, the supply curve from producer theory. You should be able to, at your leisure, if I give you the primitives like the utility function and prices, or the production function and prices and the nature of the market, you should be able to derive demand and supply curves. So let's start with a standard market, which is the market for gas. Okay, so figure 9.1 has the general market for gas. On the x-axis, you have quantity, which is gallons of gas. On the y-axis, you have price, which is dollars per gallon. You've got a demand curve, which measures the willingness of consumers to pay for the good. So it's the marginal willingness to pay. Each point on that demand curve represents the amount consumers are willing to pay for that next unit. You have the supply curve, which is the producer's marginal willingness to supply. Each point on that curve represents the producer's willingness to supply that next unit. Okay? Demand curve slope up. Demand curve slope down, because as the price goes up, you're less willing to buy the next unit. Supply curve slope up, because as the price goes up, firms are more willing to supply the next unit. Okay? And equilibrium is the point where supply equals demand, where both consumers and producers are happy. At the point P1, Q1, consumers are willing to buy Q1 gallons of the price P1. That's on the demand curve. Producers are willing to supply Q1 gallons at a price P1. That's on the supply curve. Therefore, you're in equilibrium at point little e1. Okay? That's our basic framework. That's literally going back to the first lecture. We did this graph for roses rather than gasoline. I've now told you where those curves come from. In the first lecture, we just talked about the demand and supply framework. I've now built up the primitives to tell you where those curves come from. Now, what I want to ask next is, what happens if there's shocks in the demand and supply framework? How does that affect the equilibrium? How does it affect prices and quantities? So, for example, suppose that tastes change. Remember, what determines the demand curve is your utility function and your budget constraint. Your utility function is a representation of your preferences. Suppose your preferences change. Okay? Suppose, for example, that people suddenly start to want to drive big cars. So you say, look, I like having a big car. I feel safer on the road. It's better in bad weather. I want to start driving SUVs and minivans and other big cars. Okay? And that, we'll call that a preference shift. So utility function has changed. People now have more preferences for big cars. Well, what does that do to the market for gas? Well, big cars are a complement to gasoline, because big cars use more gas. So if you want a big car, you're going to use more gas. What that means is that you're going to see a shift outwards in the demand curve for gas. People want big cars use more gas. The demand curve shifts outwards from D1 to D2. Okay? At any given price of gas, consumers want more, because their tastes are for a bigger car that uses more gas. So if we imagine for a minute the price being unchanged, imagine the price stayed at P1. What would happen? Well, at P1, suppliers are still willing to supply Q1, but consumers now want Q1 prime. Since they want to drive big cars, if the price of gas is the same, they want more gas. The problem is producers won't produce it. So we have what we call excess demand. The difference between Q1 prime and Q1 is excess demand. Consumers want more gas than producers are willing to supply. So what happens? Well, the market equilibrates. What happens is you slide up the supply curve from point E1 to point E2. Suppliers, seeing the excess demand, say, hey, I can raise prices. Consumers suddenly want more gas. I can raise prices. Consumers, as prices rise, want a little less gas because the demand curve is, after all, downward sloping. And that continues until you reach point little e2. At point little e2, you are back in equilibrium. Because at point little e2, given the new tastes, consumers are happy with Q2 gallons of gas at a price P2. They're willing to pay more to get more gas because they want more gas-guzzling cars. Producers are still in their supply curve, so they're happy. As long as they're in the supply curve, they're happy. So basically, what happens is when there's a shift in demand, you instantaneously, in a shift outward in demand, you instantaneously create excess demand. Suppliers respond to that by raising the price, and you eventually shift to new equilibrium where, once again, both parties are happy. Okay? You can't keep the price constant because, given new consumer taste, that would lead to excess demand for gas. Okay? Questions about that? Okay, let's do the flip side. Let's say that the supply curve shifts. Imagine there's suddenly a war in the Middle East, okay? And suddenly, gas gets much harder to get. The marginal cost of producing gas goes up, for example, because it's more expensive to ship it from the Middle East to the US, or because, for example, we can't buy from Middle East sources anymore, and we have to buy from less efficient, higher minimum average cost sources, like the US. So because of that, the marginal cost of producing gas has gone up. The supply curve is the marginal cost curve above the shutdown point. So that means there is a shift upward and inward of the supply curve. In other words, producers are saying, given the higher marginal cost, I need to get a higher price to produce any given quantity of gas. So producers are saying, look, if the price stays at P1, I'm only going to produce Q1 prime. I'm going to produce, if the price stays at P1, I'm not going to produce as much gas because it's more costly to produce gas. So I'm going to be further down my curve. Well, at that point, consumers still want Q1. Producers only want to produce Q1 prime. So what do we have again? Excess demand. Excess demand this time not coming from a change in preferences, but from a change in the underlying cost of production. So what happens with this excess demand? In this case, you slide up the demand curve. Consumers, knowing that they have extra demand, say, look, we're willing to pay higher prices. Producers say, well, if you pay higher prices, we're willing to produce more. And you end up at the new equilibrium, little e2. At little e2, once again, both parties are happy. Consumers are happy because they are still getting, they are on their demand curve. Their marginal willingness to pay for Q2 gallons is P2. Producers are happy because they're happy to produce Q2 gallons at P2. Now you might say to yourself, well, gee, how can consumers be happy? Life's changed. Well, I'm not comparing their happiness across the two equilibriums. I'm just saying they're in equilibrium. That's exactly what we're going to talk about in a little while, which is what has this done to the well-being of consumers? What I'm talking about now, I shouldn't even use the word happy. I should say in equilibrium. Consumers are willing to pay that price to get that quantity. But you should immediately think, gee, consumers look like they're kind of worse off here. Okay? And we're going to come back to that. That's what we'll be focusing on this lecture. Okay? Now, what's an important thing to note if you look at figure 9.2 and 9.3? In both cases, the price went up. Yet, in one case, quantity went up, and in one case, quantity went down. The bottom line is you can't tell from a price increase alone if there's been a supply shift or demand shift. Okay? This is a lot of what drives empirical economics. You can't just observe the one feature in the market and say, I'll tell you what's going to happen to the two outcomes. No, you need to observe both price and quantity to tell me if there was supply shift or demand shift. Okay? Now, let's ask, why do these curves shift? Why, in general, We'll give you lots of fun examples on tests and problem sets of shifting demand and supply curves. Why do curves shift? Well, why do demand curves shift? They shift fundamentally for 4 reasons. First, your income changes. If people's income change, it shifts their demand curve. Okay? The second could be the change in the price of a complement good. Change in the price of a complement. Okay? Change in the price of a complement. There could also be a change in the price of a substitute. I did a complement example, but you should be able to see what, for example, would happen if people suddenly wanted smaller cars, and why that would lead to demand curve to shift in the other direction. And then finally, as we covered in our example, a change in preferences. Okay? So those are the reasons why demand curves can shift. Why do supply curves shift? Why do supply curves shift? Well, really just for 2 simple reasons. One is a change in input prices. And 2 is a change in technology. So these sorts of outside influences can shift the demand and supply curves. In the video that accompanies this lecture, I do a fun example, which is what happened when Kim Kardashian, who has more Instagram followers than there are people in France plus England at this point, decided to post that you could lose weight by exercising in a corset. A corset is a medieval thing women used to wear to tighten their waists. Okay? Fortunately, a couple hundred years ago, women stopped having to wear those things, but Kim Kardashian posted, in fact, if you wear a corset while you exercise, you'll lose weight. Now, in fact, she's wrong. Okay? There is no evidence that if you wear a corset while you exercise, you lose weight, but she's an influencer, as they say. And immediately, there was a surge in demand for corsets. At that time, there was one corset company, because they're medieval, okay? And that corset company started making gobs and gobs of money. Why? And because since demand shifted out, they raised their prices and raised the quantity, and they started making a lot of profit. So that's an example of a preference shift that shifts demand. But what do you think happened next? I mean, later we realized it was a bad idea, but before that, what happened in the market for corsets next? Yeah. Go ahead. There's a price increase. I said that, that's right, and more profits. But what happened after that? Yeah, remember our last lecture. Firms entered. When there's profits, it causes entry. So suddenly there was a bunch of corset companies that popped up and eventually drove the price back down. So not much profit to be made in the corset market. They're presumably all bankrupt now. I don't know. Okay? But basically, that's an example of the dynamics of how preference change can change the functioning of a market. The preference change shifted the demand curve out. That led to higher prices. Those higher prices led to an increase in profit for the one manufacturer. That led to more entry, because it's a free entry market. There's low fixed costs in making corsets. That drove the profits back down. Okay? Questions about that? Yeah?
Not necessarily about the corset example, but can you go over the first bullet point for what changes in demand curves?
What if it was demand, the fourth one, or all of them? The first one is a change in income, I'm sorry. Change in income. Income or preferences changing influences demand. Okay? So now, with that in mind, let's talk about how all this depends on the shape of demand and supply. Let's talk about how all this depends on the shapes of demand and supply. Okay? Let's once again talk about an inward shift in supply, like the war in the Middle East that raises the cost of producing gas. Figure 9.3 shows what happens with a standard supply curve. With an inward shift in supply, prices rise, quantity falls. What, however, if demand was perfectly inelastic? Perfectly inelastic demand is a good where the quantity demand is insensitive to price. An example we talked about last time was insulin for diabetics, where you're not going to risk your life over $1 here or there, okay, if you can afford it. I don't want to be too glib. Insulin's very expensive, but if you can afford it, you'll pay for it regardless of the price. That leads to a perfectly inelastic demand curve for insulin, a vertical demand curve for insulin. Now what happens when there's supply shock? Well, supply shifts from S1 to S2. Quantity does not change, because quantity can change because it's inelastic. All that happens is price goes up. So we have a flat, if we have a perfectly elastic demand curve, remember I talked last time, that'd be an example of something like McDonald's versus Burger King. In that case, if there's a supply shift, it doesn't affect the price. Why doesn't it affect the price? Because remember, the perfectly elastic demand, you can't change price. Okay? You can't change price. Price is fixed because if you charge 1 penny less, everyone will buy from you. If you buy 1 penny more, nobody will buy from you. Okay? So these are the extreme examples, and obviously we have cases in between. Okay? So that's where the elasticity of demand comes in as we think about shifts in the demand and supply curve. Okay? So that's just a little background to the main highlight of today's lecture, which is not the screaming gorilla, but rather thinking about consumer and producer surplus. As I've said so far in this lecture, we have focused purely on positive economics, the way things are, how consumers decide for a given set of price and income how many cookies to eat, how producers decide for a given set of input prices and a competitive market demand how many widgets to produce. We've not talked about how we feel about that. The normative side, is that good, is that bad? In particular, let's say a particular extreme example. We showed in the long run, with a perfectly competitive market, there are 0 profits. Well, how do we feel about that? Well, on the one hand, for consumers, that's a pretty good deal. The price is as low as it possibly can be. You're buying at the lowest possible price because the market's producing efficiently as possible. For producers, not such a good deal. They're making 0 profits. And maybe that matters. Maybe we care about the companies. Maybe we care about the companies in America who have to hire us and give us our jobs. Maybe we don't just care about the consumers who buy the goods. So how do we think about whether that outcome is one we like or don't like? And the answer is we turn to the tools of what we call welfare economics. Welfare economics. Now, sometimes people use welfare to refer to money we give to poor people. I'll come to that later this semester. When I say welfare almost always this semester, I mean it's an economic term for well-being. Welfare is the welfare of society. It's the well-being of society. Welfare economics is the normative side of economics. And basically, the idea of welfare economics is to measure the actual well-being that's created by different circumstances. Now, to do so, technically, we would measure the change in utils. So we'd say in the 2 different outcomes, how do people's utils change? But I told you already, utils are meaningless. Utility is an ordinal concept, not a cardinal concept. So this stymied economists for a long time. How do we measure well-being when we can't measure utility? Until they come up with a very clever idea. And the clever idea was to use what we call compensating variation, which basically means instead of asking how happy or sad I am, ask me how much money I would pay to be that happy or pay to avoid being that sad. Use a concept economists called revealed preference. Don't try to measure my preferences. Get me to tell you what they are by getting me to reveal the prices I will pay for different changes in the environment. Okay? So consider my demand for my favorite band, The Killers. Okay? Let's say The Killers are on tour. I saw them 3 times their last tour. Okay, let's say they're on tour, and let's say I get huge utility the first time I see them. A little bit less utility the second time, a little bit less than the third. Still very positive, but it falls. Okay? Because, you know, I just saw them the night before or whatever. But I have diminishing marginal utility of Killers concerts, like with any other good. Okay? So then you ask me, John, how much would I have to pay you to miss a Killer show? Or alternatively, if the tickets are sold out, you could ask me, John, how much would you pay me to go to a Killer show? Okay? Those are the kind of questions that reveal my preferences. And in particular, they reveal my consumer surplus. My consumer surplus is the benefit that a consumer gets from consuming a good above and beyond the price they've paid. The benefit the consumer gets from consuming the good above and beyond the price they've paid. So, for example, imagine I could get a ticket to a Killer show for $100. If my marginal willingness to pay for that show is exactly $100, well, first of all, if my marginal willingness to pay for that show is $90, what do? I say no. Okay? What if my marginal willingness to pay is $100? Well, then I'm indifferent. Let's say I say yes. Let's say it's $100.01. So let's say I say yes. But I get no consumer surplus because I was pretty indifferent between going and not going. But let's say my marginal willingness to pay for Killer's concert is more realistically, for the first show at least, more like $300 or $400. Okay, which I'd happily pay to go see the Killers if they came back around again. Okay? Well, then I've derived a huge surplus because my marginal willingness to pay was $300, but they're only charging me $100. I have made surplus. I am better off than if that opportunity never existed. If the ticket was $100 and I was willing to pay $100, then I'm no better off for the Killers coming to town. I'm indifferent. But if the ticket was $100 and I was willing to pay $300, then I'm better off because I got to see the Killers at $200 less than I wanted to pay. So basically, consumer surplus is measured by my willingness to pay. Well, economically, how do we measure willingness to pay? How do we represent that? Someone raise their hand and tell me. How do we represent willingness to pay in our model so far? Yeah. The demand curve. We already have a measure of willingness to pay. So the consumer surplus is simply the demand curve above and beyond the price that's paid. So look, for example, at figure 9.6. Okay? Suppose that my demand for concerts is given by the blue line. Okay? I am willing to pay, about $500 for the first concert and so on. All the way down, I'm willing to pay $100 for the fifth Killers concert. That's probably about right for me. Okay? So basically, what does that mean? That means that the consumer surplus is the area above the price line below the demand curve. So for example, for that first Killers concert, I get a surplus of the triangle that is a base of 1, and draw a line from 500 over to the blue line. The triangle above that is the surplus I get from that first Killers concert, that little triangle. Or in other words, I'm willing to pay for that first Killers concert more than $500. It's hard because it's discrete. Let's say $500. Well, that ticket, if the ticket's only $100, then I make a huge surplus. For the next concert, I'm willing to pay somewhat less, but I still make a surplus. By the time we get to the fifth concert, I'm indifferent. I'll probably still go because I'm a nut, but I'll be sort of indifferent about it. I won't get any surplus. So the surplus is what I get from all those earlier concerts I was able to go to, where the amount I valued them was above the price. Okay? So basically, consumer surplus is how much, it's sort of it's a theoretical concept, but an important one. Think about any trade you've ever made, any good you've ever bought. You have some underlying willingness to pay. If your value of that good was below the willingness to pay, you didn't buy it. That's easy. But you probably didn't think about, you probably many times in your life have said, wow, what a great deal. I would have paid a ton for that. Okay? I saw an awesome concert last night that cost me $50. I would have happily paid twice that for that concert. I got a big surplus. Okay? So basically, we run into this all the time in our lives. Now, questions about that concept? Yeah.
What does the surplus actually do for you? Is it something that you kind of store up over time?
That's a great question. Think of it right now as your well-being that you get from that purchase. It's a measure of utility. It's a measure of your welfare. So right now, just think of it as an abstract measure of welfare. How happy you are made. That's why I shouldn't have used the word happy before. I should have said equilibrium. This is happy. How happy you are made by getting to make that purchase. So in other words, the 5th concert, I am not made happy by buying it. Okay, but the other ones I am. Yeah. Speak up so folks can hear.
So do insulin buyers never get any surplus?
Great question. We'll come back to that. So let's turn from individual consumer surplus. This is my individual consumer surplus to market consumer surplus in figure 9.7. Okay? Now we're back to the market for gas. Now we have a whole market. We have the quantity of gas and the price of gas. Now, let's not think now about each gallon of gas a person buys. Let's think about people lining up on this line. Let's think about a simple case where everyone wants 1 gallon, just to make life easy. Everyone wants 1 gallon of gas. Then this line, you could do gallons equal people. Okay? You could do gallons equal people. And what this says is the first person, the highest demander, is willing to pay a ton for that gallon of gas. But as you go down the demand curve, you get people who care about gas less and less. Ultimately, there's a price of gas of $3. I'm going to say that represents the 1,000th consumer. What I'm going to say is that person is indifferent between buying gas for $3 a gallon and walking or doing their bike or whatever else they do instead, or just not going out. What that means is everyone to the right of person A won't buy gas. We knew that already. Their willingness to pay is below the price. But everyone to the left of person A gains welfare. They gain well-being because they got a good deal. Okay? And it's really, this is our measure of utility in the real world. Remember I said you can't measure utility, you can't measure utils. Well, now we're measuring it. I have just given you a measurable quantity. We know how to draw a demand curve. We know mathematically how to represent a demand curve. You can mathematically compute the area of this triangle. I've mathematically, come to this question earlier, I've mathematically represented your welfare, your well-being. Because we can compute this triangle. And now I can make normative statements. Before I could only make positive statements because utils were meaningless. Now, with this idea of compensating variation consumer surplus, I can make normative statements. I could talk about how well off you are. Okay? So let's talk about 2 applications of this consumer surplus idea. First is, what if the price rises? So for example, look at figure 9.8. Imagine the price of gas rose from $3 to $3.50 a gallon. Well, now what happens? 2 things happen. First of all, fewer people want gas. We knew that already. We know that if the price goes up, demand curves slope down, so fewer people want gas. So now, the marginal purchaser, the person for whom surplus is 0 is the 900th person. And person 901 to 1,000 no longer buy gas. Person beyond 1,000 didn't buy gas anyway. So what has happened to consumer surplus? 2 things have happened. First of all, fewer people are getting the surplus. It used to be 1,000 people got surplus, now only 900 people do. Second of all, those 900 people are getting less surplus because the price has risen. So there's a loss in consumer surplus of the entire gray triangle, of the entire gray polygon. Okay? The rectangle is the amount that the first 900 consumers lost. They still buy gas, but they're less happy about it. They get less utility from it. Not less utility, less welfare from it, because the difference in their willingness to pay and price has shrunk. The little triangle represents the lost consumer surplus because some people aren't getting consumer surplus anymore. So a price change causes this lost trapezoid of consumer surplus through those 2 mechanisms. Okay? Now, let's come to another question. And the answer is already given here. when is consumer surplus large or small? Well, that's going to depend critically on what? The elasticity of demand is going to determine when consumer surplus is large or small. Okay? So let's look, for example, at figure 9.9. Here we have two downward sloping demand curves. But one, the curve that is further to the right on the x-axis and further down on the y-axis, that curve, is steeper. It is more elastic. So that curve, the one that's further to the right, that has intercept further right on the x-axis, we should label these curves for next time. Andrew's 1 and 2 or something, so I can refer to more easily. The curve, that curve is more elastic. So let's look at consumer surplus that's provided by each of these two curves. So if you look at the more elastic curve, the consumer surplus is the area under the curve, okay? The area under the curve above the price line. That's the dark triangle. Now as demand gets less elastic, consumer surplus goes up. So it's actually the opposite of the intuition that this person gave earlier. The more inelastic, the more surplus. Why? Or the more elastic, the less surplus. Indeed, with perfectly elastic demand, there is no surplus. Why? Think about the case for elastic demand, McDonald's versus Burger King. Imagine you're totally indifferent. It's trivial to shop between them. Why in that case is there no surplus delivered? Yeah. Yeah, you're never going to pay more than equilibrium because the equilibrium price, anybody who charges you 1 cent more, you just switch. Your price is fixed. There's no surplus. Now consider insulin. With insulin, it's all surplus because your demand is essentially infinite and the price is some level. So subject to your resources, the demand for insulin it's huge surplus because you've got this entire infinite rectangle rising above the price line. So the size of consumer surplus will be determined by the elasticity of demand. Okay? Essentially, consumer surplus will be inversely related to demand elasticity. Okay? Question about that? Okay. People aren't the only thing we care about in this economy. We care about firms too. Okay? So now we turn to the other side, which is producer surplus. Producer surplus. Okay? Basically, producer surplus is the flip of the analysis. Instead of saying consumers, we say the surplus there is between their willingness to pay and the price. For producers, it's the difference between their price and their willingness to supply. If producers get a price above their marginal cost, they make a surplus. Okay? You can see that, for example, in figure 9.10. Okay? In figure 9.10, this is an individual producer. Imagine that the price, this is an individual gas producer. The price of gas in the market is 3. And let's say that producer at that price wants to produce 100 gallons. Okay? That is their point of supply curve. With the price of 3, their marginal supply is 100. Well, that means that for the first 99 units, they made surplus. Why? Because for the first 99 units, the price was above their willing supply, which is what? What does the supply curve represent? What is supply curve? Marginal cost. So for the first 99 units, price was above marginal cost. So they made surplus. Now, in a perfectly competitive equilibrium, we know marginal cost equals average cost. So what does that mean this shaded triangle is? Can anyone tell me what the shaded triangle also represents? If the line is average cost, if the price line is price minus average cost, what do we call that? Profit. So in a long-run, perfectly competitive equilibrium, producer surplus is way easier to understand than consumer surplus. It's not some vague measure of well-being. It's dollars. It's profit. Literally, in a perfectly competitive long-run equilibrium, producer surplus equals profit. Now, in the short run, it's a little complicated, and it's not quite as complicated, but roughly speaking, okay, there's by and large no harm in thinking producer surplus is being profit. It's a lot easier to understand, and you can really put your hands around it, unlike consumer surplus, which is harder to sort of conceive of. Okay? So likewise, if we go to the market, in figure 9.11, you see there's a market supply curve. And this goes back to what I talked about last time, about why, in fact, with heterogeneous firms, with firms of different production functions, there might be an upward sloping supply curve, even if there might be an upward sloping supply curve, even in perfect competition. In this case, at a price of 3, there's a bunch of firms producing. The firm that produced, there should be a, Josh, there should be a big Q1 on the x-axis. The firm that produces big Q1, which is where that dashed line hits the x-axis, the firm that produces big Q1, that marginal firm earns 0 profit. The price equals their marginal cost equals their minimum average cost. But all the other firms to the left earn profit. They're the Pakistan cotton producers. All the other firms to the left are earning profits because the price is above their marginal cost, which is their average cost. So if you think about a market, there's profit being made by all the particularly efficient producers, as long as demand hits the supply curve at some point above the first producer. This profit's being made. This is like the example I did with cotton, but instead of a stepwise supply function, it's a constant supply function, a linear supply function. And what you see is the same intuition, that there's a bunch of providers of gas. On the very left is the most efficient provider of gas. Their marginal cost is epsilon. They can produce gas for epsilon, yet they get $3 a gallon. That's all profit to them. $3 minus epsilon. As you move to the right, marginal cost rises, so profit falls. Until you reach point A. For that producer, marginal cost equals average cost equals 3, which equals price of profits are 0, so they're indifferent. And no one enters to the right of that. So this is a linear representation of the stepwise example we did last time. So consumer surplus is your well-being. Producer surplus is profits. Questions about that? Okay, now, armed with that, we can go on and prove what Paul Samuelson modestly labeled the first fundamental theorem of welfare economics. Paul Samuelson, besides being a great economist, was not a humble man. I think his thesis was called something like, remember his thesis? Something like, discovering economics, inventing economics, something like that. Like, he knew he was properly proud of what he was doing. And he called this the first fundamental theorem of welfare economics, which is that competition maximizes welfare. Competition maximizes welfare. It's a bold statement that says that the equilibrium we got to last time, in a positive sense, we showed the equilibrium last time, is also in a normative sense the best possible place we can be. To see that, let's go to figure 9.12. This shows a demand and supply curve in equilibrium, in competitive equilibrium at point little e1, where there's Q1 units per year being produced at a price of P1. Okay? That's the initial equilibrium. You can see, and the consumer surplus in this example, well, somebody tell me, what is consumer? Use the letters there. What is the consumer surplus at point E1? Someone raise their hand and tell me. What letters represent consumer surplus? Yeah. R plus V, exactly, same person. What letters represent producer surplus? Exactly. So producer surplus is R plus V. So consumer surplus equals R plus V. Producer surplus equals S plus T plus U. Okay? You can see that the sum of those two is maximized at point E1. And we're going to define welfare as just the sum of consumer surplus plus producer surplus. Samos said, look, I have no strong feeling about whether you should care more about consumers or producers. Producers hire workers. We care about them too. Let's just use let's just say social welfare is the sum of the two. Let's just say that the total welfare society is just the surplus produced on both sides of a transaction. A transaction produces consumer surplus. It produces producer surplus. We'll add them up and call that welfare. Well, you can see that concept will be maximized at point E1. So let's do a simple example. Imagine that you are someone who says that's ridiculous. Welfare is always better if prices are lower. These consumers get a better deal. So I'm going to set a price cap. I'm going to say producers cannot charge more than P2. A price ceiling of P2. Well, what happens? At P2, producers say, well, look, if you're going to only give me P2, I'm only going to produce Q2. I have to be on my supply curve. My willing supply at P2 is Q2. So I'm only going to produce Q2. Okay? So the market has Q2 at price P2. Well, what happens in that situation? Well, what happens to consumer surplus? It falls. It falls by the amount V. It falls because there are transactions that make consumers happy that are not happening. It's critical. This is the key thing with welfare economics for consumers, or for both sides. A transaction that produces surplus that goes away is welfare reducing. Here's a transaction that produces surplus. Consumers got benefits from going Q2 to Q1. They no longer get them. So consumer surplus is down by the area V. Producer surplus is down by two things. First of all, producers no longer have transactions that made them happy. They wanted to sell between Q2 to Q1 units, and that gave them a surplus of U. That's gone. But that's not all. What also is gone is that now they lost the area S. But is that gone? Is S gone? What happens to S? Yeah. It becomes consumer surplus. S goes away and gets added to consumer surplus. So what has happened here is two things. First of all, by doing this intervention, by setting this price ceiling, we've taken the area S and given it from producers to consumers. See that? Look at the new consumer surplus. The new consumer surplus is S plus R. So we've given S to consumers. That is what we call a transfer. We have transferred surplus from one party to another. In this case, we've transferred surplus, which we can measure as dollars. We literally transferred that amount of dollars, S, and taken it away from producers, give it to consumers. Now, how do we feel about that? Well, we're indifferent about that, right? Because all we care is consumer plus producer surplus. We don't care about transfers. So the movement of S from one to the other is irrelevant for total welfare, because welfare is the sum. So transfers are irrelevant for welfare. If you take something from one party, give it to another, that doesn't matter. What matters is that along the way, V and U have disappeared. Literally, they're gone. We call that dead weight loss. Dead weight loss. Dead weight loss is the net reduction in welfare from trades that are not made. When there are trades that would make both parties better off and they don't get made, that is bad. That is a loss in welfare. We are worse off as a society in this perfectly competitive market if there are trades that would make both sides better off and they don't get made. We are worse off. That is why the competitive equilibrium maximizes welfare, because every trade people want to make and the firms are willing to do with them gets made. Anything else takes away trades that make both parties better off. And by definition, that lowers welfare. A trade that makes both parties better off, or at least makes one party better off and the other party no worse off, technically, should happen. That raises welfare. Now, this is, of course, a conclusion under a very particular set of assumptions. We can go back to the very first lecture. Under these assumptions, we should let people sell their kidneys on eBay. Okay? The poor person who sells their kidney is better off. The rich person who buys it and stays alive is better off. That's a transaction made both parties better off. We should let it happen. We discussed in the first lecture why I might not like that for reasons of equity or because the market might not work well. Well, those are all reasons why the model we've discussed so far breaks down. We're not getting there yet. Remember, economics, I said at the beginning, is fundamentally sort of a right-wing science. Maybe I didn't say it. Maybe I'll say it now for the first time. So fundamentally, right-wing science. Economics starts with the market knows best. It starts with the first fundamental welfare theorem, which is that under the set of assumptions of perfect competition, the best thing to do is just let the market rip. We'll come back in a couple lectures, start talking about why those assumptions might not be true. But let's not jump ahead. This is our jumping off point for all of economics. This fundamental theorem is that the market knows best. That welfare is maximized by just letting the perfectly competitive market rip. Okay? That's the key conclusion here. We'll stop now. No class on Monday, and I'll see you all on Wednesday. So basically, we proved that essentially, if you follow the steps we followed so far in the course and derive the perfectly competitive outcome, equilibrium outcome, that's the best you can do. Now, the best way to understand this example is to ask how it gets messed up by government interventions. In this world of perfectly competitive markets, the government can always screw things up. Okay, the market knows best. The government can always screw things up. And so I want to talk about a couple examples of ways the government can screw this market up before coming back in a few lectures telling you why the government isn't always the bad guy. But thus far it is. Okay? So for example, let's go back to our market for gas. And let's look at figure 10.1. Imagine you're initially in equilibrium in the market for gas at P1, Q1. Point E1 is equilibrium. Everybody's happy. You're on the demand and supply curve. And as I proved last time, that's the welfare maximizing outcome. That's the outcome that maximizes the sum of producer and consumer surpluses. Now imagine there's a war in the Middle East, as we unfortunately are having, and that raises, as it will raise, the price of gas. The price of gas is rising in the US and will rise now because of these terrible events in the Middle East. And that results in a higher cost of getting oil. That shifts up the supply curve. And that leads to a higher price for gasoline. So we went through these dynamics last time, how that would happen. And you move from E1 to E2. Now, what does that do to welfare? Positively, we know what it does. We've derived that. What about normatively? What's due to welfare? Well, before this supply shift, consumer surplus was A plus B plus D plus E. So we're talking about now government interventions. So let's say there's a supply shift. So consumer surplus before the price rise, before the war, the consumer surplus was A plus B plus D plus E. And the producer surplus equaled consumer surplus, and the producer surplus was C plus F plus G. What has happened now? Well, at the new equilibrium E2, consumer surplus has fallen to just A. We've lost that entire trapezoid, B plus D plus E. Producer surplus has, producers have gained the area B because prices are higher, but producers have lost F plus G. So producer surplus has lost F plus G, but they've gained B. Okay? So overall, society has lost, lost D plus E plus F plus G. That entire sort of, if you will, sort of sideways trapezoid, F, D, E, G, is gone. It's disappeared because now the price is higher. Okay? And that's our welfare analysis. And right now we're talking about good, bad. We're not talking about how we feel about this. We're just saying what happened positively. What happened positively is welfare fell by that trapezoid F, D, E, G. Now, however, imagine that voters are upset about this. President Biden's up for re-election in a little bit more than a year. He may be worried that higher gas prices will hurt his chances, as they often, it turns out people's feelings about inflation are heavily shaped by what happens to gas prices. And he says, you know what we ought to do? We ought to limit this price rise in gas. Why don't we just tell the gas producers that they can't raise their prices? Why don't we set a price ceiling at P1 and just say, look, price of gas was, I don't know, $3.50 before these latest events, $3.60. You can't raise it. It's got to stay $3.60 a gallon. You can't raise it to $4 or $4.50 or whatever it's going to go to. And then the voters will be happy because they don't have to pay more for gas. Okay? Well, what would that do? We can show that in figure 10.1, in figure 10.2, little 2. So what is the effect of price ceiling? Let's walk through this slowly. First thing is they set a price ceiling at P1. Suppose there's a price ceiling set at P1. First question is, at a price ceiling of P1, how much gas gets produced and why? Someone tell me. At a price ceiling of P1, if the government says the price can't go above P1, how much gas gets produced and why? What quantity of gas is produced in the market? And why? Yeah. You got to speak up? Specifically, what quantity? Lower quantity. What? Q3 is produced. And why is Q3 produced? Yeah, basically because in this situation of disequilibrium, where at that price supply does not equal demand, firms are in charge. You've basically said, look, we are going to insist the price above P is P1. Consumers are like, super, we want to continue consuming Q1, and firms say, no, we're not interested in producing Q1, we're going to produce Q3, and that's all we're going to produce, that's all you get. It doesn't matter that consumers want Q1. So we're out of equilibrium. We have excess demand, but unlike the case last time when the excess demand led the equilibrium to adjust, it can't this time because the government set a price ceiling. So now the new equilibrium is at E3 with only Q3 being sold. So the key point is when you're out of equilibrium, you've got to look at who is the constrained party. Who's going to determine what happens? Well, basically it's going to be whichever party wants to produce or consume less. It doesn't matter how much consumers want to consume, producers only produce Q3. Okay? So only Q3 gets produced, and we new equilibrium at E3. Well, what does this do? Well, there are two costs and one benefit. Okay? The first cost, so the government intervenes, there's two costs. The first cost is an efficiency reduction. What is the efficiency reduction? Well, let's return. So if you look at this diagram, in the disequilibrium outcome, only E3 gets produced. Okay? So what is the new, only Q3 amounts of gas are produced. This, I'm compare equilibrium E3 to equilibrium E2. Now remember on the previous diagram, the bottom of the previous page, we talked about E2 was worse than E1. But that's done. The war has happened. We're now at E2 if the government doesn't do anything. So now the relevant comparison is not to E1. E1 doesn't exist anymore. It's E3 to E2. So I want to ask, what happens to total social welfare? We move from E2 to E3. Well, the answer is that consumers only get Q3 amount of gas at a price of P1. So consumer surplus has gone, so consumer surplus without the government intervention at this new price would be, at this new price without government intervention, so at E2, consumer surplus would be V plus Y at E2. Okay, and producer surplus at E2 would be W plus Z plus X at E2. Okay, now we move to E3. What is the new consumer surplus? Can anyone tell me what the new consumer surplus is at E3? Yeah. V plus W, excellent. Because it's the area under the demand curve, above the price line, but only for units sold. It doesn't matter that the area Y and the area Z is still under the demand curve above the price line. That's irrelevant because the units aren't sold. You can't derive surplus of something you don't buy. So consumer surplus is now V plus W. So consumers lose Y and they gain W. But what about producers? Same person. What's the new producer surplus? X. Producers have lost W and Z. So what has happened? W has been transferred from producers to consumers. Consumers are gaining W because they're now paying lower prices for gas. But Y plus Z is lost. Y plus Z is what we call deadweight loss, remember from last time. What's happened to Y plus Z? They are trades that would make both parties better off that are not allowed to happen. Look, if you stayed at E2, both producers and consumers would be happy to sell all the gallons of gas between Q2 and Q3, but you're not letting them. Therefore, you're reducing welfare. You're reducing the total social welfare by not allowing those trades to happen. Okay? So that is the first cost of this government intervention. Trades that don't get made lead to an efficiency loss. Trades that would make both parties better off, but that don't get made, lead to an efficiency loss. Okay? Shouldn't this radical idea, if you've got your two playing cards you like, and your friend has two playing cards they like, and you'd be happy to have your friend's card, and they'd be happy to have yours, but your mom's upset with you and won't let you make the trade, you're worse off. Okay? You're worse off if you can't make trades that make both parties happier. That's a simple intuition. Society has lost. And what have they lost? They've lost this deadweight loss amount, Y plus Z. Questions about that? But that's not the only cost. There's a second cost, which is allocative inefficiency. And this is a new idea, but it's really following from the intuition we've already developed in this class, which is that in a world of equilibrium, we never have to ask who gets the good and how much they value it and who doesn't get the good and how much they value it. We know from the diagram. So if you look at figure 10.2 without the price ceiling, basically, we know who gets the gas, everyone who values it at above P2. We know who doesn't get the gas, everyone who blows it below P2. You're done. But now, look at the new out of equilibrium outcome, E3. You have Q1 units of gas people want, but only Q3 that's provided. So what determines who gets it? It used to be you didn't have to worry about that. The price determined it. People who wanted above the price got it. People who didn't want above the price didn't get it. But now you've got more people who want it at that price that is actually supplied. So you've got a new question, who gets it? And the problem is answering that question creates a new inefficiency because it's inefficient having to figure out how to allocate the good. Okay? So for example, in the 1970s, we put in a gas price ceiling. There was a gas price shock due to the formation of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, or OPEC. The countries in the Arab world got together and formed a cartel. We'll talk about all this in a couple of lectures. Formed a cartel, and that cartel reduced the amount of oil being sold, raising the price of gas. The US government was upset. Gas had been cheap forever, so they put in a gas price ceiling. What happened? Well, what happened was more people wanted gas at that low price than the gas station was willing to sell. So what resulted was giant lines of cars waiting at gas stations, huge snaking lines of cars. You could wait 15, 20 minutes in a line or longer to get your gas. Why? Because there was only Q3 amount of gas and Q1 people wanted it. So the only way to allocate it was to wait in line. Well, that waiting in line is inefficient. Why is it inefficient to have people waiting in line for gas? What's the efficiency cost? Yeah. The opportunity cost. They could be doing something else. Clearly, that is not the use of their time that makes them happiest. I highly doubt there was anyone who said, woohoo, I want to go wait in a line for gas. Okay? They could have been working, they could have been having fun. Whatever they could have been doing, it would have been better than waiting in line for gas. There's also a second order inefficiency cost. Second order means small, which is they're using up a lot of gas waiting in line for gas. Remember, we had big gas guzzlers then that got like 8 miles to the gallon. So you could use up probably a gallon of gas waiting to get your gas, sitting in line idling. Okay, but that's the technical point. The main point is there was a huge opportunity cost. That opportunity cost is inefficiency. That is destroyed social surplus, social welfare. That is happiness that could have been derived working or in leisure that's gone. So that's an additional inefficiency that comes from this kind of government intervention. Not only is there inefficient amount of gas produced, you're destroying efficiency further through the mechanism that allocates the gas. Why doesn't that happen in a competitive equilibrium? Because the mechanism is the price. You look at the price, you either get it if you want it, you don't if you don't. It's easy. You drive by the gas station. If you want it, you pull in, you get the gas. If you don't want it, you drive by. Now, if you want it, you got to wait in line because there's not enough to satisfy the demand. So that government intervention has caused a new efficiency loss, the opportunity cost of people waiting in line for gas. Okay? Now, what's the benefit? The benefit of all this, presumably, is equity. Presumably, the government's decided that they care about consumers more than producers. You can call it equity, you can call it political calculation, whatever you want. But the idea is the benefits of the government say, well, yeah, you got all the efficiency, but look, we got to transfer W from those awful oil companies to these wonderful consumers who happen to vote. Okay? And isn't that a good benefit? And the answer is, well, maybe. In what we've learned so far, it's not. And what we've learned so far, social welfare is just a sum of producer consumer surplus. So transfers do not affect social welfare. Okay, that's the key. In our framework so far, we've defined welfare as simply consumer surplus plus producer surplus. Then transferring from one part to the other doesn't help. That's just an inefficiency. But voters and politicians may not feel that way, and maybe we shouldn't either. This raises the really interesting question that we will come back to about the fact that in reality, we might not be indifferent between these two. In reality, we might be willing to have a little inefficiency to get goods in the hands of people who we think deserve them more. In other words, in reality, we may be willing to sacrifice some efficiency for equity. And that is the heart of what we call the equity-efficiency trade-off that we'll discuss later this semester. So in reality, we might be able to make this trade. But from what you've learned in this class so far, we're not. With this definition of social welfare, we are not willing to make this trade. Okay? And this is a fundamental concept in economics. Now, let's questions about this. Let's go through some real-world examples. Let's talk about ticket scalping. Okay? A few years ago, Adele went on tour for the first time in 4 years to back up an incredibly successful album. And folks, there was huge pent-up demand to see her live. She said, look, I want to make sure my fans can see me. So I'm going to price the tickets affordably. Tickets are going to start at $40 and no ticket will be more than $150, which is unbelievably cheap for major concerts these days. Okay? She said, look, I know my fans are willing to pay thousands of dollars to see me, so I want to give them some surplus. I'm not going to pay more, you can pay more than $150 or even $40 if they're willing to sit in the cheap seats. Okay? But did the fans get that surplus? No. What happened was as soon as the tickets went on sale, they were all immediately bought by scalpers. Scalpers are basically secondary ticket sellers who set up bots to instantly buy all tickets available if they feel that they're priced below market value. They then resell them through places like StubHub.com and other places at the actual market value. So what happened was the price for an Adele ticket was actually not, sure, if you got on and managed to beat the bots, you got it for $150. But if you didn't and went on StubHub, it was $1,500. Okay, which is because that's what people are willing to pay to go see Adele. Then we started on Taylor Swift. Okay, Taylor's tickets were priced between $50 and $500. Okay, they actually, the tickets are now sold between $800 and $11,000 to go see Taylor Swift because that's what people are willing to pay. So everyone's like, oh, Taylor Swift said her ticket's $500. That was too cheap. That was cheaper than what the market wanted. The market was willing to pay much more. Now, it didn't have to be this way. When I was a kid, scalping was illegal, and there was no online market. So the way you had to go to shady guys in raincoats outside the stadium and buy the tickets from them. Okay, that's the way it used to work. So really, if you wanted tickets, there's no online market. What did you do? You waited online. So literally we'd stay up all night. If a big band was touring, we'd camp out the night before and stay up all night waiting online to be able to get a ticket the next day. That's how they were allocated. There's no more lines because now we do it by price. Which system is better? Well, in fact, the system when I was a kid was much less efficient. Why? Because basically the time we wasted online had a high opportunity cost. Now we can just pay. In some sense, essentially, what the secondary online market does has reintroduced efficiency to the allocation of tickets. Now people pay what they're worth. Okay? So in some sense, the good news is the market today is much more efficient for allocating tickets than was the market when I was a kid, because you don't waste time sleeping in the cold waiting online. Okay? Okay? However, it's not necessarily as equitable. Because now, who gets the money? Well, when we slept online, who got the surplus? Well, the consumer got the surplus. Presumably, those of us who are willing to sleep online could get tickets for less than our surplus. If the value to us of seeing the show plus the disutility of sleeping online exceeded, if the value of seeing the show minus the disutility of sleeping online exceeded the ticket price, we wouldn't sleep online. So we got the surplus. Now, the surplus largely goes to secondary ticket sellers. It still goes to consumers. Presumably people don't buy unless they get some surplus. But who's not getting the surplus is performers. So even Taylor Swift is making even though she is now setting the all-time record for a tour. The previous record was Elton John at $1 billion. Elton John, to be clear, has been making music for 50 years. Taylor Swift's only 33 years old, is now going to break the record at $1.5 billion. And that is way under what her tour should make. Okay, way under what her tour should make. Because she is not selling tickets at the price people are willing to pay for them. Okay, so which system is better? Well, it's hard to say. On the one hand, tickets today get allocated to those who value them the most, according to price. On the other hand, all that extra money goes to scalpers. What could Adele or Taylor Swift do to address this point? What could they do to at least make sure that they got the money rather than scalpers getting the money? Yeah. I'm sorry? Well, basically, it's sort of hard to know what the equivalent price is, but they could, for example, set up an auction. Why couldn't Taylor Swift say, I'm playing in Boston, I'm going to put my tickets up for auction, people can bid, and it'll be like eBay. I'll just sell my tickets to the highest bidder. You would end up with exactly the same outcomes you get from the secondary market, but all the money would go to Taylor Swift instead of going to these shady StubHub guys. Okay? Why don't performers do this? The answer is, I'm pretty sure, public relations. There's no reason why they couldn't. There's no reason Taylor Swift couldn't hire an infinite number of programmers to set up an online auction to make this work. The answer is essentially public relations. that basically artists feel they're making plenty of money, and therefore they look pretty bad if they were charging these incredible prices, which is what they get from these auctions. Which is sort of too bad, because people are paying those prices anyway, but in some sense, because they're hidden through paying with StubHub, Taylor Swift doesn't get as hard a time as if she set up an auction and sold tickets for $2,000 or $11,000 each. But that's sort of unfortunate, because it's really the same outcome. It's just who gets the money. Taylor Swift should get the money. It's her show. She's the one adding value to society by doing a 3.5-hour show, not these scalpers. She should get the money. So the bottom line is, there are ways. The bottom line lesson from this ticket scalping example is, A, we can see an example of shifting from an inefficient allocation mechanism, which is waiting online, to an efficient allocation mechanism, which is using price. But that shift did not necessarily deliver the surplus to the folks we want to deliver it to. It delivered it to a third set of actors who set up this online marketplace. Okay? Questions about that? Okay, now let's go to a much more complicated example, but one which really lays out clearly how to think about these trade-offs, which is the case of taxi cab medallions. Cast your mind back 20 years ago, okay, notably before Uber and Lyft and all these things. In that world, if you wanted to get from point A to point B and didn't have a car, you took a taxi. Now, taxis should be a textbook example of a perfectly competitive market, right? To be a taxi driver, you just need a car, and that's it. Pretty low fixed costs. Most people have cars anyway. It should be a very, very perfectly competitive market. But in fact, it was not. It was a market that was not perfectly competitive because it was heavily regulated by cities. And in particular, what cities did is they limited the amount of taxis to those who held essentially certificates that made them legal taxi drivers. They were called medallions because they're originally medallions, but not pieces of paper. Essentially, cities issued pieces of paper that said you're an official taxi driver, and only if you had one of these could you drive a taxi. Okay? What we want to do is analyze what are the welfare implications of these limited number of taxi cab medallions. So let's go to figure 10.3, which is one of the more complicated figures you'll see in this class. Okay, it's one of these back and forth figures. Bear with me, but please interrupt me if there's questions. Okay, so imagine that initially we had no taxi cab medallions in a free taxi cab market. In such a market, let's start in the part diagram on the left of figure 10.3. In such a market, price would equal marginal cost would equal minimum average cost. We would be at equilibrium point little e1. Price would be P1. Why? We'd have identical taxi cabs, producing an identical market, it'd be easily shopping, it'd be perfect competition, and we'd end up with price P1. At price P1, we would have, at price P1, each of the identical cabs would produce little Q1 rides. Okay? Because each cab, and once again, let's assume, to make life easy, I'm going to assume identical cabs. This is an assumption, but not too bad in this case. Much better assumption than, say, assuming identical factories. The idea that cabs are kind of identical is not implausible. So assume identical cabs. They all have minimum average cost at the point Q1, little q1, on the left-hand side diagram. So a series of identical cabs, all of them have minimum average cost at amount little q1, and therefore set price equal to P1. Now go over to the right-hand diagram. We have a demand curve there. With a price of P1, that means that a total of big Q1 rides will be demanded. Well, if big Q1 rides are demanded, and each firm is going to produce little Q1 rides, that pins down the number of firms. N1. Okay, once again, let me go through the logic and stop me if this isn't clear. We know each firm will produce little Q1. We know at that price big Q1 rides are demanded. Therefore, we can define the number of firms as big Q1 over little q1, which is N1. So there's N1 firms providing little q1 rides each at a price of P1 in the free market. Questions about that? Once again, as we learned a couple lectures ago, we know we end up there because if there was less than little n1 firms, the price would be higher, there'd be profits being made, and new firms would enter. Okay, and you should be able to show yourself that. There are less than little n1 firms. You could see the quantity be lower. At a lower quantity, price would be higher. You'd move up the demand curve, and therefore profits would be being made, and therefore firms would enter. And there's not a lot of barriers to entry here. So this is not a bad example of a really competitive market. Okay, now let's say the government comes in and says, you know what? We're only going to allow there to be little n2 numbers of cabs. So the government comes in. The government restriction here is in the form not of price, but of number of firms. The government says only n2 cabs will be allowed. This is a new kind of restriction. We haven't done this before. We talked about gas price ceiling. Okay? That was a price restriction. This is now a number of firms restriction. Government says only n2 cabs will be allowed. Okay? Now, what happens there? Well, up to n2, if you look at the right-hand side diagram, up to the first dashed line, which is little n2, little q1, nothing has changed. If the demand curve was such that big Q was less than little n2, little q1, nothing would have changed. But what happens once we get past that first point, little n2, little q1? What happens is that now each cab has to produce more rides because you can't add new cab companies. Each cab can no longer produce at the efficient point. Each cab company can no longer provide Q1 rides. Why? Because it won't meet demand, and new firms can't enter. So to meet demand, cabs need to drive more. Well, if they're going to drive more, they're no longer going to be efficient. Q1 is the efficient amount. In other words, think of it this way. Q1 is the point at which drivers are maximally efficient driving. Once they have to drive more, maybe they're more tired. Maybe they have to drive at hours that aren't as convenient for them. They're less efficient at producing rides. Think of cab drivers like a firm. They have a perfectly efficient amount of rides to give. Once you have them give more, they're less efficient. Maybe say because they're more tired. Well, if they're less efficient, that means they are providing them at a higher cost. So the new supply curve is flat until N2Q1. But the new supply curve S2 is no longer a line, no longer S1, which is a horizontal line. The new supply curve S2 is horizontal till that first intersection and then becomes upward sloping. The new supply curve S2 has that horizontal segment that becomes upward sloping. And once again, these kind of kink curves are hard, so let's explain why. The reason why it's flat is because as long as there's less than Q1 rides per firm, they produce at maximum efficiency. But once you ask any taxi driver to work more than little Q1 rides, it's inefficient. Okay? You can see this by now turning to the left-hand side diagram. You see that to produce Q2 rides, they do so at a much higher point, in the marginal cost curve. So if they're going to set marginal cost equal to price, okay, they are going to say, so now go back to the right-hand side. So with this new supply curve, okay, question about what a supply curve looks like it does. Once again, this is hard, so please let me know if there's questions about that. Okay, so with this new supply curve, that hits demand at a new higher price, P2. Yeah? Sorry, can I ask a question? Yeah.
Why is the new supply curve flat and then curved?
It's flat to the left of that flat part because imagine demand was shifted way inwards and demand was less than little n2, little q1. Even if you restricted the number of firms, each firm would still only provide Q1 rides. The point is, you're only allowing up to N2 firms. Let's say that demand intersected that line. So I'm doing the risky thing of drawing a diagram here, okay? So you've got this demand curve here, right? And you've got this supply curve that looks like this and then looks like this. Imagine demand curve came here. And let's call this intersection little n3 Q1. Well, then each firm will continue to produce at their efficient level. You just have a smaller number of firms. There'd be no reason to produce inefficiently. But the problem is once you get past this point, more firms can't enter. What keeps this original supply curve S1 flat is entry of firms. But firms can't enter past this point. The existing firms have to produce more, and they do so inefficiently. So this is the efficient part of production for Q1 firms, for N1 firms. I'm sorry, the efficient part of production for N2 firms. But for N2 firms, once you get past here, they have to be more tired and produce less efficiently. Okay? Other questions? Okay, so the new price is P2. Well, now let's go back to the left. At a price P2 set equal to marginal cost, ignore the AC2 curve for a minute. We'll come back to that. Stay with AC1. If we set that new price P2 equal to marginal cost, we get equilibrium E2 and a huge amount of profits. The profits at that new price P2, marginal cost is well above average cost. Once again, ignore AC2. Stay with AC1. Okay? At that new price P2, marginal cost is well above average cost, and you get a huge profit of the amount pi. Okay? So now they're making profit. Now what's happened is by limiting the number of cabs, they are now making profit. What has this done to social welfare? Well, let's go back to the right-hand side. What was the old consumer surplus? What was the old consumer surplus? Somebody tell me. Before we put in this restriction, what was the consumer surplus? Raise your hand and tell me. You guys got this. You need a little more confidence out of this class. Come on. You guys got an MIT. You're wicked smart. Go ahead. A plus B plus C. C has two parts. It's sort of weird, but A plus B plus C. A plus B plus C. Same person. What's the old producer surplus? There's none. Why? In a perfectly competitive long-run equilibrium, there's zero profits. Okay, so because of free entry, in a perfectly competitive long-run equilibrium, there's no profits. So producer surplus is zero. What is the new, same person, what's the new consumer surplus if we sell at price P2? A. What is the new producer surplus? B. So what has happened, we have transferred B from consumers to producers. That's their new profits. Okay? So B in aggregate would be the sum of the little pie triangles on the left over all firms. So you took the profits made on the left, multiplied by N2 firms, that will give you B. Okay, B is the total aggregate profits. That is, so we've taken money from consumers, given to profits, but we've created a deadweight loss. The deadweight loss is C. So it's an inefficient restriction. Okay? It's an inefficient restriction. Now, so we have the efficiency loss. We also have the allocation. Now, here we don't have an allocation loss, I'm sorry, because we're in equilibrium. So the people who are willing to pay for the rides still get the rides. We don't have the allocation issue here because we have a new equilibrium. We're not out of equilibrium, we're in equilibrium. We're just in equilibrium with fewer rides. What about equity? Well, that depends on how you feel about cab riders versus drivers. If you think in New York City all the cab riders are rich investment bankers and the cab drivers are poor immigrants, then maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's good we've taken area B away from the rich investment bankers and given it to the cab drivers. If, on the other hand, you think a lot of the cab riders are also poor people who need to get to work, it might not be such a good idea. But guess what? All that is irrelevant. Why? Because actually, there's a market for taxi cab medallions. They sell in the market. You can sell your taxi cab medallion. Can anyone tell me in this diagram what the market price of a taxi cab medallion should be? If there's a perfectly competitive taxi cab medallion market, what should the total cost of a taxi cab medallion be? Can anyone take a guess at that? The answer is a letter Greek or Roman on this diagram, which tells you, yeah. Pi. Why?
That's the profit you get if you have a medallion.
Yeah, because if I want to buy a medallion, I'll be willing to pay up to pi minus epsilon to get it. Why? Because as long as I pay pi minus epsilon, I still make profit. So perfect competition is not driven profits to zero through firm entry. Perfect competition has driven profits to zero by selling the barrier to entry. There's a barrier to entry here, which is a government restriction that covers the number of firms N2. We're now putting a market on that. We're letting firms buy their way in. How much will they pay? They'll pay up to the profits they'd make by buying their way in. So in fact, who is better off here? It's not the taxi cab drivers. They still make zero profit. Who's better off? It's the medallion owners. And who are they? A bunch of randos who happen to get issued the medallions in 1930 whatever when the government set up this system. Taxi cab medallions are incredibly valuable. So for example, in San Francisco, you have to pay $12,000, you had to pay $12,000 a year to rent a taxi cab medallion. In Boston, it was $400,000 to buy a taxi cab medallion. So those taxi cab drivers who are not rich guys who are driving you from place to place, well, you were kids, driving your parents from place to place, okay, they're paying $400,000 just for the right to drive you around, okay? And the estimated lost consumer surplus was about $2 billion. There was about $2 billion in lost consumer surplus. Partly it was inefficiency, and partly it was just going to these medallion owners, okay? Now, why do we have restrictions like this? Well, at one level, it makes sense. You don't want any schmo driving around giving people rides. It could be dangerous. They could be a bad driver. They could be a criminal. So it makes sense to have some regulations on this. Indeed, this is an example of something we call occupational licensing, which is a set of restrictions that governments put in place to make sure people who say they're doing X can legitimately do X. This makes a lot of sense, for example, for doctors. We don't want a world of Dr. Nicks. Okay, question. How many of you are well-versed in The Simpsons? Okay, this is utterly depressing. Okay, that is the single most important cultural accomplishment in America in the last 50 years is The Simpsons. You guys should absolutely be watching and absorbing that for all the lessons you need to know about life. Okay, Dr. Nick is the terrible doctor on The Simpsons. Okay, he's unqualified. He went to Hollywood upstairs medical school. Okay, he's totally unqualified. That's what happened. We didn't have some licensing saying doctors have to meet certain conditions, have to get recertified. We have to get a license to drive a car. That's not an occupation, etc. So the idea is occupational licensing makes sense to some extent, but having a random limit on the number of cab drivers is not the way to do it. You should have some licensing process. Okay? So it sort of makes sense. Okay? Now, to have some licensing. On the other hand, what you're doing is you're essentially taking $2 billion and giving it to rich medallion owners. However, we have good news. Bad news for the medallion king, good news for consumers, which is Uber. Uber essentially turned the drive market into a perfectly competitive market. They said, fine, if you limit the number of cabs to N2, we're going to have a whole set of drivers do the same things cabs can do with free entry. What happened? Well, what happened was taxi drivers and Uber drivers earned a little bit less, but medallion owners got smacked. The value of taxi cab medallions fell by 90%. Why? Because profits went down. Essentially, with free entry, we moved from P2 back towards P1. Profits fell, and therefore they couldn't sell medallions for as much. So yes, cab drivers lost a little bit, and they bitch about Uber, but the truth is the big losers were medallion owners, who are not a sympathetic crowd. The big winners were consumers. You have no idea how much life, you guys are just spoiled by life with Uber. And we complain about it, it's got problems, but you have no idea how much better it is. How much cheaper it is to get from place to place, how much easier it is to get from place to place. Then we had these limited numbers of taxis. Okay? So this is a classic example of a market innovation increasing both total surplus and consumer surplus. Total surplus has increased because we moved back towards price P1. Consumer surplus increased because price has fallen. Producer surplus actually isn't down that much because the producers, the cab drivers, weren't actually making that much money anyway. The real losers are the medallion owners. Okay? Questions about that? So this is an example of how we use the normative tools of economics. How we use the normative tools of economics to analyze these kinds of interventions. Let me end with one more example, which is a really fun one about how we can actually use markets to help the poor. And the example comes from food banks. Food banks are organizations that give away food to needy people. Feeding America is one of the largest food banks in the country. It has food banks all over the country. And they were trying to decide how to send the right food to the right places. Well, the market does this naturally. Places where they want hamburgers, the price is high, they say hamburgers there, the price falls. Places where there's a lot of vegetarians, price hamburger isn't as high. The market does that naturally. But Feeding America, it wasn't a market-based organization. The whole idea was to give this food away for free. So they ended up doing things like sending potatoes to Idaho, which is the home of potato growing, which was pretty inefficient. And they were trying to think, how can we more efficiently allocate the food to the needy? So what they did is they made up a virtual market. They said to each food bank, we're giving you a budget. And we're going to let there be a market across all the foodstuffs, and you guys can bid for what you want. And there'll be prices. But none of it's real. It's not real money. Okay? It's all going to be free. But we are going to, if you're someone who really wants potatoes, you will bid the most for potatoes and use up more of your fake points to get potatoes. And that will allocate the potatoes to the folks who really need them the most. So essentially, they created a scarcity where there was none. Before, there was no scarcity. You just said, I want potatoes. You got potatoes until they ran out of potatoes. And didn't necessarily go to the place that need potatoes the most. Now, the place that needs potatoes the most will bid the most for potatoes, and the potatoes will be allocated there. So that's an example of you can use the price mechanism while still helping the poor. You can use the price mechanism to make sure the right goods get allocated to the right places, but still have things end up being free. Okay? So let me stop with that, and we will come back next week, and we'll turn to the case of monopoly. So today, we are going to move on to a new topic. Once again, to remind you of the path of how we got here. Within producer theory, we said that it's harder than consumer theory because you don't only do the standard optimization, you do the consumer theory, but you need a third condition. You need a market structure condition to pin down the equilibrium. For the last few lectures, we relied on a particular market structure, which was perfect competition. That allowed us to show that in perfect competition, price equals marginal cost. And that allowed us to solve the system for how firms choose their quantity and prices in perfect competition. But as we discussed, that's an incredibly extreme assumption and pretty much unrealistic for almost any market. There are some markets that are more competitive than others, but there's really no such thing as a perfectly competitive market. So what we're going to do now is move on in the next few lectures and talk about alternative market structures and how they change the conclusions we draw. This is going to be important for two reasons. First of all, it's going to be important because it's more realistic. Second of all, it's going to be important because having established the first fundamental theorem of welfare economics, which is the perfectly competitive outcome is the best outcome, we're now going to talk to you about why that doesn't work in reality and why, in fact, governments aren't just agents of chaos, but can actually do good things in improving potential market failures. So by introducing these alternative market structures, we'll also introduce the concept of a market failure, which is markets not working to deliver the efficient outcome. So we're going to start today by talking about monopoly. So we're going to go from one extreme to another. The one extreme we started with was a perfectly competitive market with a large number of firms competing to deliver identical products. We're going to move all the way to the other extreme, which is monopoly, which is not the game, but rather the name for a market with one firm that delivers the goods for the entire market. So moving from many firms competing to one firm dominating a market. And the key thing about monopoly, the key thing that's going to change is that firms are going to be price makers, not just price takers. Remember, in perfect competition, the price was just sort of given to you from God. It came from some market equilibrium. You don't know where it came from. You just know it was the price, and you couldn't affect it. Well, that's kind of silly. Firms can obviously choose the prices, they said. So now we move to monopoly. We'll actually let firms be price makers as well as price takers. Okay? Now, in fact, once again, monopoly is very extreme. It's not extreme perfect competition. Monopolies do exist, even if perfectly competitive markets don't. But it's still a relatively small share of reality. After a couple lectures on monopoly, we'll then turn to the more realistic case, and my favorite word in economics, oligopoly, which is the case of several firms competing, where there's competition, but it's less than perfect competition. And we'll come back to that. But for the next 2 lectures, we're going to move to the other extreme, which is monopoly. Okay, and we're talking today about how monopolists maximize profits. How do monopolists maximize profits? Okay, well, to do that, we're going to turn to a concept that we've already talked about, but has been sort of meaningless so far, which is the concept of marginal revenue. The marginal revenue is the revenue you earn on the next unit you sell, which in perfect competition wasn't interesting. It was just the price. But it's going to get more interesting today. Okay? So we're going to talk about what happens. So let's go back and think about a perfectly competitive firm and think about what their marginal revenue is. So in figure 11.1, you have a perfectly competitive firm. The firm member faces a perfectly elastic demand curve. A perfectly competitive firm. This doesn't mean the market demand's elastic, but each firm in perfect competition faces a perfectly elastic demand curve. So if they sell little q units, they make revenue A. If they sell q plus 1 units, they make revenue A plus B. They add B. Well, we know what B is. The width is 1, and the height is the price. So the marginal revenue from selling the q plus 1th unit, plus 1 unit, is the price. Okay, it's just an illustration of what we learned before. Monopoly is going to be different. And in particular, monopoly is going to be different because we're going to make a critical assumption for how monopolists behave. We are going to assume that monopolists cannot price discriminate. That is, when a monopolist sets a price, they set that price for all units they sell. So a monopolist sets the price. They're a price maker. But it's not quite free price setting because we're not going to let them set a different price to me and you. When they set a price, they set the price for everyone. So we're going to assume no price discrimination. We'll come back to that. But for now, we're going to say that we're going to let the monopolist set its price, but critically, it's one price for everyone. And you'll see in a minute why this is important. Okay? So to understand that, let's go to figure 11.2. 11.2 is for monopoly market. All that's changed here is that now firm demand is market demand. Okay? With perfect competition, firm demand was perfectly elastic because there are many firms. But now, firm demand is market demand. And unless the market itself features perfectly elastic demand, the firm will now face a downward sloping demand curve. So now little q is big Q. You notice on the x-axis, I moved to big Q, which we used to refer to the market. Well, with monopoly markets, little q is big Q. There's one firm. So the firm is the market. And that firm faces a downward sloping demand curve. So let's say that firm initially wants to sell Q, Q1. I'm sorry, I want to sell Q. If it wants to sell Q, it has to respect demand. So if it wants to sell Q, it's going to set the price at P1. A price at P1 allows them to sell Q units. Remember, they get to set the price now. So a price at P1 allows them to sell Q units. Now imagine they want to sell one more unit. What happens? Well, 2 things happen. Okay? And in particular, if they want to sell one more unit, okay, they have to lower the price. Why? Because demand is downward sloping, and there's just one price. So if the monopolist wants to move from selling Q to selling Q plus 1, it has to lower the price from P1 to P2. There's no choice. It has to be on the demand curve. So when the monopolist wants to sell 2 units, okay, the marginal revenue they get, wants to sell 1 more unit, they get the amount B, which they sell 1 more unit at the price P2, but they lose the amount C. They get the amount B, but they lose the amount C. Or in other words, what does a monopolist get from selling one more unit? Well, the monopolist sells one more unit. The monopolist gets P2 minus P1 times, P2 minus P1 minus P2 times Q1. Okay? The monopolist gets some money from selling an additional unit, but loses some money because it had to lower the price on all its previous units. You might say that, once again, stop and think with me for a second. You might think that doesn't make sense. Why does it have to? Well, it has to because it can only set one price. So if it wants to sell more, it's got to set a lower price, which means it's going to make less on all its previous units. Okay? So basically, when the monopolist sets the price, there's now a trade-off. The trade-off is, if he wants to sell more, he has to lower the price. But in doing so, the monopolist makes less money on the previous units they sold. Okay? And that's because they set the same price for all consumers. This is the key intuition that drives our analysis of monopoly. Okay? I like to refer to this as what I call the poisoning effect. I call it the poisoning effect. It's just the term I like to use. Because the idea is, if I want to sell one more unit, I have to poison all my previous sales by lowering their price. Because I can't sell another unit without a lower price. And if I lower price, I make less money on my previous sales. Okay? Don't think of this as changing your price day by day. Think of this, I have to set one price. Yeah? Yes, this is the marginal revenue. Yeah, P1 minus P2 times Q1. It's in parentheses. Okay? So basically the marginal revenue is, if I want to sell one more unit, I get P2 for that unit. That's what I get for that unit. But I give up what I was making on all the old units. The difference in the price that I was making on all the old units. Okay? And that is basically the definition of marginal revenue in the monopolist case. So in other words, more generally, if you write revenue as P times Q, then marginal revenue you can write, if you write revenue P times Q, then marginal revenue is dr dq. Okay, if you take marginal with respect to Q, is dr dq. Well, that equals P plus dp dq times Q. So when you want to sell one more unit, in the marginal revenue, there's a positive term, which I sell one more unit, but there's a negative term, which is I had to lower my price to sell that unit. So when I'm setting my price, I have to trade these things off. Okay? I have to trade these things off, which is basically that I have to trade off the fact that I'm going to sell more units, but I'm going to make less money each unit. Why didn't the competitive firm face this trade-off? Why was this trade-off not an issue for the competitive firm, mathematically? What's different for the competitive firm? Yeah. PDQ is 0 for the competitive firm because it's a price taker. It can sell as much as it wants at the market price. So for the competitive firm, marginal revenue is just price. But for the monopolist, that's not true. To sell more, it has to lower the price. Okay? So we can graph a monopolist's marginal revenue curve. And we'll do that in figure 11.3. So let's go through the math here. Let's do an example. Imagine we have an example where demand is described by the equation Q equals 24 minus P. Just a standard well-behaved demand equation. You know how to derive that from utility. Okay, imagine that's the demand equation. Well, the first step to solve a monopoly problem is let's rewrite this as P equals 24 minus Q. Makes the math a little easier. And now, let's multiply both sides by Q to make it a revenue equation. So revenue, which is P times Q, equals 24Q minus Q squared. That's the revenue that the firm earns. It's P, which comes from demand, times the amount of units sold. Differentiating this, marginal revenue is 24 minus 2Q. That's the marginal revenue curve for that firm. And you can see this in figure 11.3. Here we graph the demand curve. That's the blue line. The demand curve is just a standard demand curve where you can have 24 units per day at a price of 0, and you want 0 units per day at a price of 24. Okay? And then the marginal revenue curve is everywhere below the demand curve. It has the same intersection on the y-axis, but it's everywhere below the demand curve is the marginal revenue curve. Now, the fact that the marginal revenue curve starts at the same y-intercept is not general. It's only because this is linear. In a nonlinear case, the marginal revenue curve can start at a different y-intercept. But the fact that marginal revenue is everywhere below demand is general. Marginal revenue is always below demand, okay, because of this poisoning effect. Marginal revenue is always below demand. Okay? Questions about that? This is not a simple intuition, so questions about how this works. Okay, well, armed with that, let's talk about how monopolists maximize profits. Let's go to figure 11.4. Figure 11.4, I'm going to now add a cost function. Let me say that C equals, I'm just going to assume C equals 12 plus Q squared. I'm just making, once again, you know how to derive that? If I gave you a production function input prices, you could derive that. Okay? But I'm just going to assume C equals 12 plus Q squared. So in that case, what do we know? We can graph the marginal cost. Marginal cost is just 2Q, right? That's the marginal cost line in figure 11.4. Marginal cost is 2Q. We can graph average total cost and average variable cost and average fixed costs. Those are all things we learned to graph before. We can put those all in the graph. Okay? Now we can solve for the monopoly profit maximizing decision. Remember, profit maximization always happens regardless of market structure. Profit maximization happens when marginal revenue equals marginal cost. Right? Remember, just to remind you, profits equals revenue minus cost. So to maximize this, we say marginal revenue minus marginal cost equals 0. That's how we maximize profits, right? So if profits is revenue minus cost, then profits are maximized when marginal revenue minus marginal cost equals 0. So the profit maximizing condition is marginal revenue equals marginal cost. Okay, that's true with any market structure. That's always profit maximizing. Well, what's marginal revenue here is 24 minus 2Q. Marginal cost is 2Q. Oh, I should have made this a big Q. Well, it doesn't matter, right? Because little q is big Q. But to make life easier, let's make that a big Q. So what this says is that Q star equals 6. That the optimal monopoly quantity is 6. And how did I do this? Once again, not too hard from the perspective of your awesome math skills. I simply took the demand curve, created a revenue equation, differentiated that to get marginal revenue, have a cost equation, differentiate that to get marginal cost, set them equal, and you get Q star. That's all you got to do. Okay? Now, what is the price? I solved for Q, but it's not obvious here how you get how do you get price? So what price does the monopolist set? Yeah. Why 18? Exactly. So you skip the usual thing where someone gives the wrong answer. Okay? People often say, well, look, marginal cost equals marginal revenue. The quantity is 6 and the price is 12. That's the typical answer. You say, well, look, if marginal cost equals marginal revenue, it's 6. Then you go over to the y-axis and it's 12. And why is that wrong? That's wrong because the monopolist still has to respect the demand curve. A monopolist cannot charge a price that people aren't willing to pay. Okay? At a price of 12, they're not on the demand curve. People want way more at a price of 12. To be on the demand curve, to get to price, we go back to the demand equation. P equals 24 minus Q. Well, I just solved for Q star. So P star equals 24 minus Q star equals 18. And this is where people get screwed up in the math here. Okay? Remember, the monopolist has to respect the demand curve. They're a price maker, but a price maker within the constraints the market gives them. And the constraint the market gives them is the demand curve. So basically, the profit maximizing point is a price of 18 and selling 6 units. And you can see at that point, what are their profits? Well, the profits are price minus average cost. Well, at 6 units, average cost is 8. So they are making 10 per unit times 6 units is 60. And that's their profits. Now you might say, gee, consumers are willing to buy a lot more units. Think about the 7th unit. Say the 7th unit, well, this is what's weird to me. If you look at the 7th unit, demand is above cost. Consumers' willingness to pay at the 7th unit is 17, right? If you had a price of 7, if you wanted to sell 7 units, consumer willing to pay 17. And what's the marginal cost at 7 units? Well, it's 14. So this is weird. Price exceeds marginal cost. So why don't they produce that 7th unit? Because of the poisoning effect. To produce that 7th unit, they'd have to lower the price to 17 to sell it, not to produce it, to sell it. They'll lower price 17. If they lower price 17, they make less money on the first 6 units. Indeed, what are their profits if they sell 7? Well, if they sell 7 units, what are their profits? Well, they sell 7 units. Profits equals 7 units at a price of 17 minus costs. What are their costs if they're producing 7th units? Well, it's 12 plus 7 squared. So it's 12 plus 7 squared. So that's 12 plus 49. And if you do the math, you get profits are 58. They get lower profits selling 7 units. This is crazy. Think about this. We have units where people are willing to pay more than it costs to produce. And yet, to sell them, the monopolists will actually lower their profits. That's the power of this poisoning effect. The reason they lower their profits is because they can make more money by selling less at a higher price. Yeah? What I said, they can't do that. I just ruled that out. We're going to come back to that. But that's the key, is the way I describe it isn't the way you think of the decision making. Don't think of them saying, I'm going to set this for this. Just think, I want to sell X units, what do I have to charge? So they're sitting back saying, how many units should I produce? Well, if I produce 6, I can sell for 18, I make 60. If I produce 7, I have to sell for 17, I make 58. I'm going to produce 6. That's the way they think about it. Okay? So that is the power here. Now, what does this mean? This means that monopolists, because they can set price, have something we call market power. Monopolists have market power. What do I mean by that? Market power means that basically monopolists can make money, even in the long run. To see this, let's think about the marginal revenue expression. So marginal revenue equals P plus dP dQ times Q. Now, take that equation and take the second term and multiply and divide by price. So I want to take this second term, I want to rewrite it as P plus dP dQ times Q over P times P. I just multiplied and divided by price. That's all I did. Can anyone tell me what this term looks like? Yeah. The elasticity of demand, but inverted. This is the inverse of price elasticity of demand. So I can rewrite marginal revenue. as P times 1 plus 1 over the elasticity of demand. Okay? All I did, no trick here. Well, there's a little math trick. Wrote marginal revenue, multiplied and divided the second term by P, kept the first term. Then realized this is the inverse of the elasticity of demand. So I can write marginal revenue as P times 1 plus the inverse of the elasticity of demand. Okay? Why is this important? Because what this says is the ability of monopolists to make money depends on how elastic is the demand they face. Okay? So what would happen here if the elasticity of demand was negative infinity? What would marginal revenue be? If the elasticity of demand is negative infinity, what would marginal revenue be? Come on, you guys. You MIT students, don't be shy. Raise your hand. Yeah. P. What does that sound like? Marginal revenue equals P. We've heard that before. That's the perfectly competitive case. Well, in perfectly competitive case, firms face perfectly elastic demand. So if demand in the market was perfectly elastic, monopolists would behave just like perfectly competitive firms. Okay? On the other hand, as the elasticity falls or rises, or falls in absolute value, but rises from negative infinity towards 0, monopolists start to be able to charge more than, monopolists start to have marginal revenue above the price. Okay, monopolists start to have marginal revenue above the price. Okay? So we can rewrite this. Let's rewrite the condition for profit maximization. Profit maximization is that marginal revenue, which equals P times 1 plus 1 over the elasticity demand, equals marginal cost. Okay, that's our profit maximizing condition. Okay? So in other words, we can write that marginal cost over price equals 1 plus 1 over epsilon. Marginal cost over price equals 1 plus 1 over epsilon. Now let's define something I'm going to call the markup. The markup is how much more monopolists can charge than perfectly competitive firms. I'm going to define the markup as P minus MC over P. That's what we call the markup. That is how much more can monopolists charge than competitive firms. It's the markup. Well, the answer is equal to, if we do the math, the answer is equal to minus 1 over the elasticity of demand. If you do the math, the markup is minus 1 over the elasticity of demand. In other words, the profits monopolists can make are inversely proportional to the elasticity of demand. Why does that make sense? Why does it make sense that the elasticity of demand, as markets get more inelastic, monopolists make more money? As markets get more elastic, monopolists make less money. Why does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, insulin, the perfectly inelastic good. Exactly. You have to buy it. So given that, they can charge whatever the hell they want. This is the answer to the question you might have first thought, or someone might think is, well, gee, if a firm's a monopoly, why don't they just charge whatever they want? Why do monopolists have to, with their price makers, they're the only game in town, why don't they just charge whatever the hell they want? And the answer is because while people can't substitute to other firms, they can substitute to other goods. So if it's a good, if you're monopolizing a good where there's very good substitutes, and you try to charge a very high price, they'll just switch to the substitute. So if the elastic demand is very large, a large negative number, they can't make much profit. Sure, they're the only firm, but if they're the only firm making spearmint gum, and people are pretty different in spearmint gum and peppermint gum, they can't charge outrageously high prices because people just switch to peppermint gum. But if they're the only firm making insulin, then they can charge an outrageously high price because there's nowhere to go. So the money monopolists make, monopolists in a perfectly competitive market, firms are disciplined by competition from other firms. In a monopoly market, firms are disciplined only by the elasticity of demand. That's the only disciplining effect on the firm. Okay? So let's do a simple example. 2 books you guys probably had to read in high school. Huckleberry Finn, and Fahrenheit 451. If you go on Amazon right now, you can get Huckleberry Finn for about $4 in paperback or $0 on Kindle. Fahrenheit 451 is about $9, and about the same on Kindle. Why? They're both 2 old books. People have to basically read them at about the same. They're all high school required books. The marginal cost of production can't be that different. Producing Fahrenheit 4, they're slightly different lengths, but not that different. Certainly on Kindle, the marginal cost of production is comparable. So why? Why is Fahrenheit 451 so much more expensive than Huckleberry Finn? Does anyone know? Go ahead, use that idea. Any thoughts? Okay, well, the reason is because in the US, oh yeah, go ahead. Exactly. In the US, we have something called copyright laws, which say that for 75 years after the author's death, only the author or his estate, or her estate, can approve production of the book, which gives them a monopoly. Mark Twain died more than 75 years ago. Ray Bradbury did not. So as a result, there's no more monopoly. Anybody with a printing press or whatever it is to make an ebook, I don't know how you do that, can make a copy of Huckleberry Finn. So it's perfectly competitive, okay? And so profits get driven to zero. But for Fahrenheit 451, they still have a monopoly right, so they're making profits. Now, why is Fahrenheit 451? Everyone has to read Fahrenheit 451. Why don't they charge $100? Because then high schools will say, you know what, Fahrenheit 451 is fine, but you know, there's other ones that are okay too. So there's some elasticity demand disciplining the market for Fahrenheit 451, but it's not as much as disciplining the market for Huckleberry Finn. Okay? Questions about that? Okay, let's go on then and talk about the welfare effects of monopoly. Because now we have the tools in this class to move beyond positive economics, talk about normative economics. And we have the tools to show you that monopoly causes our first example of what we call a market failure. Let's look at figure 11.5. Back to the example we used. The demand curve is 24 minus Q. The marginal cost is 2Q. Same example we were just using. The monopolist sells 6 units at a price of 18. Okay? The competitive equilibrium would be 8 units at a price of 16. How do we know this? Well, we just said price equal to marginal cost. Marginal cost equals 2Q. So that would be true at Q equals 8, P equals 16. We all could see it from the intersection of the demand and supply curves. So the competitive case, they sell 8 units at a price of 16. The monopoly case, they sell 6 units at a price of 18. What is the consumer surplus in the competitive case? What letters represent the consumer surplus in the competitive case at point EC? Don't raise their hand and tell me. Come on, guys, help me out here. Yeah, loud, loud. A plus B plus C. Same person, what's the producer surplus in the competitive case? D plus E. Now, in the monopoly case, what has happened to consumer surplus? It has fallen from A plus B plus C to just A. So consumer surplus from the competitive case to monopoly case has gone from A plus B plus C to just A. What about producer surplus? Producer surplus in the competitive case was just D plus E. Well, now what is it? Well, they lose E, but they gain B. So what's happened is 2 things. We have transferred area B from consumers to producers. Remember, that's sort of, we don't care from that in the total social welfare framework. We just care about the sum producer consumer surplus. We don't care who has it. So that transfer is not important, not consequential. What's consequential is we've created a dead weight loss of C plus E. We've created a dead weight loss of C plus E. There's an inefficiency. Why? Because there are trades that would make society better off that are not happening. Remember, if we sold that 7th unit the benefit of that unit to consumers exceeds the cost of producing it. Therefore, society's better off if it's sold. But it's not being sold because of this poisoning effect. So monopoly has created a deadweight loss. And this first example, the deadweight loss of monopoly, is the first example of what we call in this class a market failure. When I did welfare the last couple lectures, the only thing that caused deadweight loss was the government screwing things up. As long as you left the market rip, you got the perfectly efficient outcome. Well, here we're letting the market rip and not getting the perfectly efficient outcome. Now, I'll stop right there. This does not imply government can make things better. We'll talk about that next time. All I'm saying here is a simpler statement, which is unlike the perfectly competitive case, if you let the market rip, you get an inefficient outcome. That's a fundamental change. It's a fundamental challenge to everything we've learned so far. It doesn't come from any magic or any government intervention. It's just the way monopolists make decisions. Okay? So because monopolists don't want to lower the price, because that's not profit maximizing, we end up not selling units that would make society better off. So the private incentives, put another way, the positive and normative outcomes don't align. With the competitive market, the positive outcome was no profits. That was also the welfare maximizing outcome. In a monopoly case, the private outcome is different than the social welfare maximizing outcome, and that leads to a market failure. Questions about that? Okay. Now, this raises the natural question, which was raised here and which has been on your mind the whole time, which is why do monopolists have to charge just one price? What law says that? No firm charges just one price. Firms charge different prices for different sorts of things, for different, and we'll come to some examples. So what if we move to the more realistic case where monopolists can price discriminate? What if monopolists could charge different prices for different quantities? Well, in fact, what would happen, let's go to the extreme of perfect price discrimination. Perfect price discrimination is, imagine a monopolist could go to every individual, figure out what their willingness to pay was, and charge them that amount. That'd be perfectly price discriminating monopolist. They would charge every person their own individual price. And that price will correspond to their willingness to pay. What would that lead to? That would lead to figure 11.6. The first person, person one, they are willing to pay that entire trapezoid that will be to the left of unit one. They only pay a lot, so you charge them a lot. All the way down to the eighth person, you charge them what they're willing to pay, which is 16. Charge the eighth person 16, the seventh person 17, the sixth person 18, and so on. Why would you want to do that? Well, now what has happened to consumer surplus? Someone raise their hand and tell me. Yeah. Zero. Why is consumer surplus zero? Exactly. Consumer surplus is the benefit you get from valuing something above its price. That's gone. They're charging you what you're willing to pay, so by definition, there's no consumer surplus. So all the rest is producer surplus. So the firm has converted the entire surplus to producer surplus by perfect price discrimination. What else is notable? In this case, with perfect price discrimination, firms will sell 8 units. So what else is notable? No deadweight loss. A perfectly price discriminating firm creates no deadweight loss. Why? Because there's no poisoning effect. The poisoning effect comes from the fact that if I want to sell more units, I got to lower my price. Well, here I don't have to lower my price to sell more units. Given that, I might as well sell as many units as people are willing to pay for that are above my cost. So I might as well do the welfare maximizing thing, which is sell 8 units. This is the first inclination that we have to care about fairness in economics. Because what this says, what the existing course would teach you so far is I'm completely indifferent between the perfectly competitive case, as illustrated by EC above, where consumers get A plus B plus C. I'm indifferent between that case and the perfect price discrimination case. That is, I'm indifferent between whether consumers get, okay? I'm completely indifferent. All I care about is the total, right? It's the sum. That can't make sense, right? It can't make sense that I'm completely indifferent in a world where producers have everything and where consumers have some, producers have some. There's no way that anyone would be truly indifferent between those worlds. And that's the first hint that in economics we have to care about fairness. We have to not just care about the total sum of social surplus, but who gets what. Okay, and we're going to come back to that later. For now, we'll stick with our definition where we just care about the total, but this is sort of the hint of why we need to come back to that. Okay? So that is what would happen with perfect price discrimination. Now, in fact, okay, firms can't perfectly price discriminate. In fact, firms can't go and get your willingness to pay. So in reality, what do firms do? Well, they price discriminate by trying to guess who is more price sensitive. Firms engage in price discrimination, and the way they do it is they look for correlates of epsilon. You basically, if you're a monopolist, you want to charge a higher price to a low epsilon guy, and a lower, remember guys, gender neutral term, and a lower price to a high epsilon guy. So basically, if I knew everyone's epsilon, I'd be done, but I don't. So what I do is I look for signals that are correlated with your epsilon. So for example, airlines charge more if you buy at the last minute than if you buy 4 months in advance. Why? It's the same seat, same marginal cost of flying on the plane. Yeah. Yeah, if you buy at the last minute, you clearly got to go. Okay, you're a business person who's got a last-minute meeting. You've got a loved one who's sick you got to go see, etc. If you buy 4 months in advance, you're clearly shopping. You have lots of options. But if you're buying the last minute, you don't have a lot of options. Now, I can't charge you infinity because there's other airlines you could fly. But clearly, you are less price sensitive if you're buying at the last minute than if you're buying 4 months in advance. That's one example. Okay? Why do movie theaters charge less for matinees than movies at night? Why do movie theaters charge less when you go during the day? It's the same marginal cost again, same popcorn cost, same projector costs. Why do movie theaters charge less when you go during the day? Yeah. Well, lower demand by itself is not necessarily the answer. It's really about elasticity of demand. Why are people less price sensitive why are people more price sensitive during the day than at night? Think about who goes to the movies during the day. Yeah, I mean, people are like retirees and things which have plenty of time in their hands. If you go to the movie at night, it's like you're done with work, you got to go at night. You can't, maybe you decide between the 7 o'clock showing and the 11 o'clock showing, but the bottom line is there's one time you can go. If you're going during the day, you've shown you have lots of time to go see movies. You can go at night, you can go during the day. So anybody who goes to the movie during the day, unless they work a weird shift, okay, has basically shown that they have more flexibility on when they go to the movie. As a result, you charge them a lower price. This is everywhere you look. All of a sudden, I've opened up to you a world of understanding why prices are differentiated. Okay? Remember, we discussed this a long time ago. We talked about why the incremental large drink at McDonald's, the incremental cost of a large drink is very small compared to the cost of a small drink because there's different elasticity demand for the small drink and the incremental to the large drink. So everywhere you look, when you go out in the real world now and look at prices, you'll see this. Firms pricing to try to target the lower prices to the most elastic consumers. Okay? Now, perhaps the best example of this was an example a few years ago with Tesla. Tesla sells electric cars, and the original Model S could go for 250 miles on a battery charge. What they said is we're going to offer a cheaper Model S that can only go about half as far, about 125 or 150 miles per battery charge. So you can buy the more expensive one because it's got this fancier battery. 250 miles, you can go, it costs more money, or the less expensive one with a less fancy battery, and only go 150 miles. Well, in September 2017, there was a huge hurricane in Florida, and people had to evacuate. And Tesla understood that the limits on how far you could drive, Florida's a big state, could get in the way of people evacuating. So Tesla said, you know what? All cars can now go 250 miles in their battery. People are like, what the f***? What do you mean we can go 250 miles in the battery? Well, it turned out it's the same battery. They just had a piece of code that limited how far you could go in the cheaper car. Why would they do that? Why would they literally have the same battery and literally add money to add code to limit how far you could go? Why'd they do that? Yeah. Exactly. There's two types of people. People who have a lot of money and are willing to pay for a better car. People who don't have a lot of money not willing to pay for a better car. If they just simply said, we're going to sell Model S with 250 miles, a bunch of lower income people wouldn't have bought it. If they said, we're going to let everyone go 250 miles on a cheaper price, then they wouldn't have made as much money. So they said a high price for a premium product to grab all the low elasticity consumers, and a lower price for a less premium product to grab the high elasticity consumers, even though the products were the same. This actually, Tesla's not alone in this. When IBM first created the digital printer, it had a home version which was much less efficient than the office version. And it turned out someone took them apart, and it was the same printer. They just added crap to the motor in the home version to make it go slower. Okay, because they want to take that same advantage. They want to be able to charge a lot for the office one because people are less price elastic in the office. Okay? Turns out you could take this too far. Amazon tried to go further with this. Amazon actually tried to set prices by IP address. So Amazon literally an exercise where literally they would differentiate the price you'd see online by your IP address. Why would they do that? Why would they be, once again, regardless of your feelings about Jeff Bezos, why would they do that? Why would they differentiate the price? Yeah. Yeah, but how would they know by your IP address? What's that? Past sales is one reason. What else? Yeah. Your zip code, that's another reason. What else? Who's willing to pay a lot? Yeah. What's that? Yeah, basically, if you're ordering from Goldman Sachs IP address, they're like, you're rich, we're going to charge you a lot. If you're ordering from some, homeless shelter or someplace where people don't have any money, they'll charge you less. So basically, they said, we've got a great IP address is a great signal of willingness to pay. We'll suck up all that consumer surplus by varying the price by willingness to pay. They got busted and couldn't do it anymore. They were told they couldn't do that. Now, it's not clear why not. In fact, the reason why not, you might say, well, look, why shouldn't they do that? They're increasing efficiency. If they don't do that, we're losing C plus E. By doing that, we're gaining efficiency. They're selling more units. They wouldn't have sold to those low-income consumers. Tesla wouldn't have sold those cheaper Model X's or whatever they were. So what's wrong with that? And the answer is, in a traditional economics world, nothing. In a traditional economics world, we should have let Tesla do that. We should have let IBM make the crappy home printer. We should have let Amazon differentiate by IP address. The reason we didn't speaks to the fact that people don't think consumers producer surplus are really valued equally, that we care about both separately. And that's what we'll start talking about more in a few lectures. Okay? Questions about that? All right. We'll come back on Wednesday, do a second Monopoly lecture. You're responsible for the lectures this week on the midterm. Monday's lecture will go on to a new topic, which is not in the midterm, but it's on the final, so you don't want to miss it. Plus, it involves oligopoly, which is fun. Okay, today we're going to do our second lecture on monopolies. Remember, once again, to set the picture, if we want to figure out how much producers are going to produce, we need to know what market structure they sell into. That's the sort of final condition we need to pin down how much producers produce. We started with a particular market structure, which was perfect competition, and showed how under perfect competition with price equals marginal cost, we can pin down how much producers produce. We then turned last lecture to an alternative market structure, really the other extreme, which is monopoly, with only one firm in the market. And we showed how that can pin down what producers produce. But we also showed that monopoly breaks the link between the positive equilibrium outcome in the normative concept of efficiency. That we have an equilibrium outcome that, unlike with perfect competition, is inefficient. We create a deadweight loss because monopolists don't sell units that they can produce more cheaply than people are willing to pay for them. And they don't do that because they don't want to poison their sales. They don't have to lower the price enough to get additional sales. Now, what we're going to talk about today is a couple topics within monopoly. The first topic we'll talk about is where do monopolies come from? So how do monopolies arise? Or the origin of monopoly, if you're sort of a Marvel fan. Well, this is our origin story. Okay, no radioactive spiders or anything. Okay? But rather, we're going to talk about markets where monopoly is sort of inevitable and natural. In particular, we'll talk about today natural monopolies. Natural monopolies arise whenever there's a market where, for all relevant quantities, average cost is falling. In other words, fixed cost is so large relative to marginal cost. You remember our typical average cost curve falls and then rises. We're going to have an example where fixed costs are so large, average cost is always falling. So for example, the classic example we'd use is like producing rock from a rock quarry. You've got to dig up rock from this rock quarry. It's one resource. There's one sort of, for historical reasons, there's one geological site where you can dig up rock. Okay, it's a huge fixed cost finding it, digging it out. But the truth is, creating a second rock quarry would be an incredible fixed cost. So the fixed cost of doing another one is small relative to the ongoing marginal cost. Or more generally, this is something where basically you would see this in any sort of utility, like delivering water to houses. If you deliver water to houses, you have this incredibly expensive enterprise of laying all the pipes to deliver the water. And then the marginal cost is pretty trivial. You just pump the water through. So the fixed costs are so enormous that they're going to dwarf the marginal cost for any relevant quantity. And we'll see what that looks like in Figure 12.1. Figure 12.1 is a picture where the average costs are everywhere above the marginal cost for all relevant quantities. Now, it's true you could produce enough. There's some quantity for which average costs will fall below marginal costs and start to rise again. But basically, the idea is the range where average cost is falling extends to the entire relevant range, not just the beginning as in previous examples. Why does this cause monopoly? It causes monopoly because it creates such a barrier to entry that no one else can enter. Imagine you saw this market, you saw this water utility, okay, and you said, look, there's profits to be made. Average cost above marginal cost, okay, is declining above marginal cost. There's profits to be made because average cost is falling. I'm going to enter, okay? What would the existing firm do? What could the existing firm that's already invested in the water pipes, you say, I'm going to lay a whole new set of water pipes and sell water more cheaply. What would they do? What would the existing firm do? Well, you're an existing firm. You've laid these water pipes. You have this graph in front of you. You're setting your price at some level well above marginal cost. What do? Yeah. Lower your price. If you lower your price to marginal cost, no other firm can make money. Because then price is below average cost and you lose money. But for you, you've already paid the fixed costs. So for you, you're still making money in the marginal unit. So yeah, the existing firm just lowers its price towards marginal cost, below average cost. Any other firm looks and says, look, I can't make back my average cost. I'm not going to enter. Once you scare them off, you raise your price back up. So in a market like this, it is natural, it's indeed proper to only have one firm. It makes no sense to have a second set of pipes going all the way through the town delivering water to houses. It just makes no sense. So in this case, a monopoly is natural. And this is basically an example where a fixed cost creates a barrier to entry. The fixed cost is so large that you never enter. Remember I talked about how we never have perfect competition because there's always some slight barrier to entry. Someone could beat you up if you try to sell additional, little Eiffel Tower figures or whatever. There's always some barrier to entry. Here, the barrier to entry is so large because there's enormous fixed costs. Basically, once someone's in, no one else is ever going to enter, and therefore it's a natural monopoly. Yeah.
Why does the first firm join
Well, if there's nobody delivering water, there's money to be made. Because the first term is a monopoly. We know monopolies make profits. So if there's no one, they can come in and lay the pipes and make money. Now, you might say, how do they know someone else won't come in and lay them faster? That's exactly the kind of fun stuff we don't have time to get into in this class. But if you take game theory, 1412, they'll teach you all about how we think about these different things. And I'll get into that. I'm going to do a couple lectures on game theory, but not nearly enough. But think of it as one firm just sort of happened to go first, and they own it. OK? Other questions? So that's one reason, one way monopolies can arise. Another way monopolies can arise, so one way is a natural monopoly. Another way monopolies can arise is the government can create monopolies. The government can actually create monopolies. One is by actually literally delivering the service. So in most countries when they're young, governments do a lot of things we think is private now. Like they run the airlines, they run the steel industry, they run the banks. And even in mature economies, governments still do some services like run the postal service. There's activities that governments can just do and say, we're going to have a monopoly on them, and we are going to deliver these services. Now, as economies mature, typically those get shifted off to the private sector. Okay, and we'll come back a little bit to that. But basically, that is sort of one way. The more common way, so one way a government can create monopoly is through delivery. But the more common way a government can create monopoly is through property rights, in particular patents and copyrights. We talked about copyright last time with Huck Finn and Fahrenheit 451. But a patent is basically an exclusive right to sell a good for some period of time. In the US, 17 years typically. So the way a patent works is you file for a patent. If it's granted, then you are essentially a time-limited monopoly. You have the exclusive right to sell that good. So how do we feel about patents? Well, in fact, there's a good and a bad side. What's the bad side of patents? What's the bad side of offering patents? Yeah. It's a monopoly. You create deadweight loss. It's inefficient. What's the good side of offering patents? Yeah. Yeah, why invent something if you can't make any money off it? They create incentives to innovate and invent. Because if there's no patents, the minute you invented something, someone would just steal it and produce it at marginal cost, or marginal cost plus epsilon, you wouldn't make any money. So why put the work in? So it's a trade-off with patents between incentives for investment, for innovation, and monopoly costs to consumers. So basically, the optimal patent trades off these concerns. You want a patent that gives enough rights to incent innovation, and not so much rights that you overly hurt consumers. So for example, let's take pharmaceuticals. Developing a new drug is incredibly expensive. Roughly speaking, about 1 in every 10,000 compounds you try is going to end up working in terms of being an effective drug. Once you have a compound that you think works, you do animal testing. Then you have to do 3 levels of human testing. The best estimates, although they're rough, is that developing a new drug in the US today costs about $2 billion. About $2 billion. Not if you knew ahead it was going to work, but if you take all the failures along the way, on average, by the time you develop the drug, you spend $2 billion. That's a lot of money. Okay? So basically, what we do is we give a patent for 17 years, and then when the patent expires, other companies are allowed to enter and produce what's called generic drugs. So you have a name brand drug, you invent it, you get 17 years, and then after those 17 years, anybody can enter it, the formulation becomes public, and they just produce it at marginal cost, and your profits all go away. In theory, that's how it works. And in theory, we'd have an easy solution. We'd just say, well, set up an optimization problem where you optimize the incentives to innovate versus the losses to consumers. Clearly, the optimum will not be a patent that lasts forever. And clearly, the optimum will not be no patent. It'll be somewhere in between. Who knows if 17 years right? But the economics gives the tools to think about this trade-off now, right? The problem is, in practice, it doesn't work that well. There's a lot of problems with the patent system. The first is that companies have a lot of incentive to think up creative ways to effectively extend their patent. Okay? So for example, one thing drug companies will do is do something called pay for delay. Let's say I've got some name brand drug, and Pedro's a potential generic innovator. He wants to enter and make my drug. And I say, Pedro, look, I'm making like $1 billion a year on this drug. You're a generic guy. You're not going to make much money because you're coming in a competitive market. I'll pay you $500 million not to come in. Pedro's like, great. I didn't do shit. I got $500 million. I'm still making $500 million in profits. So I can effectively extend my patent, or what I can do is I can tweak the formulation and apply for a new patent. So for example, insulin is incredibly cheap to make, okay? And it was invented, the inventors were academics who gave away the patent for $1 because they wanted to be publicly available, but it costs a ton of money. Why? Because there's always innovations in delivering insulin that make it a little more efficient, a little better. Now they are true innovations, but each one extends the patent and makes insulin more expensive. And that trade-off is not really that's sort of a different way than the system's supposed to work. So that's one reason this doesn't work. The other reason is that generic markets aren't as competitive as we'd like to think. So EpiPens, which are now, epinephrine's a generic drug, still cost $600. Why do EpiPens cost $600? Because it turns out it's expensive to make an EpiPen. The delivery device and stuff is expensive, and firms aren't entering. And as we'll talk about starting next lecture, unless you have perfect competition, there'll be profits and there'll be deadweight loss. Okay, that's the second reason. A third reason is the biggest challenge yet, which is for the new class of drugs being made called biologics, which are not stable large cell, drug development, but literally drugs that are developed and injected and are essentially they're biological formulations that are live effectively. It's hard to make an effective generic. And so generic competition may simply not exist for these new biologic drugs, which is the new class of drugs which are making incredible steps. And let's be clear, the innovation in pharmaceuticals is unbelievable. Okay, just one example. There's a horrible, horrible disease called spinal muscular atrophy. It's a genetic disease, purely random. If you're born with it, your life is brutal, miserable, and you're dead by 2. I mean, awful. Can't imagine anything worse as a parent. They've cured it. They developed a miracle cure. It's a new called cell and gene therapy. They inject a virus in the baby's body containing a new patched gene. It goes through the body and repairs it. It's a miracle. It's the kind of thing you guys are doing here at MIT every day. And it's only going to get better. This drug costs $2.1 million. Now, on the one hand, I say $2.1 million, that's a lot of money. On the other hand, you're saving a baby's life. You're adding potentially 80 to 100 years of life to someone. $2.1 million is actually a pretty good deal. On the other hand, if we develop drugs for everything like this, we'll bankrupt our country. So these are the kind of difficult issues we raise in wanting to give incentives for innovation, but also being ultimately affordable in terms of what consumers need to buy. Okay? Questions about that? Okay, and if this is something that interests you, this is a big debate in the US right now. As part of President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, the government for the first time is actually regulating the price of pharmaceuticals. It's actually saying to some pharmaceuticals that have competitors, look, we're going to regulate your price because we think you're making too much money. The government's decided the patent system isn't working. It's out of balance. And so drug companies are making too much money and they're regulating prices. And that was very controversial and a significant step forward in how we think about drug pricing in the US. And you can read more about that if that's something that interests you. And certainly if you want to go into biological engineering or any of those fields, this is something important to know about. Okay, so that's the first topic I want to cover. Where do monopolies come from? The second topic I want to cover is addressing monopoly, because this is where things get exciting from my perspective. I'm a big government liberal. Okay, I think government can do good things. Yet everything I've taught you in this course, government's the bad guy. Okay, I don't like that, but that's the way Bates economics works. And let's be clear, that's the proper way to teach the first half of this course. The first fundamental theorem of welfare economics says government only does bad things. Okay, but that's not true in reality. And here's the first case we get to see where government can potentially, but not obviously, make things better. And that is through regulating monopolies. So for example, let's go to figure 12.2. Figure 12.2 is the same figure we ended with last time. You've got a marginal cost curve, a demand curve, and a marginal revenue curve. The marginal revenue curve intersects marginal costs at 6 units. Producing 6 units, you respect the demand curve, you charge a price of 18. 6 units get produced, we get a deadweight loss of C plus E. So as we said, the market outcome is not efficient. What can the government do? Well, what if the government set a price ceiling and said, we are not going to let the monopolist charge more than 16. We're not going to let the monopolist charge more than 16. Well, then the new marginal cost curve for the monopolist, the new supply curve, it's essentially the new marginal revenue curve, the new marginal revenue curve becomes the flat line all the way to point E, what is that? EC it should be, that intersection of the red and blue lines. The flat line all the point, that little E0, I guess it looks like, it should be EC. And then it drops the dashed line down, you go back to the old marginal revenue curve. So you draw the solid line from the 16 on the y-axis over to the what looks like E0, follow that dashed line down, and then rejoin the original marginal revenue curve. That's the new marginal revenue curve. Why? Well, think about what marginal revenue is. Okay? If you produce, remember in the old world, if you produce the 7th unit, okay, your marginal revenue is, your profits fall because of the poisoning effect. But now if you produce the 7th unit, you can only charge 16. That's the most you can charge. So you might as well produce it. If you can only charge 16, if that's the limit, then at that point, your costs are below your marginal revenue. So you produce it. In other words, the marginal revenue, in the old point, when you went to the 7th unit, marginal cost was above marginal revenue. Now going to the 7th unit, it's not, because we haven't let you raise your price. So the government, by regulating and saying the price has to be set at 16, is essentially taking away the poisoning effect. The poisoning effect arises because if I want to sell one more unit, I have to lower my price. Well, here your price is already low. I haven't let you raise your price. I haven't let you set it at 18. Before, you didn't want to sell the 7th unit because you had to lower your price to 17, right? Well, now your price is already 16. So why not sell the 7th unit? 16 is still above marginal cost. So why not do it? So essentially, the optimal solution from the monopolist then is to sell 8, to sell the competitive quantity. If you tell the monopolist they can't charge more than 16, they will sell the competitive quantity. And guess what? Deadweight loss has gone away. We're now selling the competitive amount, and deadweight loss is going away. Okay? So, let's think about an example of this and how the government could make things better. Okay? And let's come to a case of a natural monopoly, which is broadband. Broadband delivery. To deliver broadband, it's not a fully natural monopoly in that multiple people can lay the lines that come to your house, but it's a big fixed cost. If you want to set up a broadband competitor, you have to go out and lay a whole bunch of new fiber cable. Okay? That's expensive. It's not infinite, it's not like a water utility, it's doable and it happens. But it's pretty expensive. Competition will be definitely limited. It may not be a natural monopoly, it's certainly a natural oligopoly. You're not going to have hundreds of firms laying these wires, making prices competitive. Okay? So for example, across 20,000 US zip codes, 70% have either 0 or 1 option for 25 megabytes per second service. Okay? 0 or 1 option. Is that right? Is it megabytes per second? Did I say that right? I think so. I hope so. Mbps. I think I got that right. 0 or 1 options. Okay? Even at the lowest possible speed of internet service, only 30% of zip codes have more than 1 option for getting broadband. 30% of America has only 1 option for getting their broadband. Why? Because it's a natural monopoly in many cases. The costs are really high. If you're in some rural town, it's not effective to lay a second set of wires going to people's houses. Okay? As a result, prices are high, and there's monopoly power. Now, you might say, well, John, and the broadband companies will say, well, John, because they have deep voices, John, how do you know we have monopoly power? Just because there's not that many, we still could be pricing competitively. Well, economists have developed a very clever test for whether there's monopoly power, which is they ask what happens to prices as more firms enter. If a market's competitive, what should an additional firm entering do to the price? No. If a market's perfectly competitive, what should an additional firm entering do to the price? If it's perfectly competitive, price is already set to marginal cost. It shouldn't do anything. Price is already marginal cost, so additional firms shouldn't have a meaningful effect on the price. Maybe go down a little, but not meaningful. If it's a monopoly market and you add a second firm, price will come down a lot. And we'll prove that next lecture. So the way to test this is ask what happens as more firms enter markets. Do prices come down a little, or do they come down a lot? And the answer is, it comes down a lot. So basically, for every, for gigabyte internet, moving from one provider to two providers of gigabyte internet lowers the monthly price by $60 a month. Literally, you pay $60 less a month for gigabyte internet when you go from one provider to two provider. That is not a competitive market, okay? So obviously, there are huge monopoly rents being made in these markets. So what could we do? Well, the answer is easy. We regulate the price. We say, look, we're going to regulate the price at a level. You know, you can't regulate it at truly marginal cost because then no one will enter. It's a question I got before. Why would anyone enter? But you say, look, marginal cost, this is what we do, for example, with electricity and water. Those are public utilities. The way we regulate is we say, look, you have an acceptable profit rate we'll let you make, 10%, whatever it is, and we regulate the price at the marginal cost plus that profit rate. You do the same thing with broadband. We already do it with electricity and water. We have plenty of electricity and water in the US. Why not just do the same thing with broadband? Indeed, that's what they do in Europe. In Europe, they have quite an interesting approach. They regulate the price, but actually, they do a different kind of regulation in Europe. The public owns the lines, and the companies compete on sending the signal over the lines. It's kind of a clever approach. The fixed cost part is laying the lines, right? The marginal cost part is sending the signal over the lines. So the government owns the lines, and companies compete on who sends the signals. And broadband, if you've ever been to Europe, is incredibly cheap compared to here. Okay? That's one way to do it. Or alternatively, if we don't like that, we could just regulate the price. So why don't we just do that? Why don't we just do what figure 12.2 suggests? Well, the answer is because it turns out to be hard, because we don't get these handouts in the real world. Okay? In the real world, we have to figure out what the competitive price is, and that turns out to be hard. It turns out to be hard because we need to know what demand curves look like and what supply curves look like. And both are hard to measure. Let's start with demand curves. You might say, look, it's easy to measure a demand curve. You just ask people their willingness to pay. You say, literally, I go and I do a survey of all the customers of broadband. I say, how much are you willing to pay for each of these different options for broadband? And then I regulate the price. The problem is people have no fucking idea what it's worth to them. People don't know. When you ask people what stuff's worth to them, and it isn't something they buy all the time, they don't know. If you ask me what an apple's worth to me, I say, well, I've gone to the store, and Apple, an apple costs about 80 cents or $1 for an apple, for a good apple per pound, I can get a sense. If you said, would you pay $5 for an apple, I'd say no. But I don't honestly know. I mean, if you said, would you pay $1,000 a month for internet, that's too much, and zero sounds cheap, but 60, 100, 150, I have a harder time figuring out what's a fair price. Okay, this is obviously an even bigger problem when you think not just about regulating broadband, but regulating things like the environment, regulating things like stopping oil spills or global warming. So for example, if you ask people what environmental benefits are worth, they have no idea. So for example, if you ask people what it's worth to save the Grand Canyon, and you first ask as a standalone question, and then separately ask as one of 5 questions, in the second case, people give a value that's 1/5 as big. Shouldn't matter, right? It's just your value, but the problem is they don't know. If you ask people how much they'll pay to save a whale and save a seal, if you ask them how much they'll pay to save a whale and save a seal, they'll pay $172 to save a whale and $85 to save a seal. That makes sense. Whales are bigger. Okay? If you ask the order reversed, and say that how much save a seal and how much save a whale, people say they're about worth the same. Okay? If you ask people how much they'll pay to save 1,000 birds or 1,000,000 birds or 1,000,000,000 birds, they give the same answer. None of these things are consistent with any form of utility that we write down in this class. People clearly don't know. So it's hard to measure demand. It's easy to measure demand when there's a price signal, when you see different prices and you see who want different prices, but when you try to create a new market and you have to rely on willingness to pay, that's hard. So that's the first problem. Demand curves are hard to draw. The second problem is supply curves are hard. Now you might say here, well, it's easy. You just go to the firm and you say, well, give me your marginal costs. And that's great. And what does the firm say? When you say, give me marginal costs, they say, sure. What do they give you? If you're running a firm, what would you do? Yeah. You'd give them the biggest possible marginal cost you could ever justify in the world. Remember my story about the CEO who wanted his own plane? That's nothing compared to this. Okay, the problem is you're trying to regulate an industry that knows more about itself than you do. So it's hard to know what supply is either. So the problem with regulation is that you can't just draw these neat diagrams, you have to guess at them. Which is fine, except if you get it wrong, you can make things worse. Take a look at figure 12.3. Imagine the government decided that it would set the price at 10. It had some base setting price. It got its own demand curves, supply curves. It decided 10 was the competitive price, whereas we know the right competitive price is 16. What happens if this market sets the price at 10? Well, at a price of 10, the optimal monopoly choice, you should solve this for yourself, is to produce 5 units at a price of 10. Well, that creates even bigger deadweight loss than if you just let the monopoly rip. You've lost that extra shaded area, okay, from regulating the price at 10. So the government's made things worse. It can be even worse. If you're at the price low enough, you could just kill the industry. The industry can say, I'm not going to form at all because the price is too low. How would you know? If the industry didn't exist, how would you know the regulations killed it? Okay? So basically, regulation is tricky. There's a recent research paper I learned about where someone looked at what happened when the Food and Drug Administration, which regulates medical devices, loosened the regulation on categories of medical devices. You want to regulate devices, right? You want there to be safe. You're worried about safety. You want some regulation. When they loosened the regulations, they found innovation went up 1,000% and there was no worse safety. Clearly, they were over-regulating these medical devices because it's hard to get it right. So here we see exactly, what the trade-off is with government intervention. And this is sort of the point of my entire course, 1441, which is markets typically feature market failure. There's honestly, truly, almost no market in America doesn't feature market failure of some type. If there's a market failure, then in theory, the government can make it better. In practice, it's not clear it will. So the fact there's market failure does not justify you saying that a government regulation will make it better. It might make it better. It justifies considering the government regulation. But you still don't know it makes it better until you do the careful empirical analysis. Okay? Questions about that? Now, let's say you're worried about that. And you're worried, you say, look, I'm really worried about regulating, but there's this monopoly, and consumers are losing out, and I don't know what to do. Well, there's another option governments have, which is governments, rather than creating monopoly in the way it does up there, governments can reduce monopoly by injecting competition into markets. And there's no better example of that than the market for education. Take a look at figure 12.4. Figure 12.4 is from my textbook. It shows educational spending in blue by each country per student. So the US is about almost 12,000 per student. The Czech Republic is about less than 6,000 per student. In orange, it shows that country's performance on an international math exam. Czech Republic does better than the US. Indeed, the US, despite spending by far the most per capita on education, is pretty mediocre in international comparisons of education systems. Now, there's lots of reasons that could be, but clearly, our schools are not getting it done are not delivering the proper return for our dollar. One solution to that is to say, well, part of the reason they're not is because schools are monopolies. How many went to public school? How many went to, most of you, okay? Public schools are monopolies. I live in Lexington. My kids, if they want to go to public high school, go to Lexington High School. It's not like I can say I'd prefer, to go to Braintree High School instead. I don't have that choice. I have no choice. It's a monopoly. Now, in some cities, it's not quite right. Some cities do have a choice of, say, elementary school. Some of you may have, if you ever grew up in Chicago or Cambridge or some cities where you can choose your elementary school. But typically, you can't choose. The choice is not a feature of public schools. So the idea is, since we've created these monopolies, have we created inefficient schools that are not delivering proper benefits? Because remember, I said monopoly, they can make profits. Well, if it's a monopoly where you can't make profits, but there's no competition, the other way you can come at it is just not doing good, not being efficient. There's no incentive to be efficient. If you have a monopoly, we could set your price. Then there's every incentive to be efficient, because every dollar efficiency gains $1 of profits. But imagine your monopoly that can't set your price. Why work so hard to be efficient? Right? What's the pressure on you to do so? Why not have a slightly easier life? And that's the concerns happening with schools. So that's why there's a big movement to introduce competition into the US public school system. Okay? One way to do so, as I said, some schools have introduced what we call public school choice. They've allowed students to choose across public schools, and the dollars follow the students. So if you're a shitty elementary school and folks leave, you get less money. So suddenly it matters. Quality matters for how much money you have to function. And that's one approach that's been tried. Generally does not seem to show it has a huge effect on student performance. The other approach that's been tried is to set up alternatives to the traditional public school, and the most popular of those, the most well-known, is charter schools. Did any of you guys go to charter school? Yeah, charter schools are essentially non-traditional alternatives that are publicly funded. So the idea is you've got your Lexington High School and you've got your, Achievement Academy charter school. And that charter school, often they're for-profit, sometimes they're non-profit, are essentially places students can go. They're still funded by the public sector, but they are not abiding by the same set of rules necessarily. For instance, they don't have to hire unionized teachers, et cetera. And they provide a competitive alternative. And in fact, charter schools have been shown by my colleagues here at MIT who've done the leading research in the world to be generally a very effective alternative to public schools. That students who go to charter school, when you put in a charter school, students do better. Okay? The competition is working in the context of education by having these educational alternatives. So here's a case, and in particular, let me say in particular, for disadvantaged students. The group that benefits the most from charter schools are minorities and low-income students. They benefit the most from having this alternative. So here's an example of another way governments can try to deal with market power is by introducing alternatives. So the bottom line is monopolies exist. Okay? The fact they exist creates deadweight loss in the market. In fact, it's good that they exist in many cases, like pharmaceuticals. We want patents. But at the same time, we want to figure out the optimal way to deliver innovation, but minimize the loss to consumers. Government regulation is one way to do that. Okay? Another way is by increasing competition in the market. Okay? Questions about that? Okay, let's come to the third point I want to talk about, which is an important concept that starts to lead us towards a more subtle way of thinking about markets. We've thought about two extremes. We've thought about perfect competition and monopoly. Starting next time, we're going to start talking more generally about oligopoly and in-between cases. One sort of bridge to that is the notion of what we call contestable markets. Contestable markets. A contestable market is one where there is a monopoly advantage, but it's not so big. It's sort of like a natural monopoly, but where the natural part isn't so large. Where there's some fixed costs, they're pretty big, but they're not so big that someone couldn't enter at some point. The idea here is there will be a monopoly, but it won't make that much money. The idea is there'll be a monopoly, but if it tries to set price too high, then it will cover fixed costs and firms will enter. So monopolies are sort of in a contestable market. Monopolies have barriers to entry, but they're not so big that they can go nuts and charge full monopoly prices. Okay? And the most famous example of this was in the era of airlines. When I was a kid, airlines were a regulated monopoly. If you wanted to fly from A to B, you had to apply to the government. They gave permission to fly from A to B, and they regulated the price you could charge. Okay? And in that world, basically the view was governments kind of didn't do a very good job and airlines made a lot of money. The view was governments, because remember, the airlines kind of lie about their marginal costs, and the view was governments were sort of in their pocket, and the government was setting prices too high, and airlines were making a lot of money. And economists said, you know what? You don't have to regulate this industry. Yeah, it's a natural monopoly, but it's also a very contestable market. Okay, the fixed cost barriers aren't that huge because there's lots of planes for sale. Planes that are a couple years old still work really well, and other airlines can buy them. This is actually not that hard an industry to enter. I mean, it's hard. I can't enter it. But it takes, tens of millions, not billions, to get into this industry. So actually, if we get rid of regulation, we can actually do better than if we keep regulation. You're in a case where essentially you're setting the price so high that if you just let competition work, it'll do better. And economists actually won the day. Economists convinced the government to deregulate the airline industry. So what happened? 3 things. First, prices fell enormously. Economists were right. Prices fell by about 1/3. The unregulated prices were about 2/3 of what the regulated prices were. Because economists were right, the government had set the price too high. An example is that when I was at MIT in the 1980s, I would fly home to Newark on People's Express. People's Express, which sounds like a communist organization, was this new airline that was introduced in the new deregulated market. In 1984, the market had only been deregulated about a decade. So this new airline, and I would fly from Boston to Newark for $19.99, $19.99. Okay? I mean, now it's a few $100s, right? And it was before that airline, also a couple $100. Literally, you didn't even reserve a spot. You just literally showed up and lined up. When the plane was full, they took off. I don't know, then they came through the cart and you paid on the plane. I don't know, like, if you didn't have money, did they throw you off? I don't know. But like, literally, it was so cheap to fly. Prices came way down from what they used to be. The second is the number of routes that were flown went way up. Because it turns out there were lots of routes that were profitable to fly the government wouldn't let happen. It turned out airlines say, well, look, if you let me charge what I want, I can figure out a way to make this route profitable. So there's a huge increase in access, huge increase in where planes went at a much lower price. Third effect, service quality tanked. Flying used to be fun. When I was a kid, everything was free. You got in the plane, free food, free booze, real silverware, huge leg room, no charge for anything, free bags. Okay, and if you watch Mad Men and watch, Don Draper fly, that's what it's like. He's not even necessarily flying business class in those shows. It was awesome. Flying today sucks. We all know that. Okay? So why did that happen? Why did quality deteriorate so much? When we deregulated airlines, why did quality fall so much? Yeah?
That's actually really funny because we're doing a project in another class about People's Express.
Okay.
Long story short, like in order to have such good customer service, you have to burn through a lot of employees, and so your attrition rate is going to be really high. And as a result, as soon as you start getting market share for like People's Economy or People's Express, the legacy airline carriers cut the prices.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little more detailed answer than I wanted. But basically, the bottom line is, when you are regulated on price, but you have different planes flying the same route, how do they compete? On quality, right? In the markets we've discussed so far, the only way firms can compete is on price. But firms can compete in reality along multiple dimensions. So in the old days, if United and American were both flying to Chicago, and they had to charge the same price, how did they get your business? By being a nicer experience. Now suddenly, if they can compete on price, they say, we're not going to be a nicer experience anymore, it's too expensive, we're just going to charge a lower price. Now you might say, well, gee, that sucks. That's a terrible thing. It's horrible airline quality failed. Why would I tell you you're wrong? Why would I tell you it's good that airline quality failed? Why can I say for sure we're better in a world with lower prices and lower quality than we are in a world with higher price and higher quality? Yeah? Well, I don't know that. Only because I grew a graph in prices. I didn't draw a graph in quality. I don't know that we got rid of the deadweight loss for sure. But I do know something else. What do I know? What fact is true? Yeah?
It's more accessible.
What's that?
Is it more accessible?
Well, it's more accessible. We're flying more routes, but they're shitty. How do I know people wouldn't rather do something else? Yeah?
Because you can still pay for a better experience, so the fact that people are buying a cheaper ticket.
Yeah, because we haven't ruled out high quality, high prices, just no one wants it. Okay? So people who bitch about, oh, flying's terrible, they don't bitch about the fact it's really cheap. And if you don't like that, fly business class. Or if you don't like that, get together and form an airline that gives the old high quality, high prices. JetBlue sort of tried to do this. JetBlue was kind of a better experience now that kind of deteriorated back towards what other airlines are. When JetBlue started, you got all these free snacks and stuff, which no one was doing. Okay? They were trying to do that a little bit. But the bottom line is, if you want to tell me, gee, the old world was better, I tell you, fine, go back to the old world. If it was better, it should exist. It doesn't. Because while people may bitch about flying now, they aren't bitching about the prices. And we're happier. And this is the key concept, once again, of revealed preference. This is how economists test welfare conclusions. We use revealed preference. We've revealed that we'd rather have low quality at low prices because it's rewarded in the market. New low-cost airlines that suck enter all the time. But high-end airlines don't. So we want low quality at low prices. I mean, I'd rather have high quality at low prices, but that's not an option. Okay? That's the third thing that happened. The fourth thing that happened, actually 5 things happened. The fourth thing that happened is that safety, the other thing you'd be concerned about is, well, gee, now there's no incentive to be safe. But in fact, it turns out safety didn't change. It turns out there's still enough incentive to be safe that it wasn't like the regulation was actually making flying any safer. Flying's unbelievably safe. It always was. It always is. So this is all great news. Economists for the win. Except economists got one thing wrong. We got one thing wrong, which we missed the fact that while there's not huge barriers to entry in terms of airplanes, there is huge barriers to entry in terms of what? What's the barrier to entry? Yeah. Airport slots. That those are fixed. And that it's incredibly hard to expand an airport. It took Logan Airport until about 12 years ago had one runway at night. One runway in Boston at night. Think about that. For the city of Boston. We expanded it to 2. It took 25 years to happen to expand to 2 runways. Okay? It is very hard to add new airport slots. As a result, there is a truly fixed barrier, which is airline slots. And as a result, competition did not go up as much as we thought. Take Minnesota, where I had to fly for years to visit my wife's family. Okay? Minnesota was served almost as a monopoly by what was called Northwest Airlines, they're now part of Delta. Now, why didn't the city of Minneapolis and Northwest control all the slots at the airport? Why did the city of Minneapolis say, hey, Northwest, we're going to take away a few of your slots and allow another airline to come in and create some competition? Why? Because Northwest Airlines was headquartered in Minneapolis, and they said, if you do that, we'll leave, and we'll take all our jobs with us. And so essentially, the city of Minneapolis barely let any competition in. As a result of this ability to sort of monopolize slots, airlines set up what we call the hub and spoke system, which is if you want to fly from A to B, you got to on the way stop at C, which is their headquarters airport. Okay? So airlines funneled all their traffic through airports where they're sort of monopolies. And as a result, while there's much more competition, prices did come down a third, there's much less than we thought there would be. Because we missed the fact that the airport slots are truly fixed and aren't expanding. So there's a great lesson in the power of economics, but even very creative economics economists can't see the future. Industry is incredibly creative at maximizing its profits, and that they will come up with things to get around almost anyone, meaning government intervention. Doesn't mean government interventions aren't a good thing to do. Doesn't mean we can't do more, but it does mean we have to consider, we think about projecting the effects of government interventions, how industry will respond, what we call the dynamics. We can't just say this is the way the industry works today, so it'll always work that way. We have to consider, well, what are the other angles? How's industry going to respond? And that's, once again, a big challenge for government policymaker, is envisioning worlds that might be under your regulatory environment, not as it is today.